Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna continue the story What If Deku Fell in Love with Tatsumaki Part 3. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Tatsumaki felt it tremble even though she wasn't on the ground. Her attitude, however, remained unchanged. Rather, she simply nibbled on another cookie before letting out a sigh and glancing disappointedly into the bag. Tatsumaki mumbled, "Damn, the cookies are almost finished. Note to self. Tell Fubuki to bake more when all this is over." Ochako, meanwhile, was standing by the room's entrance, apparently unnoticed by the Esper. Since she could only peek from her side to avoid detection, it goes without saying that she was hiding. As the Esper ate the last cookie and pressed the communicator at her ear, she didn't appear to attract Tatsumaki's attention. She yelled, "Oi, Bakugo! Keep it down!" Through the earpiece. Bakugo blurted, "Piss off, tornado." It nearly triggered Tatsumaki. She didn't like the hothead, even though they were working together. But after calming down for a moment, she asked the question she had been thinking about. She inquired, "So, how's it going? Kicked his ass yet?" Katsuki snarled but remained silent. The hallway he was in at the time was filled with smoke that was dissipating. The irascible teenager wandered through, looking for Izuku, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Well?" inquired Tatsumaki once more. "Shut the hell up!" exclaimed Katsuki. Tatsumaki made an easy guess. "So I'm guessing it didn't work out, huh?" Then she gave an evil smirk. "But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You bullied Midoriya like he was nothing, and now he stands in your way like a boulder. Tell me, how does it feel? How does it feel to know the very pebble in your path was actually a boulder? He robbed you of your place as number one in the entrance exam, and now he's going to rob you of your victory in this test." Angrily, Katsuki gritted his teeth. His anger had never been greater than it was now. Even though Tatsumaki wasn't around, he was still being greatly irritated by her obvious taunts. Damn her. Goddamn that Deku and her. Katsuki swore vehemently. He was unable to control his rage. "Damn bitch. What's your aim? I swear I'll fucking crush you when I'm done with him." "My aim?" asked Tatsumaki in a playful manner. "My aim is simple, it's to win. But I can't have that if you don't beat the shit out of Midoriya, now can I?" As soon as Ochako heard that, she became concerned. She could hear everything Tatsumaki said as she went on because her position was still hidden. Tatsumaki told him, "Listen, I don't care about how you do it. Do whatever you want. Make Midoriya cry and weep for all I care. Just do your own part and I'll do my own. Got it, you idiot?" Katsuki cut the line short with an angry shout. Esper was obviously unsurprised by this, as she simply sat there grinning while crossing her right leg over her left. Tatsumaki whispered, "And now we wait for the result." But Ochako remained hidden. She was still taken aback by Tatsumaki's attitude, though, despite that. Bakugo was actually instructed to do that by Tatsumaki. However, why? It's all well and good to play the villain, but she and Deku are still friends, right? Then Tatsumaki said, "By the way, she was using her communicator to speak. How long are you going to hide there, Uraraka?" she asked, glancing to the entrance, revealing her listener. Ochako drew back, her eyes wide with surprise. It had come as such a shock that she had been caught. She put her hands on the wall and turned to face the door as a result. Ochako was anxious, asking, "She saw me, now what?" The girl had never fought against any enemy, let alone one like Tatsumaki. But after that, she managed to get over her nervousness and enter the room. As a result, she went inside and stood a few feet away from Tatsumaki, who then hit the floor. Tatsumaki remarked, "Figures, you would be here." "Why? Huh?" asked Tatsumaki, a little perplexed. Calmly, "Why did you do that?" Ochako stated. Her emotion was still there, but she didn't want it to be overt. She was obviously upset and worried. Bakugo is harsh and mean. If you keep instigating him like that, he'll hurt Deku a lot. Aren't you and Deku friends? When Tatsumaki heard the name she detested, her lips formed a tiny snarl. Tatsumaki shouted, "There you go again, calling him that trash of a name, or something similar. Deku, Deku, Deku. Do you know what I hear when you say that? Trash, useless and piece of shit. Those are what I hear from you when you call Midoriya that name. So you better be aware that I shall never acknowledge such a name." Ochako said nothing. She was at a loss for words. In addition, Tatsumaki's tone was very different from what she had been used to from the girl. It was somewhat frightful. Tatsumaki didn't stop there, though. Her temper lessened, but she went on. And as for your question, let me answer with a question of my own. She responded. What do you think villains are like? Do you group them as one and the same or people with their own ideologies about the society? I can honestly tell you that there are villains far worse than the ones you've seen on TV. Right now, as we speak, Midoriya is about to enter a new page in his life, but in order to do that he has to conquer the obstruction before him, Bakugo, someone who Midoriya looked up to and now turned bully. I wonder how things will go. But what about the test? Interjected Ochako. I understand Deku has to face Bakugo one day, but from the sounds of it you're just making it worse. Pushing someone like Bakugo won't help. Speaking rhetorically, Tatsumaki asked, and how would you know? Nothing you say will change things because they are already in motion. Maybe my tactics sound insane to you, but the end justifies the means. So, hero, how are you going to stop me? Tatsumaki's tone sounded very different from her own. Ochako's heart sank a little as she realized it, too. There was no indication of concern in the Esper's eyes. Like a real villain, she appeared emotionless. Katsuki and Izuku's altercation had occurred and ended exactly as it had begun. Katsuki was now searching for Izuku, who appeared to have vanished after they struck each other. To remind himself of the blow Izuku had given him before he was launched into the air, Katsuki even had to touch his cheek. Naturally, though, that did not imply that the teen with the green hair had escaped unharmed. The hot-headed teen's explosion had actually hit Izuku square in the face, and Katsuki was now adamantly reminded of the altercation. That fucking nerd can really deliver a powerful blow. As he kept walking, Katsuki thought angrily. Deku, you just wait. I'm going to smash your face. Next time, don't hold back. The irascible teenager then carried on with his hunt. Izuku, meanwhile, was squatting somewhere else, his costume ruined. Both his mask and the sleeve of his right arm were completely gone. But surprisingly, he wasn't injured as one might think. However, he was considering the situation critically. While I had the opportunity, I managed to give him the slip. He has completely ignored Uraraka and is only interested in me, as I had assumed. Any reasonable plan on their part would have sent Tatsumaki in the lead. Without a doubt, she would have been sufficient to oppose us on her own. At the park by the sea, she managed to temporarily subdue All Might. He went on. It's clear now that neither of them came up with this predetermined plan. Simply put, this is Kachan's blind rage, which indicates that our opponents aren't in agreement right now. Our chances of winning would have been zero if they had remained united and launched an offensive against us right away. I am somewhat familiar with Tatsumaki's fighting style, as well as Kachan's. The only similarity between them in combat is that they both enjoy letting loose with their attacks. Therefore, that would have been the worst-case situation if I had chosen Uraraka. However, before facing Tatsumaki, we might have prevailed if we had both battled Kachan here. The teenager then reached a conclusion. Even though he didn't like the idea, it worried him. Finally, we made a mistake. I yelled at Uraraka to get out of the fight. She has undoubtedly gone to confront Tatsumaki and obtain the core. I could try to imagine that she would resist Uraraka, but given Tatsumaki, she might not think of it. Furthermore, I can't tell Uraraka to return because Fubuki previously informed me that Tatsumaki can sense someone's presence. So, Uraraka, just keep going. I'll come get you and defeat Kachan. All I have to do is watch his palms carefully. At that moment, a flashback occurred to me. Back in middle school, Katsuki had cornered Izuku at that time. Izuku had previously stated that he had no intention of competing with him. Though it was based on the whim of the moment, Izuku had changed. He firmly said, I forgot to tell you, Kachan, but I take that back. The bully was back with Katsuki, still looking for Izuku. Tatsumaki's earlier taunts had deeply enraged and frustrated him. Just in case that wasn't enough, he experienced a flashback to his childhood with Izuku, when he was spoiled and regarded as the greatest. But he felt that Izuku had mistreated him. The boy's attempt to help him climb out of the river and his capture by that mud monster were two examples of that from years ago. He was irritated by those two incidents and became very angry at the time. Furious, I'm above you, he yelled. Izuku, meanwhile, continued to hide and devise a strategy. But before he could continue, the communicator at his ear said something about a certain girl. Deku, called Ochako. Izuku said, Uraraka, what's up? He suspected he knew what it was already. I got discovered by Tatsumaki. Sorry. Tatsumaki folded her arms across her chest and sighed. Tell Midoriya I said hi. That is what Ochako did. By the way, she says hi. Wait, why did I just tell you that? Tatsumaki stated, because you're too easy to read. Now Ochako was growing increasingly concerned. She was obviously being read by Tatsumaki, and she didn't like it. She returned to talking at the communicator as a result. She said, "Deku, what do I do?" Izuku was uncertain about what to do. However, he did come up with an idea. He exclaimed, "Where are you?" She replied, "The middle room on the 5th floor." Izuku raised his head. "She's practically directly above me." After that, he connected to the Bluetooth. "We don't have that much time left, and if time runs out, it's their win. Try to keep Tatsumaki busy, I'll get there as soon as I." At last, Katsuki came. He said, "Do what, Deku?" Izuku felt his heart sag a little in surprise. At the other end of the passage was Katsuki, who had a crazy smile on his face and his hand extended. "It's ready!" exclaimed Katsuki. He wore a huge grenade-shaped device on his wrists as part of his custom-designed outfit. Therefore, at Izuku's instruction, he lifted it and proceeded. "Now to test out this." Izuku raised his fists to his chest and stepped back onto his feet. "I'm not afraid of you anymore, Kachan." He asked rhetorically, "Fuck that. Do you think I don't know all about your stalking? My explosions are sparked by the sweats on my palms, which is like secreting nitroglycerin that then denotes." Izuku heard that and became concerned. Kachan's tone sounded completely off, and to make it worse, he went on menacingly while he grasped the pin on the grenade-shaped object on his arm. "Now, if the specs are as I asked, then I can store that nitro sweat into the bracer and—" This instantly frightened All Might. So he said, speaking into a device that looked like a microphone, "Bakugo, my boy, stop this, you'll kill him." Katsuki shot back, "If it doesn't hit him, he won't die, but I can't make any guarantee he won't leave unscathed." Then he yanked out the pin. In response, Izuku pushed his fist forward and closed his eyes. Thus, when the two fighters' attacks were directed at one another, there was a massive explosion. The building shook as two of its sides were blown apart, but this time the clash was larger than usual. Tatsumaki and Ochako were both startled as they attempted to remain upright when the shockwave even reached them. The dust started to settle back at the scene, but the revelation that followed was unexpected. There was obvious damage to the passage, and debris was all over the ground. Behind Izuku, who was on the ground, and Katsuki, who was also on the ground, there was a huge hole. Parts of their suit were missing, causing injuries to both of them. Ajiro questioned, "Are they okay?" By this point, the scene had shocked and stunned everyone in the basement. The building was in poor condition, and both fighters were on the ground and rising. Thankfully, some of its foundations remained intact, though it was unclear how long they would last. However, the students were still in disbelief. Not because of the condition of the building, but because of Izuku's survival. Surprised, Ajiro questioned, "Did he just use one punch to repeal some of Bakugo's explosion?" The idea was surprising in and of itself. Nobody had anticipated this accomplishment, particularly for All Might. However, that didn't alter the fact that it had occurred because both fighters were at last standing, with only a few pieces of their costumes missing, and they were both looking at one another as their battle was about to resume. Tatsumaki and Ochako were both taken aback when the floor beneath them began to tremble. Tatsumaki looked down and even said it. "What the hell?" Ochako, meanwhile, saw this as her opportunity to attack. Distracted, Tatsumaki jumped over the Esper and touched her feet right away, making her way directly to the core. Tatsumaki was taken aback. She asked, "So you can make yourself float as well?" Then, as she held up her hand to the girl, that astonishment transformed into a grin. "Then I guess I have to bring you back to Earth, Uraraka. Gravity." Out of nowhere, Ochako fell to the ground on her front. She felt as though she was being held back from moving, even though the core was still in front of her. It hurt. She moaned, "I can't move." With a menacing tone, Tatsumaki stated, "That's the idea." Then Ochako was raised into the air. She was still unable to move, which was unfortunate, but things got worse. She was instantly in pain as the green aura that possessed her body threw her back against a wall. Tatsumaki exclaimed, "You know what? The test can wait," from her position. Tatsumaki then arrived with great speed and kicked Ochako in the stomach. Therefore, it was strong enough to send Ochako screaming in agony and bursting through the wall before she hit the floor in the adjacent room. Ochako let out a painful groan. It hurts." Then the girl made an attempt to stand. I need to get back up." According to Tatsumaki, "I'm not done yet." This was followed by her approaching the girl. "You and I still have unfinished business." Tatsumaki then used her quirk to throw the brown-haired girl against a wall after grabbing her by the shoulder. The impact was forceful, as expected. knocking the air from Ochako's lungs before she collapsed on her front once more. Ochako then attempted to raise her head, but she was knocked back to the ground by a black feminine shoe that landed on her helmet. As a result, Ochako's view of Tatsumaki was horrifying because the Esper now had a menacing smile on her face and red eyes. Tatsumaki's eyes flashed red as she responded, "So, Uraraka, how does it feel like to face a villain? Scary, isn't it?" Tatsumaki's transformation was growing increasingly menacing. This was especially for the people watching the scene in the basement. Insisted, "Sensei, stop her." She was looking fearfully and worriedly at the screen that showed Ochako and Tatsumaki. "Tatsumaki is taking this too far, Uraraka could get hurt." Ajiro concurred, "That's right, Sensei." Yuga shook his head disapprovingly and added, "This is so no stylish." All Might turned his head away from the pupils and remained silent. Everyone in the basement was clearly protesting because the villains were acting too hastily. As he gazed at the scene, All Might was actually growing alarmed. Young Tatsumaki may not realize it, but she has a lot of potential, All Might thought solely. However, it is concerning that she is here to settle her debt. But I have seen her become more approachable, even to Uraraka. She is not merely portraying a villain here. Instead, she is voicing her complaints to Uraraka, the person with whom she is at odds. However, I feel that, in contrast to Bakugo, she is attempting to teach her something by being something that she has obviously seen, a mastermind villain. Saying, "Hey, look over there," Shoto gestured to another screen. While the fight between Tatsumaki and Ochako was getting more intense, Katsuki and Izuku's battle was enough to draw everyone's attention. That was due to the fact that both of the male fighters were completely upright again, the former gritting his teeth in anger while standing in a stance. "Repealing some of my attack back at me, Deku. I'm going to make that nerd face of yours regret it," Katsuki said with rage. Rather than replying, Izuku simply gulped down some saliva. Every time Katsuki used his quirk, the once weak child grew more dangerous. Izuku, though, wasn't overly concerned with himself. He put his hand at the communicator at his ear, worried because he hadn't heard from Ochako since before Katsuki's attack. He said, "Ochako, what's the situation?" Katsuki shouted, "Don't ignore me, you damn nerd." Izuku had to dodge after that. Katsuki's rage was evident as he launched himself at Izuku with a swing kick after using his usual behind-the-back explosions. Luckily, before the teen hit the ground, the green-haired boy leapt to his right, avoiding the attack. But there was still friction between them. Despite the interruption, Ochako had not responded to Izuku. Then, thankfully, All Might's voice came through. "Bakugo, my boy, if you shoot another blast like that, I'll end this exercise forcibly and you will lose," he stated. Launching an attack with such an extensive damage radius while indoors defeats the purpose of protecting your stronghold. It doesn't matter if you're a hero or a villain, that was just foolish. Once more and you'll earn yourself massive demerits. That didn't sit well with Bakugo. As he screamed aloud in anger and grabbed his own head, his attitude actually deteriorated. He had lost his eye mask, and with it his hair and his left grenade device, which had been destroyed by Izuku's earlier reaction. He retaliated by using the same strategy as before and launching himself directly at Izuku. He yelled, "Let's just throw some punches then." Izuku responded right away, anticipating that Katsuki would avoid him. He leapt to the opposite side. But in a shocking turn of events, Katsuki abruptly detonated an explosion in midair before using a swing kick to reroute to Izuku's location, but with a different conclusion. Izuku quickly ducked to avoid the kick, but Katsuki then redirected himself back at the teenager with another explosion, kicking him in the face from the front. The teenager was knocked to the ground by the unexpected kick. Seeing his opportunity, Katsuki then appeared above the teenager, his hands descending to deliver another devastating blow. He yelled, "Here they come, Deku, take them." The speed at which Katsuki was approaching was now too rapid. Izuku's reaction time was quicker than normal, though. As a result, he rolled out of the way quickly, but not before Katsuki's explosion on the ground in front of him blew him away. As a result, Katsuki emerged from the ground with a gloomy and terrifying scene of Izuku after he was blasted through a section of the wall that had collapsed. "Dodging me yet again. Are you mocking me, you damn twerp?" Izuku took a deep breath and remained silent. It was difficult to avoid some of Katsuki's attacks because he had to trust his gut. However, his lack of combat experience didn't really matter given the speed he had achieved. Despite his degree of control over One for All, Katsuki had an advantage over him because he was a skilled fighter. "Kachan reacts faster than I do," Izuku thought as he stood back up. I have to figure out how to counter him in order to fight him. He is aware of the techniques I picked up from watching other heroes, and the fact that I had already countered his right swing only strengthened his reliance on his kicks. I must take action or else I will. Katsuki responded by hurling himself at Izuku once more, saying, "What are you thinking of, Deku?" There wasn't much time left to react by now. Izuku, however, showed off his speed by leaping out of the way and then turning to face Katsuki when he turned to face him. As a result, he showed off more of his increased speed when the irascible teenager came from him. Rapid explosions from Katsuki were aimed at his head, but they were all avoided. Izuku quickly retreated and shifted his head out of each attack's line of sight. Izuku did not notice one thing, though. Although Katsuki was growing impatient, he also picked things up quickly in combat. As a result, Katsuki acted quickly to seize Izuku by the arm and draw him near to him whenever an opportunity presented itself. Before Izuku knew it, the irascible teenager spun around and flung Izuku to the ground. The next thing the blonde teenager did was leap at Izuku. Izuku could not get away because Katsuki's throw had already put him in the air. As a result, Katsuki approached him and swung his right arm in the direction of the teenager with the green hair. "Here's your beloved right." He then detonated another explosion. Izuku was thrown flying back the passage they had been in, colliding with a wall as he did so, leaving him with nothing to do but block the attack with his arms. He will not abandon me at any point to counter or plan. Izuku came to a conclusion after thinking. Then he added, "However, now that I am aware of it, I must defend Uraraka." Returning to the basement. "This is nothing more than naked bullying," Ejiro argued. "If you rewind the tape, it's beyond clear he'd already been captured." "This is not the behavior of a hero in the making," Momo said. "From this view, both Bakugo and Tatsumaki are dominating the fight ruthlessly. This has to stop," Tenya concurred. All Might accepted their protest and understood it, but he did nothing to break up the altercation. There was nothing else going on in Tatsumaki's case, and Katsuki appeared to be ahead against Izuku thus far. However, the fight between the two girls received some attention now that the latter was brought up. The latter was still held down by Tatsumaki's shoe, which was still on Ochako's helmet. However, it was a sad sight to see, particularly since the girl with the brown hair was still unable to move. She was more and more frightened by this new, hidden side of Tatsumaki every second that went by. Tatsumaki yelled, "Oi, are you listening? Midoriya just tried to call you a hole ago, didn't he? But you can't do anything because you can't move." Ochako remained silent. She was still feeling the pain of the invisible pressure Tatsumaki had placed on her. Tatsumaki, however, persisted in his derisive speech. "You know, there's no way you can beat me. For one, it was a mistake for a person with your quirk to try and win. Maybe if you had someone like that four-eyed freak, Iida, as an opponent, you probably would have had a chance. Besides, there's one thing about my quirk and yours that makes mine superior." "Better," Ochako pondered. Then Tatsumaki said, "Gravity? You see, Uraraka, being a psychic, my quirk relies on my mind. A psychic is basically a quirk that deals with things people consider paranormal. But what's important to notice is that, just as you create a field without gravity, I can use my psychic power to nullify that by applying gravity. That's how we're not all floating to space, because the Earth has its own gravity to hold us down. So unlike us, Midoriya and Bakugo who are fighting each other right now, the wimp has a better chance against that hothead. However, what Bakugo has is some sense of combat experience, and that, even with a strength-enhancing quirk like Midoriya, will be nothing. In other words, the villains win, and the heroes have lost, just like all things should be." "No," Ochako thought fearfully. Given Tatsumaki's presentation of the situation, it appeared hopeless. "I apologize, Deku. I was unable to." "Hey, are you there?" exclaimed Tatsumaki. The girl's silence was starting to irritate her. So she knelt down at the girl, her face clearly displaying anger. "Well, aren't you going to do something about it? What kind of hero are you?" Ochako was unable to respond, not because she couldn't, but because Tatsumaki unintentionally put more strain on her. However, Tatsumaki's anger increased as she pulled her leg away and snatched Ochako's helmet, throwing it aside. "And removed that stupid thing off your head, I'm talking to you." To keep from yelling, Ochako suppressed her voice. Tatsumaki was being cruel, revealing yet another side of herself. Ochako, however, felt the pressure on her suddenly decrease as a result, and she was soon able to move her body. "I am able to move." She realized what she was thinking. Then she glanced at Tatsumaki's ankle, which gave her a boost of confidence. This is my opportunity. I must divert Tatsumaki's attention now. Ochako then extended her hand and took the girl by the ankle. Got you! Exclaimed Ochako. I'm not going to give up just yet. Tatsumaki smiled mischievously and said, Oh, so you finally talk? At that moment, Ochako became aware of a problem. When it touched Tatsumaki's fingers, she wasn't floating in midair as she should have been. However, before she could come to a conclusion about the cause, Tatsumaki kicked the girl in the face so violently that she fell to the ground and then stopped. As Tatsumaki approached her casually, she began to feel pain in various areas of her body. The Esper asked rhetorically, Didn't you hear what I told you before, idiot? My quirk allows me to nullify yours. But I guess there's one other detail I forgot to add. You see this green aura around me? It's not for light show. It's a low-level shield that keeps me from harm, so your quirk never stood a chance against me. Ochako made a hasty attempt to stand, but she was slowed down by the pain of her tumble. She reached for her communicator and realized that she could only complete it at her own pace. She called, Deku, are you there? Please respond. Izuku answered, Uraraka, finally, I got you. When Tatsumaki heard a particular name, he snapped. Consequently, she picked up the communicator and held it in her hand using her quirk. She then crushed it in her palm and dropped the fragments to the floor. Sorry, Midoriya, but right now we're having a girls' time, no boys allowed. Ochako objected and said, Hey, that's not fair. A gust of wind was hurled at her at that very moment. Although it caused no harm, it caused her to lose her earlier reaction, which led her to defend herself with her arms. She was therefore confronted with an incredible sight when she turned to face Tatsumaki. A green aura was circulating the air around Tatsumaki in the room. To make matters worse, Tatsumaki stood motionless with green eyes. Tatsumaki shouted, Villains are never fair, Uraraka. Her voice also had an echoing quality because it was filled with a lot of negative emotion. Now I get you. Your life was a modest one, right? With that sweet and positive attitude of yours. You probably made a lot of friends. You had a normal upbringing and a good family to make you feel warm and safe. Well, guess what, girl? The world of villains is a much dark place than you'll ever realize. So tell me, Uraraka, why do you want to be a hero? Don't give me a half-assed answer that, because it's cool, I swear I'll crush that dream into pieces. This wind. She's too powerful, Ochako came to her own realization. The brown-haired girl's situation appeared to be hopeless by this point. She could see things differently now, even though she still harbored some hope that she and Izuku could defeat Tatsumaki. As a result, she remembered seeing the video of Tatsumaki defeating the villain who looked like mud. Tatsumaki, ever since I watched that video, I thought you were awesome. I realized that if a girl my age could accomplish something so amazing, it would bring my dream of helping my parents closer to reality. Now, though, I feel as though you're trying to tell me something. Despite my fear, I apologize. Tatsumaki ultimately received no response. But that didn't mean the Esper approved of it. She merely glared at the girl while pointing at her with her hand. As a result, the battle between them ended as the next event. Ochako was hit by some of the wind that blew through the room, and there was nothing he could do about it. Consequently, the girl screamed loudly as she was blown off her feet, then lost her strength and went unconscious. Ochako was seen lying on the ground a moment later. Fortunately, Tatsumaki stood near her, glaring slightly, and she was unharmed. But when she sighed, the attitude changed. Rest well, Uraraka, you did your best. I just hope you never face the monsters I've experienced. The communicator she had previously destroyed was still there when she opened her hand. Then she heard a voice she recognized as she put it to her ear. Uraraka, are you doing okay? I'm on my way. With composure, Tatsumaki said, Don't bother, Midoriya. Uraraka is down. Now it's just you against Bakugo and me. So prepare to face the fact that you've lost. I'm coming for you soon, hero. Tatsumaki then took out the communicator and threw it beside Ochako. She had no doubts about it, so her objective was obvious and straightforward. However, she paused before turning to face Ochako and glancing at the small cameras in front of her. She was thinking of something else. In the basement everyone could see the fight between Tatsumaki and Ochako. Though it wasn't particularly shocking, the unadulterated display of power was astounding because everyone appeared to be watching the scene and commenting on it, with some people sharing their thoughts while others kept them to themselves. Ajiro said, Damn, that was brutal. Uraraka really didn't stand a chance against her, Tsuyu replied. Now that I think of it, their battle formation was flawed. Momo replied. After that, she examined the position. Difference in power between them and Tatsumaki was a distance by far. Add that with the fact that Bakugo is involved only makes their faces in a solo fight even futile. Now he's the only hero left. Tenya concurred, saying, no doubt that about it. Although his serious face didn't show it much, he was worried about the fight. However, as he gazed at the scene involving Izuku and Katsuki, his mind was open. What exactly are you going to do now, Midoriya? Mina exclaimed. Hey! What's going on there? She pointed to the screens that displayed Tatsumaki in a somewhat shocked manner. But the fact that they turned black was what was frightening about them. Everyone is now paying attention to these. As questions were tossed around, none of them knew what might have caused it. But All Might just stared at the black screens, seemingly unconcerned. Actual shock is unnecessary, All Might reasoned. Even though turning off the cameras is prohibited, it is somewhat expected that she would notice them. I don't sense any malice, though. Whatever the situation, it's obvious that she's trying to conceal something from the public. He then turned to face Katsuki and Izuku on the screen. The conflict between Izuku and Katsuki had been going on for some time. As Katsuki faced him again, he appeared even more irate than before, so Izuku stepped back once more to avoid another explosion. Katsuki shouted passionately, why won't you fight back now, Deku? You better not be looking down on me. Despite taking a step back, Izuku clenched his fist. There was a reason he had been avoiding Katsuki's attacks. This was because he was only thinking about Uraraka when he saw the bully from middle school advancing on him. I apologize, Uraraka, I wouldn't have beaten you if I had been more intelligent, Izuku pondered. With every second that went by, he could sense the tension of the situation. As he stood in front of Katsuki, a serious expression developed on his face. Katsuki saw and smiled maniacally. So you're finally going to fight me, huh? Then come at me. It's not as though I have many options. Izuku had a direct thought. Tatsumaki will be going to this fight now that Uraraka is defeated. Kachan, I know I can defeat you. If I want to stop being the wimp you know me to be, I must do it. But if she shows up, I can't do it. Your peculiarities will be too strong for me to overcome. I'll prove to you and to her that I've changed from who I was before because of this. Izuku then made a beeline for Katsuki. Although there wasn't much separation between them, the climax was. The two appeared to be the center of attention at this point, as their feelings for one another had finally reached a breaking point. Izuku firmly acknowledged, you're amazing, Kachan. That is why I have to win and surpass you. Katsuki yelled back, shut up. I'll wipe that expression off that fucking face of yours. It was all impressive to All Might. He witnessed more than just two children fighting, despite his students' objections to the scene. As he observed the scene, his thoughts and emotions were focused on the two. This needs to stop, but I don't want to ruin it for them. For now, set heroics aside. This is the first time they have truly gotten angry with one another. All Might kept watching the scene after that. The other students who were shocked by Katsuki's actions felt the same way. They kept watching, though, as the two teenage boys drew closer to one another, each preparing to swing their right at the other. Ajiro, however, was unable to handle the scene any longer. Sensei. Enough's enough already, Sensei. At last, All Might yielded. Even he could see that things were getting out of hand, but he could also relate to his students' emotions. He spoke into the tiny microphone after raising it to his mouth. Attention both teams, the match is susp. I can still do this, exclaimed Izuku. There was a lot of resolve in Izuku. Thus, the distance between him and Katsuki had finally been bridged in that instant when he had interrupted All Might. However, the green-haired teenager did something unexpected as soon as Katsuki swung his right arm to release another explosion. Just as the teenager let go of his blast and landed behind him, he leapt over the bully. He then quickly turned to Katsuki's back at the same moment that the irascible teenager turned to face him, albeit more slowly. Katsuki knew what might occur next. His current position allowed the green-haired teen to finish him off because Izuku's speed was greater than his own. Katsuki did not, however, give up. He turned to face the teenager, who was now coming forward for the final blow, and was about to explode again. If the tension between these two boys wasn't already apparent, it was now. Izuku came very close to defeating the irascible teenager. Izuku then did another unexpected teen. Izuku knew he could defeat Katsuki at that time because he was intelligent, but there was a better idea in his mind. Therefore, as soon as he stood up, he used a portion of one for all's controlled power to deliver a single, powerful blow to the ceiling. Consequently, a tremendous gust of wind struck them as he pierced the concrete and then leapt through it, startling Katsuki and the others in the vicinity. Ajiro was so shocked that he asked, what was just that? There was another explosion. But it wasn't from Katsuki, who was still gazing at the opening Izuku had made in the ceiling. As a result, the only plausible explanation was that Izuku was punching the ceiling in a Mario-style manner in order to advance to the next floor and beyond. Mina exclaimed, "Wow! Look at him go," with excitement. Tenya couldn't understand. He had the opportunity to defeat Bakugo, but he decided against it. A thought then struck him. What is his? Does he plan on going to the core himself? Unthinkable. All Might was taken aback. Like the others, he had assumed that Izuku was intent on defeating Katsuki, but he was later shown to be mistaken. But now that he could see Izuku's real objective, he couldn't help but smile. So, my boy, Midoriya, that was your goal all along. That didn't impress Katsuki, though. He was stunned because, in a sense, he had been perplexed by Izuku's true purpose all along. Katsuki began, but did not finish, so, you're telling me that. From the very beginning, he continued, I knew it. You really are looking down on me. He had a new realization that made him sick, and instead of reaching for his communicator to call his partner in crime, Tatsumaki, he chose to just stare at the scene while he continued to hear more boom sounds from Izuku. There was no sign of anyone in the room where the core was, but a second after the explosion, Izuku leapt out of the hole and landed just meters from the core, sending rocky debris flying and creating a huge hole in the room. Izuku thought resolutely, sorry, Kachan, but this is the only way I can really beat you. And started running in the direction of the core. But I couldn't have done this without Uraraka's assistance. She told me where she was, and that's how I was able to pinpoint the way to go. Now I just need to retrieve the core and it'll be our win. Uraraka's sacrifice won't be for nothing, Izuku said. Though Izuku knew that Katsuki might be floors away to stop him, Tatsumaki's position was still unknown, so he put a lot of effort into his speed and quickly closed the distance between him and the core. Despite this, there was a sense of goodness in this moment. Then, regrettably, something happened. Izuku's hand was extended to the core, but he was abruptly unable to proceed, and he knew why. Izuku thought, oh no, she's already here. I thought she would be going to the floor with Kachan, but no, it wouldn't have mattered. Tatsumaki is really fast, so I shouldn't be surprised. I guess this is the end of the road for you, hero. Tatsumaki, the Esper, who was currently hovering over the hole he had made with her hand out to him, grinned mischievously, her eyes gazing down at the teenager with a satisfied gleam. You're quite astute, Midoriya. More than I would have imagined. All this time I thought you were just focused on beating Bakugo, Tatsumaki said gratefully. But here you are, breaking your way here with one for all. Tatsumaki. Izuku went into a panic. Calm down. All Might is the only person in the basement who can hear us, and Bakugo hasn't left his position. Tatsumaki went on, saying, now none of that matters. To tell the truth, I could have quickly ended this test. But I refrained because it didn't seem like fun. The test will end in 3 minutes, so get ready. I hate to inform you that Uraraka and you have lost. This time, the villains have prevailed. Tatsumaki was correct. The test was timed, so it would all be over soon. But what made Izuku feel so helpless at that moment was that he was being held in place and had no control over it. Izuku gritted his teeth and tried to contain his tears. Izuku, who could only look at the core in front of him, finally said, so, that's how it is. Uraraka and I couldn't beat you guys, but can you at least tell me one more thing, Tatsumaki? Depends on what it is, responded Tatsumaki. When Uraraka faced you, did she give it her all? When Tatsumaki didn't respond, she became suspicious of that question for some reason, so she asked, and what if she did? Izuku stated, then, I have to give it my all too. When Tatsumaki saw that Izuku's right arm was now pulsing with red electricity, she realized that something was definitely wrong with him, but it was too late. Izuku used that arm to escape her psychic hold on him and swung a punch backwards at Tatsumaki. You're mistaken, Tatsumaki, this is our win. Izuku's punch was so powerful that it sent the Esper flying blocks away from the scene and out of the building, screaming as she was unable to stop herself. The Esper was suddenly blown away by a fierce wind, but that didn't mean he didn't feel some pain. In fact, he shouted in pain as he held his now broken arm with his working arm. The teenager's green eyes gleamed as she said, it hurts, but now nothing is stopping us. Izuku knew that every second mattered, so he wasted no time in walking to the core. When he finally touched it, he fell to his knees and struck his head against the core. Got it back. He uttered those words. With a smile on his face, All Might held the small microphone once more and made the announcement without delay, since the winner was obvious. The heroes, The victory belongs to the hero team. Bakugo, who was still where he was when Izuku had left him, was shocked to hear that. Tatsumaki, who was standing from a crater on a rooftop when she received the news from her communicator, smirked slightly instead of feeling sad or upset. "I guess I'll have to take you a bit more seriously next time, Midoriya," she replied. This marked the end of what felt like a protracted battle. Izuku and Ochako had fought so hard for this triumph, and now it was theirs. Bakugo and Tatsumaki, on the other hand, would undoubtedly be impacted by this setback going forward, given the young one for all successor. They were all being watched, but no one knew how. In a room with several screens and a chair beside a heart monitor, a lone man concealed from view was watching screens that displayed the students and All Might in the basement as well as various views of the buildings where Ochako, Izuku, Bakugo, and Tatsumaki had started their test. If the enigmatic man had anything to say, a feminine disembodied voice would have cut it short. The feminine voice said, "I guess that means you actually trust me, so you've decided to watch them live." An intimidating, "Psychos," was said by the man. "You also recall my name." Psychos joked, "It took me a long time to finally track you, so extra points, all for one. And now that I have, it appears that my only option is to communicate with you via telepathy. You have a remarkable mental block." Rather than responding, All for One stayed silent for a few seconds before expressing his thoughts. "What kind of business do you currently run? Child, I would say, be careful where you poke yourself." HMPH. "Me, a kid." Psychos took offense, saying, "At least I'm not the one with the serious injuries, watching the jerk teach a group of children." "Enough. Leave my mind willingly or face the consequences," All for One yelled firmly. "All right," Psychos sighed. "Before I leave, what do you think of her?" "I was getting bored anyhow," she said. "Is she finally up to your standards? I should have given you something to enjoy because I changed your name to Villain when that All Might fool wasn't looking." All for One remained silent, instead concentrating on the picture of Tatsumaki taking off from the scene of her crash, but Psychos persisted. "Well, whenever you have that in mind, let me know," she responded. After all, she has the potential to become the greatest villain this world had ever seen, just like her birth father was. Once more, All for One was emotionless in his response to that. He understood Psycho's meaning, particularly with regard to the Esper's real father, but he chose to keep his thoughts to himself while he watched the screens. The live feed even distorted for a moment, so I couldn't read their lips either. Well, whatever the case is, I know now that there is something about the boy that Psychos is keeping from me. But it does not matter for now. The truth shall be revealed soon enough, All for One thought suspiciously. There was something that boy and the girl said before he dealt with her. It simply occurred. The team that won the Heroes vs. Villains battlefield test was revealed by All Might. The students' feelings when they witnessed it could be compared to the statement that it was astounding. Even more so, Katsuki was completely taken aback by what had just transpired. The losing team is fairly uninjured, while the winning team is collapsed, the Mighty said. In other words, they lost the scuffle but won the match. The pro hero was correct. Ochako walked through the hole she had created because of Tatsumaki earlier, while Izuku, who was completely worn out, was kneeling by the nuclear core prop in one screen. She appeared worn out and her costume was filthy. Tsuyu remarked, "This was really just training though." He had not yet recovered psychologically from what had transpired back at Katsuki. In addition to beating him, a boy he had thought of as nothing more than a pebble had also left him with some physical and psychological scars. In other words, as Katsuki gazed at his left arm, this was a blow to his ego. "Deku was reading me like a book with my right swing. Furthermore, he devised a method to defeat me." It was difficult for his mind to understand. But whether he liked it or not, reality was very harsh. He was therefore shocked by the outcome of the battle. He yelled, "Ha! H. In summary, even though we were truly giving it our all, I lost. Deku too." Then All Might appeared. It wasn't long before the professional hero was behind Katsuki, his renowned smile on his face, his hand resting calmly on the teenager's shoulder. "My boy, Bakugo, let's return. Your critique is about to begin. You take a look back, consider the experience, and move on with your life regardless of whether you won or lost," All Might stated. At that point, Tatsumaki appeared. She had just landed from the place where Izuku had sent her flying, and she appeared to be content with the result rather than embarrassed or shocked by what had happened to her. The pro hero revealed who had performed better in the test in character, and it was Tatsumaki. Everyone was there except for Izuku, and Ochako was there as well because her body appeared to have recovered. It was unexpected, but not something that needed much attention just yet, especially since they were going to hear from their sensei. The Esper's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she yelled, "What?" Suyu even brought it up there, and some students were a little perplexed as they looked to All Might for clarification. However, weren't Ochako and Midoriya the winners? She inquired. Well, I wonder why I could possibly think so, All Might retorted, who can tell? Momo held up her hand and said, All Might Sensei, yes, she went on to say, it's because Tatsumaki was the one who adjusted to the situation the best. Having witnessed the altercation, Bakugo's actions were obviously motivated by a personal grievance and were therefore completely capricious. Furthermore, a long-range attack in an indoor arena is just foolish, as you previously told us, Sensei. Katsuki's ego was further bruised by that, but he remained silent, so Momo continued to criticize Izuku even though he wasn't present to hear it. In reference to Ochako, she stated, Uraraka's game got lost halfway through and she failed to think of a counterattack upon being detected. She continued, the same reasoning goes for Midoriya. Though she didn't have to express it, Ochako's dejected expression was evident as Momo went on with her critique of the battle. We were treating that paper match thing as an actual nuclear weapon, so Midoriya's way of approaching the thing wouldn't have flown either. But Tatsumaki obviously thought things out to the end because she correctly assumed the match would resolve around the core, even though her actions were almost as brutal as Bakugo's. She seemed to have planned the entire thing, if nothing else. Knowing all about their past, she urged her teammate to take control of Midoriya so that she could kill Uraraka and then wait for Midoriya to approach in case Bakugo failed. The only thing she did wrong was to underestimate her opponent. To sum up, I think the hero team's purported victory is being overly kind by referring to this as just training, which verges on breaking the rules. Everyone fell silent at once, and Momo's rapid analysis was so impressive that All Might, though not physically able to express it, was surprised. The pro-hero thought, holy moly, she said it all, but managed to keep his composure and gave her a thumbs up. Great answer, hee. We should always begin our studies with what's familiar, Momo said, standing in a pose with her hands on her hips. And we won't become great heroes if we don't support one another completely. On a different subject, though, I have a question. Excellent. What is it? Tatsumaki asked impolitely. What happened after you beat Uraraka? Momo asked her as he turned to face her. Strange, don't you think? The screens that were showing the scene from various pinpointed cameras abruptly stopped working. What? Lee like'll be aware. Momo was suspicious and didn't like it, but Tatsumaki yelled back, and even though she was taken by surprise, she became direct. If you have something to say to me, don't mince words. Tell me straight out, you buy. Enough. To silence them, All Might yelled, we didn't come here to quarrel. Make an effort to get along, you know, these are moments to make memories. HMPH, Momo and Tatsumaki both obstinately turned their heads away from one another. Akemi Toshi joked, wow, tough crowd. Like Momo Yajirozu and Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 pro hero. Akami Torsh was a recommended teen with pink hair in a single braid that reached her hips, blue eyes, a C-cup chest, and a hairpin shaped like a sun. Her hero costume consisted of purple jeans, a pink leather jacket, a white shirt with a heart shape on it, and purple gloves. She developed fresh animosity toward Momo after returning to Tatsumaki. As annoying as she is, she's pretty smart. I should be careful with people like her, it's bad enough that there's the 4 eyes. She then turned to face Momo and gazed at her chest, which made her even more irate. What the hell? Are we even the same age? And what's with having them exposed like that? Are you mocking me, you ponytail bitch, she said. Tatsumaki's animosity toward the girl was now verified, but the test still had to be completed. Various students, each with their own peculiarities, were chosen to be either heroes or villains in the same simulation that Tatsumaki, Katsuki, Ochako, and Izuku experienced. However, they did not nearly destroy the place to the point of its collapse. They defeated Masharao Ojiro, a blonde teen with a kangaroo-like body physique, and Toru Hagakuri, an invisible girl, with the help of Mezu Shuiji, a teen with a quirk known as replicant arms. Shoto, one of the most impressive students, had the ability to manipulate fire with one side of his body and ice with the other. The tests continued until it was finally time for Team L and Team J. Tenya Iida and Eijiro Kirishima made up Team L, while Akemi Toshi and Hinata Siro, a teenager who could shoot tapes from his elbows, made up Team J. Suyu said, this might be interesting. In addition to Iida and Eijiro being positioned as the heroes, and Akemi and Hinata as the villains, The appropriate teams had been sent into the building where the match would begin, and since nobody really knew each other's quirks, it was something to look forward to. In response to Tsuyu, Momo said, "We'll see. Iida's quirk is almost obvious, and Eijiro and Shiro, we've already seen in Aizawa-sensei's test, except for Toshi." "Akemi, you mean? Now that you bring it up, she never displayed her quirk in Aizawa-sensei's test. At least not as far as we could see," Tsuyu inquired. All Might announced the test start, and everyone in the monitor room watched to see what would happen. It was always entertaining to watch people with strange personalities compete against people they didn't know, but in this situation, it didn't mean the students could relax completely. This test was the beginning of their journey to become heroes. Eijiro, who was walking directly beside Iida, who appeared to be cautiously glancing around, commented, "Not bad so far. By the way, did you get what Toshi's quirk is? I never saw." Tenya responded, "No, I didn't. I seem to remember that she finished last in Aizawa-sensei's test. But we must remain focused. As heroes, we must be ready for anything. I can no longer emphasize how important this moment is to us." "Indeed, you have a point. However, you now make me ponder what it might have been like to be assigned to the villain team." Eijiro was quick to draw the taller team's attention to a tape mid-arrow plastered on the wall at the corridor, pointing it another direction. Tenya shuddered in response, feeling as though he had experienced such something, but now was not the time to be feeling strange. "What is that?" He approached it, and Eijiro asked. Tenya stopped and glanced around, aware that something was happening despite his earlier feelings, so he approached the tape arrow on the wall and read what was written on it. Eijiro turned Tenya after reading, "This way, to core." "That's being way too specific and obvious. However, wasn't the core the opposite?" Tenya turned away and hummed, seeing what the villains were up to, but because he was playing the part of a hero, he took a few steps back, pointed up, and then spun back at Eijiro, pointing out. "Those evildoers must believe that we will fall for such a flimsy ruse. Based on the map, we already know where the core is." He uttered those words. Awkwardly, Eijiro replied, yeah." Then Iida turned and started walking in the opposite direction. "Go. But be aware. We should exercise caution because one of them could be hiding here." Awkwardly, Eijiro said, "Oh, okay then. By the way, Iida, what's up with your attitude? I'm a little confused by it." Tenya and Eijiro eventually reached the passage that contained the room with the core, but there was still a sense of unease because no one from the villains team had arrived to fight them or slow them down, and it was strange when they finally arrived at the entrance only to find it completely covered in material that looked like cellophane tape. "They have taped over the entrance." Tenya, who had his hand on the chin of his helmet and was staring at the covered entrance, said, "It was surprising that they would use this, but it probably points to Shiro. Is it possible to puncture the wall?" Eijiro flashed his teeth and smiled, saying, "You bet your ass I can. And I believe I know what you're thinking of." Indeed. Tenya acknowledged that the bad guys might try to surprise us, but we can get a drop on them by creating a hole in the wall. Hold their attention for a few seconds after you've made the hole. I'll enter and retrieve the core. "I enjoy that," Eijiro concurred. The teenager then launched himself into action, running a few feet through the passage before leaping at the wall to his right and then using his hardening quirk to punch right through the wall where the core was located. Make a knock. Make a knock. We've arrived," Eijiro declared. He couldn't say it in time, though, because Iida had already sprinted through the wall, heading to the core with his engine-powered feet, and his eyes widened. "Kirishima, hold them off for a while, I'll be," Tenya yelled. When he realized that there was no core and that Akemi was standing in its place, he abruptly stopped running. What was even stranger was that the girl was smiling and waving at him. "Hi there. The princess is in another castle, I'm afraid," she uttered those words. "A princess? Another allusion to Mario. Wait, where's the core?" Tenya asked, shaking his head to clear his confused thoughts. "Where you are standing, that's where it should be." Akemi merely giggled sweetly. The scene was suspicious but illogical, and even Eijiro, who remained in his place, was startled as he extended his hand to Iida. "Hey, take care, it might be a trap," he told him. Tenya stopped and inhaled. Eijiro sounded correct now that he had calmed down, so he stepped back 2 paces and looked around for any indication that the girl's likely ally might be ambushed. Iida thought, "It's definitely a trap, but where is Shiro? The core is missing, which shouldn't be able to leave this room because it's invisible, right?" He turned back to face Akemi, who had not yet spoken, but it was clear that she was aware of the location of the core. "Where is the villain core?" It is impossible to move something that large so quickly and easily, he said. The core, huh? Akemi calmly stated, I already told you that the princess is in another castle. However, if you had simply followed the sign, you might have been there. The signs? Asked Tenya. Eijiro stepped forward, feeling offended by what Akemi had said, but judging by the expression on his face, he didn't trust her. Hey, don't expect us to fall for an obvious ruse, he yelled. Akemi remained silent and continued to smile while she gazed at the two, but Eijiro became enraged and tried to take the girl by the shoulder, whether on purpose or not. Are you even paying attention to me? Hey, Eijiro shouted. Wait, Kirishima, Tenya yelled, but it was too late. Eijiro reached out to grab the girl, but his hand unexpectedly passed through her, shocking them both, especially Eijiro, who had tried to grab her several times but had been unsuccessful. What the fuck? How? What? Eijiro asked. Tenya disclosed, intangibility. His earlier intuition was validated. He realized why Akemi was here rather than at the core and why the entrance had been blocked, but he was also afraid as he started to back away. She must have been able to quickly move the core to any location thanks to intangibility. To keep us from noticing its absence, the entrance must have been blocked at that point. Kirishima, leave this place. The next thing he knew, he was falling straight through the ground, leaving Iida and Akemi alone. He turned back to face Akemi, but was taken aback when the girl touched him with her left gloved hand. Akemi jokingly remarked, Wow, you're smart one, Iida. I'm sorry I have to pull this prank on you guys, but you know you're strong and quick. I can't defeat you two without a well-thought-out strategy. Do you like my gloves, though? They enable me to transform anything I come into contact with into something intangible. Tenya remained silent, but since Akemi was too dangerous to remain motionless, he turned and fled with his engine-powered legs, leaving Akemi covered in dust. Hey, Akemi coughed. That's just being impolite. Tenya didn't respond, and he left the room to go through the passage when he made the decision to call Eijiro. Where are you, Kirishi? I just left Toshi behind. Eijiro moaned softly as he stood up, having tumbled through the upper level's fall and landed below it, but luckily his hardening quirk had prevented him from suffering any injuries. Eijiro replied, I'm fine. However, as he looked around, his eyes widened and he said, this doesn't look good. What doesn't? From his communicator, Tenya inquired. This place is a setup, but I found Zero. Locate the core, I'll fight him. No. Hold on, Eijiro turned off his communicator and ignored the shout. He had no grudge against Tenya, but he couldn't wait for his current predicament, as he could see cellophane tape-like materials everywhere he looked, and Zero was standing in one of his personal spaces. In order for Honda to use his quirk effectively, his hero costume included a black full bodysuit with white designs across the mid-torso. The sleeves were left short. He also wore white bands around his waist and thighs, as well as white boots with an orange trim. Finally, he finished his outfit with a helmet with orange shoulder pads shaped like his elbows and matching orange trim on the sleeves. Do you really think a bunch of tapes can hold me back? Asked Eijiro, with a slight smile. The expression then deepened as he asked a rhetorical question. I hate to tell you, but it won't. Despite wearing a black helmet that covered his face, Hinata was obviously taken aback when Eijiro punched the ground right away. However, this did not alter the reality of the situation, as Eijiro ended up breaking the floor beneath his own feet and falling to the ground. Be careful, take that. Eijiro straightened up and said, I got the idea from Toshi and Midoriya. All I have to do now is... Hinata came down to the same floor as Eijiro and faced him, but Eijiro was cut off when he saw a tape going straight for his head and luckily ducked just in time before jumping to put some distance. Hinata acknowledged, that wasn't how the plan was meant to go. So it was a trap, Eijiro remarked with a laugh. Hinata cursed himself in his head, but there was nothing he could do, so he threw a piece of tape straight at Eijiro from his left elbow, who managed to avoid it, and then Hinata threw another one from his right elbow, but this time Eijiro caught it and pulled the teenager straight for him. I apologize for this. After saying this, Eijiro punched Hinata by the helmet, causing several cracks before he hit the ground on his back. Although he did his best to hold back, the force was sufficient. Thankfully, Hinata managed to move, taking off his helmet due to the broken view and getting back up. The strength difference was clear, so Hinata needed to come up with a strategy to win. But Eijiro was quick and nimble, and he closed the distance by running straight for the punch. Not so quick, Eijiro yelled. Eijiro turned back just in time to see Hinata set up an X-mark tape at the end of the passage before swinging away, but Hinata reacted quickly, shooting his tapes above and forward and using them to fly over him before he could hit him. "It's not that simple for you to escape," Eijiro yelled. Unsurprisingly, the teen who produced the tape didn't act. Instead, he started to swing away using his tape. The teen quickly deactivated his quirk and ran towards the X, then slid right underneath it and got back up where he activated his quirk and chased Hinata. Tenya thought, "I still can't get through to him." When the hero was alone and moving through a passage, he kept trying to get in touch with Eijiro, who had cut off his communication, but he persisted in trying while being aware of his surroundings. "I've put enough distance between myself and Toshi, but I have to be careful. Toshi was right about the difference in quirks, because I'm fast and Eijiro is strong. That's what I had used to overwhelm them. But Toshi is surprisingly smart. She didn't really try during Aizawa-sensei's test. Could it be that she knew the test wasn't dangerous? If so, what exactly is it? I'm willing to bet she's the mastermind behind this. Because of this, it's crucial that You there, Iida?" From his communicator, Eijiro called. Without hurrying, Tenya replied, "Yes. Where have you gone? Listen, we need to focus on Toshi. She is the..." Tenya felt something approaching. It was from the wall, because he caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye, so he scurried aside to avoid being grabbed by a hand. Then, with lightning speed, he grabbed that hand and pulled Akemi from the wall, followed by a spin that caused him to toss the girl to the end of the passage. "Sigh," Akemi cried out. Her back made contact with the wall before she finally hit the ground on her front. That really hurt." Tenya apologized sincerely, saying, "I tried to be easy, but just because you're a girl doesn't mean that I'll react the way I do. I am a hero, so I will pass this test." Even though Tenya wasn't as strong as Eijiro, he was still physically stronger than Akemi, who winced but managed to get up on his knees. Tenya wasn't finished, though, as he went on to offer a little critique of his own. "Your intangibility quirk is formidable, but what just happened now confirmed my suspicion." He responded. "Your suspicion?" Akemi asked. Tenya replied, "Yes, your quirk works best up close, similar to Uraraka. You can't make someone intangible if they're not close to you, am I right?" Akemi hesitated before responding, "Yes, that's correct. I need to touch someone in order for my quirk to be useful. But that's why I ordered something special for these gloves," Akemi said abruptly. Tenya stepped back, unsure of what Akemi had in mind. He could run away, of course, but the girl might be anticipating that, so he became wary when she pressed the communicator to her ear in a serious tone. "Are you in position, Shiro?" she inquired. "I'm making progress. Although it took some time, Eijiro is incredibly quick," Hinata answered. "Well done. When you see my signal, wait for it and move on," Akemi told him. The conversation ended there. Tenya was already suspicious, so he asked even though Akemi hadn't changed her stance since then. "What have you been doing? May I ask?" he asked. "Are you going to? You mean down, don't you?" At that moment, below them at another floor, Eijiro was chasing Hinata, who had set up tapes in the guy's way, and Tenya's eyes widened. Although Akemi couldn't see them, she could tell he was picking up on her thoughts. It was annoying to rip the tapes, as some even stuck on him while he continued to chase Hinata. "Shiro, you can't continue like this. My hardening quirk makes it too easy for me to get past obstacles," Eijiro clarified. "I see that. Come on, Toshi, where's the signal?" Hinata responded, finding it harder to keep Eijiro on track as he was actually catching up to him. In addition, the passages, sizes varied, so Akemi was his only hope. The former was able to determine what the latter's idea might be after returning to Tenya and Akemi. "I must leave this place immediately. With her gloves, it can be that it would help amplify her quirk." In that instant, Akemi placed her right hand on the floor and focused her quirk through the floor to allow Tenya's right leg to have a direct line. Tenya was unable to avoid it in time, and as a result, half of his leg went through the floor, surprising him as he fell to the ground. Tenya turned quickly because his quirk may be remarkably fast, so he didn't make any delay. "Sigh, she made a part of the floor intangible so my leg can go through. I have to get up quick and run," Tenya screamed. But there was more. Tenya's leg was still attached to the rest of his body because Akemi hadn't turned off her quirk, so when he attempted to stand up with his arms, he felt both of them shoot through the floor, leaving only the rest of his body to keep him from falling completely. Only the hero, Eijiro, was now moving, but as he continued to swing away from Eijiro, Hinata, unbeknownst to him, saw Tenya's arms and leg above him. That's Tashi's signal, and it kind of looks like something from a horror movie, but it's not a mistake. With that, he swung past Tenya's location and landed on the floor, turning to face Eijiro, who was pursuing him without even noticing Tenya's arms and leg hovering just above him. Toshi, I am in position. ACT now, Hinata yelled. It was fortunate that Eijiro had turned off his quirk before the collision, because he was confused and then quickly became alarmed to the point of stopping, but it was too late, as Akemi at her respective floor pressed both her hands on the floor and made it intangible, which meant much for Tenya, whose entire body ended up going right through it and falling directly on top of Eijiro. But the fight was far from over. Tenya, whose armor had shielded him from the fall, was also unharmed, while Eijiro was bewildered. Well, what are you doing here, Iida? Eijiro asked in disbelief. As soon as Tenya understood his role, he stood up from Eijiro and tried to explain. Hey, Toshi, she is the brains behind it. There isn't time for. A tape shot at Tenya's arm, but he managed to avoid it and turned to see Hinata heading directly at him. As the gap between them narrowed, Tenya responded by turning on the engine at his left foot and kicking up quickly, which would hit Hinata in a matter of seconds. They failed to consider one thing, though, and that was Akemi, who immediately descended upon Hinata from above, rendering them both intangible enough to pass through Tenya's attack and then through the ground. Since there was no sign of them after that, Tenya turned over to Eijiro, who was now upright. You're standing again. Well, what's that at your ankle, Iida? Eijiro pointed and inquired. Tenya was shocked to see a capture tape around his ankle, which indicated that he was eliminated from the match. HOOOOWWW. Tenya let out a cry. At the monitor room, where everyone was watching, Akemi and Hinata both managed to turn the tide against two individuals who should have controlled the fight. In fact, it seemed more like a brain versus bronze match, with the brains winning so far. I had no idea Toshi was so intelligent. Mina grinned as she acknowledged. She also has a lot of movement in her chest. To the dismay of the former, Minetto added. One of the objectives of this test is to observe how the students plan. So far, not only has young Akemi limited damage, but she was able to easily assess her opponents' quirks and personality and use them to her team's advantage. Just goes to show that a sweet face can be unpredictable, All Might said. As Shoto later pointed out, the pro hero had good reason to believe that, as he and the other students could see Hinata and Akemi hanging by the teens tape he had just made, just a moment after Tenya had been captured. They also have a fast reflex. Shoto remarked, I don't think they planned that last-minute dodge, but after avoiding Iida's kick, Akemi was able to use her intangibility quirk to put the capture around his ankle by hanging just below him from the lower floor. Eijiro is the only one left now. A chirpy Akemi, sitting on Hinata's head, looked down on him and said, one down, one to go. Oh, I hope you don't mind, Shiro. Hinata stammered, sure. It was embarrassing and awkward to have a girl sit on his head. Luckily, it didn't last long because Hinata, who wasn't very strong physically, grunted when the girl moved, and Akemi got down to the teen's back, where she then held on. Hinata said, sorry to admit this, but I'm not that strong. Shiro, I apologize, but just give me a little more time. Akemi responded, we're so close. Then, pointing to the ceiling a few meters away, she said, look there. Lower us down and swing right there. We'll jump Eijiro after I get us through it. Are you able to do that? Yes, I will try my best. Hinata uttered those words. The teenager was approaching his breaking point, but he followed Akemi's instructions, and as a result, they emerged through the ceiling and found themselves on the same floor as Tenya and Eijiro, who were both taken aback. Eijiro, they're pursuing you, Tenya yelled. I am aware of that. Despite shouting, Eijiro proceeded to leap at the pair. That's why I'm going to put a stop to this. No, you see, they have a plan, Tenya shouted. But there was no time to turn things around. Akemi used her quirk to get past Eijiro, and she and Hinata did so. When they reached the ground, they turned to face Eijiro, who was then hit by Hinata's tape, which caught the man at his back as he was still in the air. Well done, Shiro, Akemi complimented. The position Eijiro was in at the air was good and not to be wasted. Hence, the girl grabbed the Hinata's tape just as he did as well. Now together, swing him down. Although Eijiro was challenging, he could be overpowered, so with the help of gravity, Akemi and Hinata's combined strength managed to knock him to the ground. However, it didn't end there, as Eijiro quickly got back up and turned to face the two of them. He was about to attack when Hinata shot him 2 tapes, trapping his arms. That didn't stop him, though, because Eijiro cried out in frustration and tore the tapes off with another cry, just in time for Akemi. The tapes were a distraction for the girl to approach him, so when she got close to him, there was no stopping her. Eijiro jumped back, but the girl jumped after him with the capture tape, and then she wrapped the tape around his waist, indicating his capture. Captured, she yelled. No, damn it. Eijiro let out a cry. But it was too late. All Might's voice could be heard shortly after the signal bell sounded. The team of villains has triumphed. Eijiro lay on the ground, stunned, and Tenya was nearly in a kneeling position following the incident. We, mumbled Tenya. Then Eijiro added, lost. Yes. On top of Eijiro, Akemi chirpily said, thank you for all of your hard work. Hey, Toshi, Hinata shouted. While he was somewhat anxious as he approached the girl, he was also feeling pleased with their outcome. We actually did it. He grumbled. To be honest with you, I really thought we were done for, but you actually pulled through. Akemi said, I didn't pull off. With a cute smile on her face, she held his hand in both of her hands, which made Hanta's heart skip a beat. I mean, we did it. Thank you, Hinata. A good plan can only succeed if everyone is working toward it. You were essential to my success. Is it possible for us to become friends? Hinata grinned back, sure. Of course. Then he had an idea. By the way, where did you put the core? Oh, that. I kept it at the corridor they refused to go into, Akemi said, her smile growing. Huh. Hinata was somewhat taken aback, as were Eijiro and Tenya, who had both heard her, but it was Tenya who finally put everything together. You're implying that we could have won and the test would have ended if we had simply taken that turn. Akemi nodded. Yup. Too shocked by the revelation, all 3 boys hilariously collapsed to the ground, while Akemi simply blinked in confusion. Did I make a mistake? She inquired. Even though it was peaceful, the effects of the battle between Izuku, Ochako, Katsuki, and Tatsumaki were still felt. Hours passed before school could end, and the sun could be seen moving toward the horizon, where it would be completely down in a few hours. Even Ochako, who had been sitting on a stool before Recovery Girl, was concerned as she glanced back at Izuku, who was lying on the bed, exhausted and unconscious, his right arm bandaged, and hadn't woken up for a while. Speaking of Ochako, she was in the nurse's clinic getting checked out. Will he be alright? Ochako said glumly. I wasn't strong enough, so he went through all that. Recovery Girl assured her, he'll be fine. She had just finished taking the girl's blood pressure, so she set that aside and leaned back. You're good, she said. You seem to have never been hurt. Well done. Yeah, Ochako replied glumly, and remembering how she had been kicked through the wall during the Heroes vs. Villains test and how Tatsumaki had finally overpowered her, she realized that, strangely enough, she had not taken off her hero costume. Beating yourself up over what happened isn't going to fix anything, the Recovery Girl responded with a sigh, hoping to get the girl's attention, which she did. I've witnessed students acting that way because they believe they lack the necessary strength. However, would you like to know something? Here, the students gain knowledge from their experiences. Perhaps you ought to follow suit and observe the results. Relying on others can be beneficial at times, and I think your friend over here wouldn't mind at all. Ochako mumbled, I never thought of that. She felt a little better and then got to her feet, grinning slightly. Thank you, I'm going to take a break now. The Recovery Girl said, take care of yourself. They soon split up, but in the process, the pro-hero's demeanor changed and became more somber. Her quirk is gravity, and yet there's no indication she suffered physical damage. I probably should have asked her who her opponent was. Recovery Girl thought, and took out a medical file featuring Ochako's face. Recovery Girl recognized the person as soon as the door swung open and closed, so even as she glanced at it, she saw that All Might, in his regular form, was there to see how Izuku was doing, though there might have been some reprimands from the elderly female superhero. Ochako left the nurse's room and walked to her classroom, her footsteps echoing through the hallways because most of the students had already left, her thoughts focused only on getting to the changing room and putting on her school uniform again. Then she appeared in front of her. Tatsumaki was wearing her school uniform again and was going in the same direction as Ochako, so they were bound to meet. Additionally, the Esper was holding the helmet from Ochako's suit, which served as another reminder of their past interactions. However, Tatsumaki was not used to such silence, so she simply sighed stubbornly and stood right next to Ochako. Will you accept this or will you just stand there? I was going to the old hag to give this to you, but since you're here, you can just take it, she asked, raising the girl's helmet at its owner. I need to get to better things. Oh, I see. After reluctantly accepting the helmet from Tatsumaki, Ochako said, thank you. I apologize for any inconvenience. Yes. In response, Tatsumaki said, I don't really care. The Esper turned away and started to leave, but she stopped and turned back to face the silent Ochako. There was another silence, this time only the clicking of her shoes. By the way, how are you? Tatsumaki said, I'm just asking, not that I care much. Her clumsy speech made it clear that what she was saying was a lie. I'm all right. Don't be concerned about me, Ochako said. Tatsumaki turned back to her in full after the gloomy response, and for some reason, even though the Esper appeared serious, hearing the usually humorous girl say that made her heart sink. Ochako then spoke up, and she gripped her helmet. Ochako apologized for not being as strong as you desired, saying, I've been thinking about what you said and did back there, and honestly, I don't think I'm sure if I know the exact point behind it, if there was. Before, I believed that we could become friends, and I sincerely hope so, but I don't want to let you down anymore. How could someone as weak as me be friends with someone as eccentric as you? What are you discussing? My peculiarity isn't. I take it you're an Esper. What? Ochako asked. After a moment of surprise, Tatsumaki remained silent, and Ochako proceeded, so I'm right then, you said it yourself, remember? You have a psychic's quirk. I looked it up online and was able to figure it out. Don't worry, though, since you don't like the way I call Deku, I mean Midoriya, I'll stop that for you. I won't tell anyone, goodbye. But the most internally conflicted of the two was Tatsumaki, who gritted her teeth lightly as her hand tightly clutched where her heart would be located. The brown-haired girl then walked away, passing Tatsumaki, who simply stood there silently without looking at the girl's face. Something had broken, and both girls could feel it without saying anything. Why? Does it really have to be this way? Yes, it must be. I'm only here to graduate and pay off my debt. I don't need friends or Midoriya. Tatsumaki stopped. She could hear Ochako walking away from her all the time. Every step seemed to hurt more as she turned to face Ochako and watched her go. The girl appeared to be heading in a different direction from her, and she would never reach out to her if she didn't hurry. No, wait, where are you going? Don't go, you idiot. Tatsumaki thought aloud as she desperately extended her hand to Ochako, saying, my point back there wasn't this. But why? Why do I care about what you said? You're so annoying. You smiled a lot, and you seemed so positive that it actually made me throw up. You were like the sun to me, so I didn't want to face you, so why the hell do I feel hurt that you're leaving me? After a few seconds, which felt like minutes, Ochako tried not to turn around because she could feel Tatsumaki behind her, but then it happened. Tatsumaki called out to her, and the hallway erupted in a loud shout from the Esper herself. You idiot, stop right there. Ochako halted and then turned, shocked because she hadn't thought Tatsumaki would call out to her, and even shocked when she saw tears welling up in the girl's eyes. What a fool, what a fool, what a fool. It doesn't matter if you're weak. Keep your words out of my mouth. It's true that you will never be able to defeat me, but so what? What? I'm an Esper. Does that distinguish me from any other person who has a peculiarity? Tatsumaki, stop it. I'm still speaking. Saying you're weak doesn't make you anything special. Tatsumaki interrupted, her eyes still leaking tears now streaming down her cheeks as she started to walk toward Ochako. I know that better than anyone, I promise. Therefore, take action rather than disparaging yourself and calling yourself weak. You will be a hero, aren't you? Then, you, quit being so dumb. When Tatsumaki stopped, she cried out loudly and tearfully, Yubaka. Now that the tension was high, Tatsumaki was unable to look directly at Ochako and bowed her head, crying once more. Ochako, meanwhile, appeared at a loss for words as she gazed at the young Esper, whose tears were now streaming down her face. Tatsumaki thought glumly, I'm going to lose everything. It's going to happen again. Nothing more was said, and then the Esper heard footsteps, then felt her head pressed against something soft, which turned out to be Ochako's chest, and coincidentally, the girl was hugging the Esper's head at that moment. Ochako, who started crying as she spoke, said, so, that's what you were trying to tell me then. I'm sorry, you were correct. I'm a fool. I know what to do now, though. Let us remain friends. I swear to improve. I swear. Ochako's words were heartwarming and seemed to soothe Tatsumaki, but one word startled her before she retreated from Ochako's grasp and turned to face the girl. Tatsumaki paused as she was silent. "Companions, is it truly your desire to be friends with someone like me?" the Esper inquired. Ochako wiped away her tears and said, "Yes, that is, if you want." Tatsumaki grinned and wiped away her tears at this. "Sure, I would like that." After that, Tatsumaki gave the girl a light punch to the stomach, which startled Ochako, who at first thought something was wrong because she grabbed her stomach in reaction. However, Tatsumaki responded with her typical snobbish demeanor. "You'll understand that you should never bring up what happened here." "Good," she said. Ochako was clearly perplexed now, as Tatsumaki appeared to have completely changed her mind, but she remained silent as Tatsumaki walked past her. The girl stopped after saying, "Oh, and another thing." Her demeanor softened, and she turned back to Ochako in an awkward manner. "If you want, you can call Midoriya, Deku. I'm going to stop protesting." "Are you serious?" Ochako exclaimed, startled. Tatsumaki turned away obstinately, but the awkward topic persisted, and not that I'm cool with it. Perhaps Deku could be one of those Japanese and English words that have the same word but distinct meanings. "Yes, exactly, that's the only reason I have." Ochako grinned and stood up straight, not objecting, since she was starting to understand Tatsumaki. She said, "Right, HMPH, after that, let's go change you," Tatsumaki exclaimed. Ochako nodded in response, and since she no longer had any issues with Tatsumaki, in fact, she was starting to embrace the Esper's actions, she had nothing more to say and the two of them started to leave, their friendship renewed and stronger than ever. Recovery Girl had just returned from her conversation with All Might about Izuku back at UA's clinic, and she was quite worried about the boy because this was the third time he had ended up in her office, and the teen's arm would take time to heal, so it wasn't like he would be able to use it right away. In any case, he was still unconscious, so it was unlikely that he heard what the two were saying. Then came All Might, who was a little guilty about what had happened but remained steadfast in his belief that he should be the symbol of peace. Recovery Girl could only advise him to be a good teacher to Izuku. "Oh, before I forget, that girl has a certain quality. I was told she went through some harm, but when I had her checked, she seemed perfectly fine," Recovery Girl said, still sitting in her chair with her back to All Might. She turned to All Might and asked, "Do you know anything about that?" It seemed like her body had recovered, if anything. With his hand at his chin, All Might remarked, "I know something, but even I am lacking on the possibility." Young Uraraka seems unaware because she was unconscious, so there is no doubt about what happened. She must have been healed by Tatsumaki. "Can that even happen?" Recovery Girl asked, not surprised because she thought the girl might have the ability. All Might replied, "I won't doubt it. Epsers are still a mystery or a rumor to the public, even in this day and age. Nobody, not even the government, knows how many people live there or why their peculiarity is what it is. The only quirk that grants an Esper a range of abilities with one stray ability more distinct from the others, aside from one for all, is psychic powers." "You're saying that she has a special talent for healing?" Recovery Girl asked, then laughed. "It's scary, but if she accepts, I could lose my job. She makes me think of the Esper who was here years ago." "In UA, there was another Esper?" All Might asked. Recovery Girl replied, "Yep, sweet girl. She always seemed to be behind everyone," she said. "Actually, not many people paid attention to her until her third year, when she befriended one of your coworkers. I believe his name is Capt Baldy." "Saitama," said All Might. Recovery Girl nodded. So, what became of her?" Recovery Girl sighed and said, "No one really knows. She just vanished after an incident at her house. Any information regarding it was either concealed from the public or misrepresented. Not that I'm shocked. She was an Esper, and the government must have remembered that significant event from years ago because of the incident she is suspected of causing." Recovery Girl used All Might's silence as an opportunity to draw attention to a crucial point. All Might was silent because he was processing the information in his mind. "I still wonder how she's doing today. She would frequently assist me around here during her first and second years, so I wonder if Tatsumaki would suffer the same fate as her. Make friends at last, then abruptly disappear and cause some trouble. I fear that this could affect your disciple." All Might turned to Izuku, who was still unconscious, so it wasn't like he was paying attention, but Recovery Girl added that the teenager was now another worry for them. "You might find this too much, but keep an eye out for that girl," who is the symbol of peace. We can never predict how uncertain the future will be. That reminds me, what was the girl's name? All Might replied, I'll do my best. Oh, UA's former Esper. In a rhetorical question, Recovery Girl said, I believe her name was Psychos. When Izuku eventually regained consciousness, he was welcomed to class by some of his classmates who were astonished by his performance on the test, and he was introduced to some of them, particularly Akemi Toshi, who seemed most excited about him. The majority of his body parts had healed, with the exception of his arm, which was in a cast. However, Ochako was concerned after noticing the green-haired teen's arm cast. Your wounds, Deku, have they not yet been healed? Oh, Izuku said, don't worry. This is simply due to the fact that my physical strength has somewhat diminished. Above all, where is Tatsumaki, Uraraka? Ochako pointed up and replied, oh, she's at the rooftop. She didn't want to leave, but she said she was getting bored waiting to see you, Ochako said. You should be worried about yourself, she said, sensing that you would ask for her. I kind of expected that from her, Izuku said with a laugh. What about Kachan? Ochako responded and informed him, but his situation differed from the Espers since Izuku had something to say to the teen about his own peculiarity and the test in general. As a result, he was eager to go meet the blonde teen who had left alone. He thought, everyone stopped me, but he had been silent earlier and had gone home. Kachan, he yelled. Tatsumaki and Genos were sitting at the railing on the Ua rooftop. They were obviously far away from one another because the girl didn't want him near her, but that didn't change her disgust, and she glared at him. You realize that you're pretty annoying. The Esper bellowed. My apologies. Genos grumbled. Aizawa-sensei said I needed to get close to the students in order to. Then, Metalhead, do it with them rather than me. She didn't even want to stay there anymore, but something caught her telepathy, and it was Izuku, which caused her to look down. The Esper then gave him a nasty huff and turned away. Midoriya, what on earth is he doing with Bakugo? She pondered. The two teenagers below were too small for her and Genos to see, and the average man could not see them either, but luckily, neither of them was normal. Tatsumaki closed her eyes and called forth her quirk, while Genos simply widened his field of vision, and the Esper's quirk enabled her to hear their conversation until Katsuki replied and started to leave. Oh my god, Midoriya did it. She muttered, I almost thought he was going to tell him about One for All. Genos concurred, saying, yes, it did seem that way. Following a brief period of silence, Tatsumaki appeared startled, her eyes wide and fixed on Genos, while the cyborg appeared perplexed until the Esper finally let out a scream. What? Did you hear everything? Hold on, I just told you about the peculiarity. I simply made a mistake. Genos could probably laugh if he were fully human, but he wasn't, and he corrected her right away. Do not worry, Tatsumaki, for I have been aware of One for All for some time now. He reassured her. Be rest assured, my master, a great pro-hero and friend of All Might, had told me in advance with the #1 pro-hero's permission. Tatsumaki said clumsily, I see, before huffing and getting back up. Whatever. You understand that I'll kill you if you tell anyone. Well done. Then I'm leaving. You weirdo robot, don't follow me. Genos had nothing to say, so he just watched her, and Tatsumaki, having no other words, flew straight down to the ground. In any case, Tatsumaki returned to the ground as All Might attempted to reassure Katsuki in a teacher's manner, but of course he failed, and the pro-hero had to back off awkwardly. Tatsumaki's laugh at this drew the attention of both All Might and Izuku. It's you, Tatsumaki, said Izuku. You noticed that? All Might asked, gesturing back toward Katsuki's path. Tatsumaki grinned and said, yup. All Might, you're a dumb sensei. It seemed as though All Might had lost some of his pride. Hours passed, and soon it was nighttime. The streets were safe, cars were moving about as usual, and everything appeared to be going according to plan, but unbeknownst to the outside world, there were villains in the making. Coincidentally, one of these villains was in their hideout, having just finished reading a newspaper article about All Might, a teacher at UA. Did you notice this? He is now a teacher. Hey, what do you think would happen if the symbol of peace were extinguished by villains? The villain said. There were only 3 of them, but their location appeared to be a bar of some sort. The one who had spoken was a slender man with untidy blue hair and pale skin. He was dressed in black trousers, a black V-neck shirt with no features, and red high-top sneakers without socks. And finally, there were the 14 disembodied hands clasped onto his face, arms, neck, and head. The man behind the bar, who appeared to be composed of mist, was wearing a very nice suit with a tie, and he had 5 metal plates that extended from just below his eyes to around his collarbone. He, or perhaps just it, was a large black humanoid monster with a very muscular body and numerous scars. His mouth was shaped like a bird's beak with sharp teeth in it, and his brain was exposed on the top of his head. These 2 men appeared to be more civil than the third one among them. Their objective was straightforward: to destroy All Might, the symbol of peace. However, 2 people caught the attention of the beasts, so all eyes were directed to the entrance when 2 figures entered: a young woman with an exoskeleton that resembled a humanoid mosquito and the notorious hero hunter Garo. "We were located by hero hunter Garo." "How?" the man with the disembodied hands on him asked. Garo, with his arms folded across his chest, said, "A little birdie named Psychos told us that you were having a little get-together." The woman who was with him then added, "Will that be an issue?" she inquired. The black man turned to his misty companion, who was staring at him too, as if they were both thinking about their new guests. Luckily, the misty one was the one who spoke next. "We're sorry, miss," the misty guy said. "The hero hunter is always welcome to our ranks. If it's okay with you, may I ask what your name is?" The young woman paused and licked her lips before saying, "My name, call me Mosquito Girl." After that, she looked at Nomu, who merely gazed at her. She grinned mischievously and said, "Long time no see, Nomu." Since Garo is wild and unpredictable, his presence was both welcomed and alarming. Fortunately, he didn't mean trouble for the 2, as he slammed his hand on the bar and stared at the man in black. Garo then took advantage of that moment to walk to the bar. "Pay attention, I'm going to issue a warning because I heard you guys discussing All Might." A picture of a younger Tatsumaki was now on the bar where his hand had been. "The moment you strike and it's in that girl's presence, you'll be done for," Garo said, taking his hand off the bar. "She is an Esper, and a very strong one at that, so she will defeat your little league even if she doesn't have All Might." Unless, the hazy man inquired. Garo smiled and gestured to himself, saying, "You give her to me. I'll take good care of her. Don't worry." The man in black hummed, then scratched his neck in disgust and said, "All right. The girl is yours. We don't care about her. How about you?" In reference to Mosquito Girl, who was coming toward them, the hazy man inquired. "Me, I'm only interested in the blood of those children," she said with a menacing smile. "If you must know, the tastiest blood comes from people with peculiarities. However, now that you bring it up, I have heard that the demon cyborg works as a teaching assistant at UA." "Then it's resolved," Garo shouted with excitement. "I am so excited for our rematch." For some reason, the comrade and the pale man in black felt overpowered. Garo and Mosquito Girl had a terrifying aura about them. In fact, even a second glance made them appear larger and more menacing to the 2 other villains. It got worse when their eyes flashed in the proper colors. "So, when should we start?" Mosquito Girl, who had only recently developed a taste for blood, asked. The city of Musutafu was always a normal place to live. Normally, there was the constant threat of monsters and villains who simply didn't know when to give up. Luckily, this was during the heroic era, when individuals with unique personalities would battle these adversaries and bring stability and tranquility back to the world. Then there was UA. The structure was becoming the world's most inspirational institution of heroism. Although it was in that state even in the present past, every adolescent with a peculiarity could dream of attending that school. But that's not where the story ends yet. No, it begins in an apartment with 2 gamers, the older of whom was winning. King, who had graduated from UA a long time ago, was fighting. Saitama, his best friend, was trying his hardest, but anyone who really understood King's skill at gaming would understand how pointless it would be to defeat him. Unfortunately, Saitama discovered that the hard way when the game displayed the well-known initial after his character was given a KO. "Ah, screw it," exclaimed Saitama. He was a teenager and still had the typical human emotions, unlike his current self. When he got up and hurled the controller to the ground in rage, he also had his entire set of black hair. King was not happy, but when he pointed at the broken controller, he also didn't appear irate. King asked bluntly, "You are paying for that, right?" Saitama's eyes grew wide. He glanced back at King after glancing down at the controller. He was unable to speak until he sighed and gestured toward the broken object. Sure. King said, I'm glad to hear that, Saitama bro, and got to his feet. Saitama and King were close, but not exactly brothers. This was particularly true given that Saitama was 16 years old and King was 20. Speaking of the man, Saitama sat back on the floor as he went to his game console. King's remarks came at that moment. King calmly remarked, you know, I could just lend you the game. No need to break it. Saitama grumbled, yeah, but what's the use? You've been beating me for 2 years now. There should be a law that says adults shouldn't beat kids in games or something. A drop of anime perspiration appeared on King's face. He couldn't tell if Saitama was kidding. Thankfully, there was no animosity, and shortly after giving the teenager another controller, the young man was seated next to Saitama, prepared to play the next game. King asked, by the way, how's Ua doing for you? Not much really. Saitama uttered his words with hesitation. He revealed something. Actually, it's been a lot crappy recently. It's been 3 years already and I haven't made one friend. King asked, that can't be true. What about that bicycle guy? They were both playing a Mario Kart-like game at the moment. King was leading, as one might expect. Saitama said, you mean Moomin Rider? Well, he's quirkless like me, but he's training to be a cop. You know, there's no place for a quirkless kid in Ua. It's just weird how I've made it through. King answered, I wouldn't say weird, Saitama. You've been doing that training regimen, right? And I've seen up and personal on how strong you're becoming. Yeah, but it's still not cutting it. Each year that passes, the things in Ua become harder and complicated. It also doesn't help that the other students keep messing with me for being quirkless. To be honest, I don't know if I can keep on anymore. The game was just won by King. As King's character crossed the finish line, the game made that clear. The teen was no longer bothered, but Saitama's character followed suit. Rather, he simply sighed, got to his feet, and picked up his school bag. Since he arrived at King's place straight from school, it should be noted that he was still dressed in his Ua uniform. Saitama said, well, I'm off. Catch you later, King. King said hesitantly, yeah. King observed that there was a contradiction in Saitama. But the teenager had already departed, so King was left alone. Saitama strolled alone down a relatively quiet street in the cool air. But he had grown accustomed to the silence and didn't mind. The neighborhood where he lived, which was also in Musutafu, was gradually being overrun by monsters that appeared occasionally until a hero vanquished them. Unfortunately, people had to leave their homes and businesses had to close as a result of the frequent monster attacks. Well, another one is gone, Saitama reflected. He happened to be walking past a store. It had only been opened yesterday, but it appears to have been closed as of right now. As Saitama passed it and turned onto another street, it truly made him sad. Saitama grumbled, stupid monsters. I really liked the discounts the owner gave me. Now what? He was obviously annoyed, but his demeanor soon turned depressed. Men, what am I doing? I want to be a hero because it's fun, but all I've gotten so far is ridicule from both students and my teachers. Maybe being a hero isn't worth it any ARRRGGHHH. Abruptly, Saitama was flung to the side of a structure. A few seconds later, he winced and struggled to get to his feet, feeling pain. He was definitely in danger, and he was not pleased about it at all. However, he looked at his side and saw that the liquid his hand had touched was blood. The body of a man who had been ripped to pieces was there. Even worse, he saw more dead bodies, both women and children, when he looked down the road. Oh, how the heck did I not see her? Saitama spit blood out. His stomach ached as much as if a normal human foot were on it. But the individual who put him down wasn't entirely human. Coo. Look what I got here, a puny, quirkless boy. Saitama let out a groan. He didn't recognize the voice at all, but when he looked up and gasped a little, he realized who the enigmatic individual was. The individual was a monster, not a human. His upper body resembled a monstrous humanoid grab, while his lower half was human and clad in white underwear. The monster exclaimed, hello, kid, you may call me Crablante. The situation did not sit well with Saitama. He could not get away because the monster's foot was holding his body down. He did, however, have a plan as he slowly extended his hand to his school bag, which was a few meters away. Crablante, huh? Nice to meet your acquaintance. Are you a person with a quirk? He inquired. Nope. Crablante exclaimed with a broad smile. I'm a full-blown monster. I loved eating crabs so much that I became like this. I don't need any of those snot-nosed quirks people have these days. Besides, if I don't like someone I can just kill them. Coo. He asked, Well, then I'm assuming you're a wolf-level threat? Confused, Crablante asked, wolf level. Then he realized Saitama's meaning. Oh, you mean that lousy threat level the government issued on monsters, huh? I don't care about any of that shit. I'll kill and kill as much as I want, and no one can stop me. At last, Saitama's hand caught his bag's strap. He pulled on the hold with it, and it flew directly at one of Crablante's eyes. Saitama yelled, "Don't be so sure of that, Crabman." By now, a direct hit was inevitable. But Crablante was unexpectedly fast. To Saitama's surprise, he split the bag in two with one of his enormous claws. Coo 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 coo. Nice try, kid, but these huge crab eyes ain't for nothing. The monster then launched Saitama into the air and onto the road. With that made grin on his face, Crablante put down his claw hand and walked casually over to Saitama, making this clear. "Ah, now I see you better. You're one of those students from UA," Crablante said in amusement. Pathetic. I don't know how strong the kids are over there, but if this is the best you can do, then they're probably going to be a piece of cake. Saitama gasped. You're wrong. Glaring straight at the monster, he slowly got back up on his feet. You're wrong. You're wrong. Oh, is that so? Then come prove me wrong, hero. Saitama gave a shout of battle. Even though his speed was a little faster than the average teen, it wasn't enough. Saitama was launched into the air as Crablante quickly swung his claw hand into his stomach. He then struck Saitama's back with that same claw, sending him to the ground in agony. Crablante sneered, "Well, I guess that's it for Mr. Quirkless Hero." In response, Saitama remained silent. His chin and lips were covered in blood from the recent attack. Surprisingly, though, he wasn't experiencing that pain. He had been affected by Crablante's remarks, which brought back memories of the mockery he had endured. They are correct. I am not capable of being a hero. Although I believe the training program would benefit me, how can I defeat a man like that? Goodbye, kid. Saitama was only able to gaze up with skepticism. With his claw raised, Crablante intended to murder the 16-year-old. Things started to look pretty bleak. Then, however, an unforeseen event occurred. To Crablante's astonishment, a green energy aura that covered a mailbox flew directly at his face. When it struck, it exploded, diverting the monster long enough for Saitama to be dragged away from Crablante by the same green aura. Saitama was taken aback by his situation. Other than the fact that he was being flown somewhere, he had no idea what was happening. Luckily, the aura vanished when he landed on his butt next to her, revealing his rescuer. Are you okay? I'm so sorry I couldn't make it on time. The voice was concerned. Saitama could actually see she was concerned when he turned to face her. The girl had emerald green eyes and aqua blue wavy hair that hung past her shoulders, and he also saw that she was wearing the UA school uniform. She had square-shaped glasses, too. But now was not the moment to speak. This was evident when Crablant regained his temper. I'm going to make you pay for that, girl. Quirk or no quirk, I'm still going to rip that little body of yours into pieces. The girl retreated a step. Her face made it obvious that she was afraid. She then gulped her saliva, put on a brave front, and her aura turned green. Stay back, the girl yelled. At Saitama, she didn't mean it. He was then given the surprise of his life at Crablant. The girl launched a psychic blast at the monster, extending both arms forward. Unsurprisingly, Crablant was unable to take it and was flung a few feet before colliding with a structure. Saitama was in awe. As a student at UA, he had witnessed many unusual peculiarities, but none like this. It was genuinely unique. According to his mutter, so cool. The girl gave a small sigh. Saitama turned to the girl just in time to see it as the first thing he saw. The girl held her head in agony, as if whatever quirk she had used had worn her down a little. Luckily, she collected herself and quickly turned away. She yelled, "Come on, let's go." They didn't like it, but time was running out. Crablant was down, but it was impossible to predict when he would return. Saitama, who was struggling to get back on his feet while the girl appeared to have an advantage, was aware of this. Sadly, it was already too late. Before it hit the ground in front of them, a loud sound could be heard above them. They were about to move, but a truck blocked their path. Then, to exacerbate the situation, Crablant was yelling at them while looming over him. "Kid, you're going to pay for that little shit you pulled. I'll guarantee it." The girl gave a terrified response. Certainly, things were not looking good for them. Nevertheless, she turned to Saitama because she was worried about her. She yelled, "Get out of here, I'll hold him." Saitama exclaimed. "What? Wait." But no one paid attention to the teenage boy. The girl proceeded to extend her hand toward the monster, but the outcome was different. This time, he was overcome by an aura that resembled hers and started to exert pressure on the monster. Saitama marveled once more. "What is that?" he pondered. Even though the scene looked fantastic, it was insufficient. Crabland continued to advance with only slight difficulty, demonstrating his strength as a monster. "First you push me away and now you try to putting me down. What kind of quirk is this, kid?" The girl persisted in her attempt. She wanted to use as much force as she could to bring Crabland under control. But even though she was moving forward, the monster was straining her mind with every step. However, that didn't mean the monster was okay with her remaining silent. His anger increased. "Not going to talk, huh? Coo. Then I'll just rip the answers right out of you." Then Crabland took an unexpected action. Suddenly he roared monstrously and pushed himself hard back to his standing position. The girl fell to the ground because she could take it no more. However, it didn't stop there. No, it got worse when Crabland lifted his enormous claws and sent them crashing to the ground, sending a powerful shockwave through the air. Saitama and the girl were sent flying apart by this power, which was so accurate that it went directly for them. A tiny cloud of dust formed, and the truck was blown away as well. The girl lay on the ground coughing. Although she wasn't positive what had happened, it was clear that it wasn't good. So, while the dust cloud was still good, she started to crawl away. Unfortunately, it was insufficient for Crabland. The girl screamed loudly. She had been seized by Crabland, who held her ankle firmly. He then lifted the girl into the air and slammed her body to the ground with such force that the ground cracked as she attempted to flee. But Crabland was not finished. He raised her once more and kicked her in the stomach with such force that she flew a few feet before hitting and tumbling on the ground before finally stopping. The unidentified girl grimaced in agony. She was in pain all over, but not to the degree that one should be. As she lay on something she would soon regret, her aura remained active. It was the lifeless body of a man that Crabland had murdered. "Ah!" cried the girl. The situation continued to deteriorate. As she turned away from the corpse, her expression impressed Crabland, who could see the fear. He exclaimed, "Coo. Do you like it, kid? It's one of my specials." With joy. "You know what? I'll keep you around as my little plaything as I slowly kill you. Maybe I'll get to see how long till you snap." The girl was unable to speak. Crabland, who might have been a demon-level threat, was too strong for her. As a result, she could only stare at him in terror as he approached her. Up until a tiny rock struck Crabland in the back, everything seemed so hopeless. Although it didn't harm him, it did draw his attention to Saitama when he turned around. The adolescent boy sustained injuries to some areas of his body. He glared at the monster in front of him, blood slowly dripping from his forehead as his arm cleaned the blood from his mouth. His white shirt was partially covered in blood, and his school coat was gone as well. "You hold it right there. If I let you kill that girl I'll have nightmares," Saitama said. Then he smirked, his voice rising slowly. "With the reduced population in this country, it'll be bad to let you kill her too. I've always wanted to be a hero, not just any hero but one that could take out freaks like you with one punch." Then his voice came out, powerful and ready for battle. "Screw giving up, I'm going to be a hero." "A hero, huh?" laughed Crabland. Saitama was struck by Crablante's claw before he realized it. It struck him squarely in the stomach, followed by blows to his side, back, and head. Despite his willpower, Saitama couldn't take much more of the brutal scene. As a result, he was thrown to the ground and saw Crabland approach him. "It's been real, kid, but I'm still going to kill you. Goodbye." Saitama responded with a low growl. With his life on the line, he was not going to give up. As a result, he stood up again at the same moment that the monster struck him with its enormous claw hand. The monster was going to prevail. There was an intervention, though. It came from the enigmatic girl whose quirk kept Crablante's claw in the air while she extended her arm. Naturally, the monster was taken aback and perplexed when he discovered he was unable to move it. Saitama had the opportunity to respond at this precise moment. He took advantage of the opportunity to leap at the monster's face and strike it squarely between its crab eyes. Crabland tried to stop himself from falling, but the attack was enough to push him back. His other claw was then directed towards Saitama, and he responded angrily. "Damn you, brat, I'll kill you." Saitama was quicker than Crablant, who launched a swift attack. He demonstrated this by leaping over the monster's claw and then touching it with his hand. He then proceeded to blind the monster by shoving both of his feet straight at Crablante's eyes. "Ah, my eyes!" exclaimed Crablant. Then came the final detail. Then, with his fist clenched and in a running stance, prepared to strike, Saitama was back on the ground. "Hey, monster, do you remember what you said about then? About students being easy if they were just like me? Well, that was a big mistake." Saitama felt something slowly awaken inside of him. As he charged directly at Crablant, his heart pounding with adrenaline as he approached the monster, even the teenager sensed it. Go beyond. Afterward, he struck Crablante's stomach with his fist. Plus, Ultra. Now there was no going back. In a split second, Saitama's superhuman strength launched Crablant through one building and another across a street. Saitama's power was unmatched by anything he had ever accomplished, and it also sent a gust of wind that the enigmatic girl felt. Then there was Saitama's cool pose, where he stood with his fist up, his face serious, his body's muscles tensed. Wow, what power, she thought. Is that his peculiarity? No, he wouldn't have needed me if that had been his peculiarity. This is something else, something a lot more. Then the enigmatic girl passed out. A tiny flash of fiery light in Saitama's eyes was the last thing she saw. She let out a little groan and started to awaken. It was bothering the girl, and she could feel a slight headache. However, as her consciousness was returning, she opened her eyes and was taken aback by the person she saw standing above her. Looking down at her was a man with blonde hair, a bold-looking face, and 3 slashed scars across her face. She was immediately frightened. It was, she cried. Her speed was incredible, even though she had just woken up. She then scampered back to a corner and, in a terrified pose, pressed her knees to her chest. Before a younger voice raised its voice, the man who had frightened her was stunned. "Way to go, King, you scared her." Though she wasn't positive, the girl thought she recognized the voice. He turned back toward Saitama as the man called King. It was, Saitama. That was, King stammered. Disregarding him, Saitama approached the girl. He was wearing an arm cast and had a bandage around his forehead. If the teenager hadn't washed himself and put on an oversized shirt and loose-fitting trousers, he would have appeared disheveled. In any case, the girl accepted his cup of tea with reluctance. Saitama reassured her, "It's cool. We're not here to hurt you. You're safe." "You," the girl said at last. "Why, you're that boy that saved me back there." Saitama scratched the back of his head and said, I wouldn't know about saving you. You kind of helped me back there. That crab man was a tough one." She posed a rhetorical question, "Are you kidding?" Saitama was somewhat taken aback by her next response. But that punch. It was incredible." Saitama turned his gaze to his cast. He replied, "Yeah, I guess it was. I even surprised myself when I did it. But then my arm got broken and it hurt pretty badly. I guess the training regimen is working." "It was training?" she asked. Then King interrupted her. He asked, "So you really did that, Saitama?" Saitama grinned and said, "Yup. It was all me." All the girl did was look at Saitama. She could see that the adolescent boy had never in his life displayed such a show of strength. But she shook her head and turned back to face Saitama. She said, sorry, but where am I?" Saitama turned to her and said, "Oh, you're at King's place." King. The girl snapped out of it. At that moment, she looked at King. You're the king, the second strongest man on Earth." King gave a tense, sure, response. Actually, there is a lot of misinformation about the second strongest man on the planet. It's a result of my intense atmosphere, quirk in my encounters with monsters that Saitama bro beat up. Intense atmosphere simply creates the horrifying impression that I pose a frightening threat or intimidation. Then Saitama said, "Anyway, after that fight with that crab, I called in King and he brought other heroes to take away the crab man. It's a good thing the monster wasn't dead or else I'll be in trouble with the authorities for killing a former human being." The girl said, "Then, why am I here?" Then, looking at the floor, her mood shifted to one of hesitation. "Shouldn't I be in the hospital?" King and Saitama exchanged glances. It was more of a mental, "Should I ask her or you?" than a genuine lack of certainty. Luckily, King was the one who asked a question in response. King asked, "Aren't you an Esper?" With a gasp, the girl turned to King. She was obviously taken aback but also bashful. She said, "Why, you know what I am?" "Yup, played a bunch of video games and watched anime to know one," replied King. "Anyway, it would be bad if you're discovered to be an Esper in a hospital, especially with what went down at that street." The girl turned her head away and said, "Yeah, I guess so." Saitama turned to King and said, "By the way, what's up with her being an Esper? I think it's pretty cool." The girl's cheeks flushed as she gasped and turned to face Saitama. For the first time, she heard someone praising herself. However, none of the guys took notice, especially when King answered. His tone changed to one of intense seriousness. "Well, this is what I've heard, but I can't be certain. Years ago, long after the baby with light emanating in China was discovered, there came a man with amazing powers. He could fly, shield himself, send objects flying and do many vast powers. No one knew who he exactly was. However, one thing was for certain were the fact that he was incredibly powerful. He was the first Esper." "The first Esper?" asked Saitama. King replied, "Yes." He stood up, his tone growing more solemn. Many who knew about him speculate he was born in the United Kingdom or Germany. But it didn't matter. He became a serious global threat when he spread his influence all over Europe, causing riots, destroying key military bases and bringing governments to kneel before him. Even the United States was fearful to come against such a person. Saitama inquired, "So did anyone stop him?" King responded, "No one is certain. Heroes were sent to deal with him, but they were either defeated or joined his side. But one day he just vanished from existence. A scene of an intense battle was discovered at his headquarters, but no one knew what or who went up against. Even up to today anyone can find him." That last bit gave the enigmatic girl a few shivers. Perhaps it was because of King's real peculiarity or something else. But King added that he was not finished. Following the event, representatives of world governments secretly met and made an agreement. Each country will make a secret crackdown on all Espers no matter the age or social status. That's why your friend over there has to be careful." Saitama turned to face the enigmatic girl. She appeared to be quite pleasant, but she wasn't his friend. Saitama then turned back to King. "Well, that's dumb. Just because of one guy they're going to go after an entire group of people. And what about the places he attacked? There's no way no one had heard about them." King agreed, saying, "Makes sense. That's why I did some digging in my free time." "You mean virtually every day when you say free time?" Saitama pondered. King went on, "Turns out the places I was told about were front news at the time. However, they were reported to be caused by other stuff." "Weird," said Saitama. The girl caught his attention, and he saw that she was afraid. He turned to King because he understood why. "Hey, can you cool it? You're scaring her with that quirk of yours." Sorry." King said he was sorry. Then his intense atmosphere subsided. The girl said softly, "Thank you." As she found something to say, her fear of the topic started to become more normal. "Now that you mentioned it, I always had a feeling that I should be in hiding. I guess, or maybe every Esper knew about this from Awakening." "Awakening?" asked King and Saitama. "Yes," the girl replied. "Well, you see, Espers aren't always born from birth. A normal person can have it as a quirk if it's been laid dormant and just, waiting to be awakened." "So cool," said Saitama, grinning. King said uncertainly, "I don't know, Saitama. I don't want to be the downer, but shouldn't that mean there's a likelihood of someone like the first Esper showing up?" "Who cares?" said Saitama resolutely. Then he looked confidently at himself and pointed. "Not all Espers are bad, just as not everyone with a quirk is bad. So bring it on. I'll take down any evil Esper that shows up with one punch." King was astounded, and the girl was too. But even though King knew Saitama, the girl didn't, so she found Saitama's tenacity fascinating. When Saitama turned to face her and extended his hand in her direction, the atmosphere shifted. "My name's Saitama, a third-year student of Class A. What's yours?" My name." "You want to know my name, Senpai?" she inquired. The last part surprised Saitama a little. He was at least aware that the girl in front of him was his junior now. "My name," muttered the girl. Fortunately, she overcame her timidity and slowly grasped Saitama's hand, which was a nuisance. "My name is Psychos, first-year student and I want to make the world a better place for Espers everywhere." "Well, Psychos," gave Saitama a smile. "I hope you wouldn't mind if I help you out with that." King exhaled a tiny puff of air from his nostrils in admiration. He couldn't help but smile at the girl, Psychos, who was obviously amazed by Saitama's determination. He thought, "Congratulations, Saitama. You've made a friend at last." Saitama faced yet another difficult period when school resumed the following day. Before returning to the infirmary, the teenager had experienced yet another of Yue's blessings. His hero custom was in ruins and his other injuries were lying broken on a bed. But Recovery Girl was not happy. She didn't look exactly like her current counterpart, but she was more mobile and had fewer wrinkles, so she didn't require her enormous springe to walk. "This has got to be the 64th time you've come to my infirmary, Saitama," said the Recovery Girl. Saitama smiled sheepishly and said, "Sorry about that. I really had no choice to engage in the exercise. It was either I did it or." Recovery Girl sighed and said, "Get expelled." She was sitting in a chair near the bed on which the teenager was resting. "Saitama, my advice still remains. There's still time to find a more suitable life than this." Saitama interrupted, saying, "We've already been through this. I'm going to stay here and graduate and become a hero. Besides, I've been improving, compared to the last 2 years. I came with a broken arm and some scratches." Recovery Girl said, "Fine. If even your homeroom teacher, Metal Knight, can't change your mind, then I won't anymore. But again, I'm not going to help you recover so quickly. I already helped you with the head and arm injury you got from fighting that monster. So you believe me, I mean about punching that monster." Recovery Girl got up from her chair without saying anything. Then she left and answered, "You have your provisional hero license, correct? Perhaps that training regimen is actually doing something. I've seen your medical records, I've even done physical tests on you in your first and second year. Something is changing in you, Saitama, but I think it's best you rest now." Saitama answered, "Fine." Then he remembered what Recovery Girl had said as he glanced up at the ceiling. "Is something about me changing? What is that, I wonder?" The door to the infirmary opened. Uncertain of who it might be, Saitama looked to his left. But he was taken aback by the individual he saw. "Psychos, Saitama-senpai." Recovery Girl took a look back at the scene. Despite her surprise, her expression remained neutral. "You know each other?" inquired the elderly woman. Psychos gave a nervous mutter. "Why yes, we do. I was there, at the fight with that crab monster. Saitama, he saved me." Recovery Girl gave a small smile. What she had just heard impressed her. Saitama, however, wasn't entirely in agreement with her assertion. Saitama replied, "Yeah, but you helped me back then. But besides that, why are you here? Are you hurt or something?" The Recovery Girl replied, "She's here to assist me." Then she started to approach the two. Since she has no friends, she stops by to help me clean up or something like that. She's a nice girl once you get to know her. "Recovery Girl," exclaimed Psychos, blushing with shame. Recovery Girl gave a small laugh. "Speaking of that, how about you and Saitama go and have lunch together? It would allow the both of you to get to know each other." Psychos was taken aback but somewhat ashamed to openly concur. Saitama, meanwhile, appeared hesitant and preoccupied. "I don't know. Psychos is pretty cool and all, but I got to rest. Besides, there's no way I can go with my body like." Recovery Girl cut him off, saying, "If you comply, I'll patch you up as best as I can." Her face was smiling suspiciously. "In exchange, you'll feel some exhaustion, but comply with my request." "Recovery GI, mumbled Psychos. Saitama sat up brightly and grinned, saying, "All right. Let's get going." Before the two UA students left the infirmary, a destination was decided. But even though Saitama appeared comfortable, Psychos would sometimes give him a shy look at her. When Saitama finally saw it, she became alarmed. He inquired, "Is everything all right?" "Why yes, I guess," Psychos answered in a trembling tone. "It's just that, I've never eaten with someone before, especially with a boy. I'm also sorry that we can't eat at the cafeteria. I don't do well with people around me." According to Saitama, it's cool. The rooftop is a cool place and all. But how would we get there? It's normally locked. Psychos answered, "I'm an Esper." Then she raised her finger and a purple aura appeared on it. "Don't worry, I'll have it unlocked." Saitama grinned and said, "Right." It seemed that things had improved. As they made their way to the stairways leading to the rooftop, Psychos appeared somewhat comfortable with Saitama. When they arrived at the door, Their individual lunches were also tied into a bento. Psychos said, "Stay back." Saitama complied and remained motionless. Psychos was able to close her eyes and reach for the lock as a result. Then, before the girl turned off her quirk, the door opened effortlessly. She stated, "It's open." In response, Saitama said, "Sweet, let's go." Psychos obeyed and went with Saitama. Before anything greeted her, she also used her quirk to lock and close the door behind them. The rooftop's open area served as a welcoming scene as the two students' skin and clothing were caressed by a gentle, reassuring breeze that also lightly tousled their hair. Saitama and Psychos were both in awe of the sensation. Psychos exclaimed, This is amazing." Then Saitama opened his mouth to say something, but was cut off. Both students looked forward to see the cause after hearing a female's loud, shocked scream. At that moment, it was discovered that the person sitting by the railing with her lunch out was another female student. She wore the standard UA uniform for girls, had blonde hair, and purple eyes with white pupils. The girl cried, How did you two get here? I had the door locked." Out loud. "Oh," said Saitama. He didn't appear particularly surprised. He simply turned to Psychos instead, who appeared surprised. However, he failed to notice the expression. He said, "You know her?" "I'm not really sure. I've never tried to stick out in class, and I've not gotten used to my classmates, so," replied Psychos. The girl interrupted, saying, "Don't ignore me." The two offended the girl for some reason. Perhaps Saitama's behavior was the reason she felt that way. She therefore took a sexy stance in front of the two, standing with her hands on her hips. "The name is Yu Takayama. Be sure to remember it when I graduate and become the famous hero Mount Lady," she yelled with determination. "Mount," mumbled Saitama. Then Psychos said, "Lady." One fact perplexed her, and she even brought it up. "Wait, we haven't even been given our hero costumes, less of having a hero name." "Well, I just did. Got a problem with that?" Yu shouted. Psychos responded by closing her mouth and appearing emotionally depressed. Saitama didn't like it, so he made a polite approach to Yu. "Hey, not cool, she was just pointing out something," he replied. He was disliked by Yu. She crossed her arms beneath her chest and turned her head away from him. "Whatever, lover boy, your girlfriend is a wimp. It's not my problem." Psychos's heart sank, and she felt her cheek heat up. She was portrayed as someone's boyfriend for the first time. Saitama, meanwhile, appeared composed as he stood in front of Yu, his expression unfazed. He stated, "Actually, we're just friends." Then he took a risk and extended his hand to Yu. "I'm Saitama, a third-year student of UA." What? Yu exclaimed in shock. That was her expression as she turned to face Saitama. "You're a senpai. I'm so sorry." According to Saitama, it's cool." Then he gestured back to Psychos, who was looking in their direction. "That's Psychos. I think you guys would be the same class." As Yu muttered, "Psychos." Then she became aware of something, and her eyes grew wide. "Wait, I've heard that name. You're the girl called the Silent One in class, aren't you?" Saitama stumbled. "Then I take it you know her." Psychos, however, simply nodded her head and turned to face the floor. As he gazed at her, Saitama became concerned about her response. However, Yu beat him to it and went to Psychos, where she patted her hand on her head before he could move. Yu questioned, "You're really that way, aren't you?" Even as she stroked the shy girl's hair, her voice was gentle. "Look, I'm sorry the way I reacted to you. If you want, how about we become friends?" Saitama questioned, "You want to become friends with us?" Yu gave Saitama a scowl. "Not with you, you're a work in progress." Saitama undoubtedly felt it from the bottom of his heart, if words could kill. Luckily, when she raised her head slightly to look at Yu, Psychos answered. "I'll be your friend, but, you have to be nice to Saitama." She replied. "Huh, Saitama," Yu exclaimed in surprise. She turned back to Psychos after glancing at Saitama, who merely blinked at her. At last, she gave in. "Fine, I'll be nice to him." Yu was pleasantly surprised when Psychos smiled. But she obstinately turned away and folded her arms across her chest, unwilling to show her feelings. Then Saitama took advantage of the opportunity to put his hand on her shoulder. She was instantly drawn to him. Saitama said, "Listen, Takayama, I'm not forcing you to like me." He had a straightforward attitude that was devoid of deception. "I'll get you to accept me as a friend. Just you wait because, I'm going to be the strongest hero. The expression on Yu's face conveyed that she was shocked. But then there was a change. Saiko's and Saitama were both taken aback when she suddenly started laughing. She grinned at Saitama, saying it was fortunate that it was done in good faith. Yu confidently said, "You know what, Saitama? I'll like to see that one day. I don't care on being the strongest. I just want to make it big, big, big as a hero." That pleased Saitama. The smile that spread across his face made it clear. Saiko's was the next to remain silent. But when she turned to the girl, Yu mentioned her. "What about you, Saiko's? What do you dream of becoming?" she inquired. Saiko struggled to say it. Not because she was at a loss for words, but rather because she was afraid of what might occur. Thankfully, Saitama was able to relate to her and even gave her assurance. "Go ahead, she can be trusted, she's your friend now," he replied. That confused Yu. With that look on her face, she even turned to face Saitama. However, despite his timidity, Saiko spoke up before anyone else could. I want to make the world a better place for espers, because I'm an esper." Yu asked, "You're an esper?" She was obviously taken aback before her demeanor changed. At that moment, she threw her arms around Saiko's. "You're so cute, I'm going to support you all the way." "Why you will?" inquired Saiko's. Yu drew away from her and gave her right eye a seductive blink. "Of course, if you really want to bring everyone together, I don't see a problem with that." Saiko's was both reassured and in awe of this. Being friends with Saitama was one thing, but being friends with another girl was quite another. Saiko's felt her tears welling up until she wiped them away because the scene was so beautiful. Saitama then used that opportunity to put his hand in the center of the girl's. "Hey, since we're friends, how about we swear on our goals? No matter where we are or whoever we become, let's promise to stick to our dream," he said. As he gazed at the two girls, he was also very confident and determined. "I'm going to be the strongest hero," Yu said. HMPH. "This feels dumb." She then put her hand on top of Saitama while grinning. "But I can't say I don't like it. I'm going to make it big as a hero." Saiko's put her hand on Yu's hand in compliance. "I'm going to help espers everywhere to live a better life in this world." So that's how it was decided. In that very moment, the bond that had begun purely by accident, and perhaps by fate, was born. These were teenagers who had no idea what the future held for them and saw it as a shared destiny. There was a small issue, though. When the school bell rang to signal the end of lunch, the three of them realized something was wrong. Yu exclaimed, I didn't finish my lunch." Saitama yelled back, "Easy for you. Saiko's and I haven't even eaten." Saiko's simply let out a feeble groan as her stomach rumbled. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### At the moment, he was in a small, unpopular noodle shop with a few customers. By guests, he meant Genos, who was seated beside the third hero, himself, and All Might, the #1 pro hero, in his regular form. With his right hand resting on the long seat and his leg resting on top of his other leg, All Might was seated across from his colleague. Saitama had been telling All Might and Genos about what had happened 9 years prior for a while now. The story secretly captivated Genos, perhaps more than All Might for some reason. All Might said politely, "Sounds like you three hit it off easily." To think young Saitama was so energetic is a surprise. I mean, it's not like you're not energetic. It's just that. With a stoic expression, Saitama reassured him, "It's cool, man. I'm fine with how I am now, no need to try and cheer me up." An awkward, "I see," was All Might's response. Genos, also known as the Demon Cyborg, came next. Since Saitama remembered his own past, he has been silent. Even so, his expression remained the same, and he decided not to speak. Genos thought calmly, "Saitama-sensei, this is a shock to me more than you would know. I know a psychos who is a monster, a woman who is only valuable to herself and her sick experiments. It is regrettable to think that she was a UA student, but I will not stop until I have destroyed her and everything she has created. But I'm curious, how did she turn into the monster she is now?" There was a reason the Demon Cyborg remained silent. One of the reasons was that he believed it was his duty as a disciple to keep quiet in tense situations. Because of the months spent with Saitama, Genos was able to notice it while All Might was unable to. Even Genos could tell his mentor was depressed by a slight change in tone, even though he can be emotionless at times. All Might said, "So, Saitama, what happened next?" Saitama repeated, "What happened next?" and shrugged his shoulders. "We had fun, went on in a lot adventures too and stopped some crazy villains from harming others with King. It was pleasant, but it all changed 1 year and a month later, when Psychos was absent to class one day. It was easy for All Might to sense that something was amiss. Even as he kept facing his mentor, Genos experienced the same emotions. Saitama had previously described Psychos as a shy but gregarious girl. They were therefore intrigued to learn that everything had changed in just a single year. Almost 8 years ago. A cry of loneliness and tears reverberated through the rooms and hallways of a house as darkness descended. Given that the person crying was in agony and despair, the location was a large house, possibly even a mansion. The dead bodies of maids, butlers, and security guards adorned the walls, ceilings, and floors of the once magnificent home of a well-respected family, adding to the intensity of the scene. Psychos sobbed, "Mummy, please wake up. Please, I'm sorry, over his shoulder. Her hand was extended toward the door of the room where her mother lay on the floor. Her father, on the other hand, had sharp wounds pierced all over his arms, legs, chest, and head to keep him on the wall. The top half of her mother's body, which Psychos was shaking, was numb and covered in blood, so if that wasn't enough, the body was sliced in half. It was a chaotic scene. It was graphic and the worst situation a teenager of her age could ever encounter. Psychos, however, was unable to accept the terrible things going on around her. She shook her mother's bloody body in agony, shedding tears until she finally stammered and lifted her blood-stained hands to her face. Ha, 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 a crackled smile replaced her attitude. Before a deranged smile took over and she started massaging the blood across her face, her pain abruptly disappeared. Ha 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 ha. A group of trees trembled wildly in a forest on the outskirts of Musudafu. A fight was in progress, and it wasn't a simple one. A young Psychos was flung into the air, struck a tree with a cry of agony, and then struck the ground. A creature wearing robust black armor came toward her as her assailant. "Girl, you have no chance of defeating the House of Evolution." The armored creature exclaimed, "I am Armored Gorilla, the third strongest of the House of Evolution. I shall eliminate all that opposes my master." Psychos groaned slightly and said, "Yeah, I already know that." As she went on, she was sitting up. "We've been at each other's throat for months now and you always announce your name and status. What the heck is with that?" Armored Gorilla's response was incorrect. To finish her off, he lifted his arm above her and lowered it. As she leapt to her left and struck the ground on her front, Psychos managed to get away with a loud shriek. Where exactly is Takayama? Psychos pondered. The Esper was wearing a doctor's lab coat and a purple shirt and business skirt. A recognizable girly scream answered the Esper's question. Shortly after, a mutant green praying mantis with its head in a jar was chasing after you as it ran past Psychos in hero costume. The monster yelled, "Ha ha ha. Run little girl, for I'm going to catch you." You yelled back in terror, "Stay away. Stay away. Stay away. I hate bugs." Psychos would have likely sulked if she hadn't been in her own situation. She called out to the escaping girl, however, because she felt intimidated. "You're seriously doing that again?" exclaimed Psychos, frustrated. Before it confronted her, she nearly forgot about her predicament. At that point, Armored Gorilla had moved to the front of her, casting its shadow over her. The Esper gazed at him reverently. "Takayama, help." Psychos. You turned around. A few meters from the girl's feet, however, a brown furred hand with tiny black claws appeared out of the earth without her knowledge. Consequently, another mutant emerged from the ground, revealing itself as a 3-foot-tall humanoid groundhog, and the girl stumbled and rolled on the ground until she came to a stop with her butt protruding in the air facing her assailant. "Go work, ground dragon," exclaimed the mutant gray mantis. "No problem," exclaimed Ground Dragon. "It would be a problem if she grows again and tries to step on us again." "Finish her while you can." "Gladly," exclaimed the mutant gray mantis. You let out a whimper and seated herself. She then scampered backwards until she collided with another mutant, who turned out to be a humanoid slug. "Whaaa!" exclaimed you. The girl sprinted to her feet in a panic. She just wanted to get away, regardless of where she was going. But because her body wasn't running straight, she struck something slimy and fell to the ground once more. She had been stopped in her tracks by a humanoid frog. "You're not going anyway," exclaimed Frog Man, also known as the Frog Mutant. "We will destroy you." "I think I said that right, right?" You did not respond once more. As she backed away and stared at the monster, her heart was pounding rapidly. However, she grew more terrified when she saw the 3 other mutants coming. You whimpered, "Street, stay away. I'm warning you." Ground Dragon sounded the alarm. "Quick. Finish her. She's about to grow again." The bug mutant flew straight at her in retaliation. As he got ready to attack the young girl with its prey mantis blades, he was grinning maniacally. However, it was already too late. You let out a shrill cry and started to enlarge. Furious, "I said stay away. Damn it," she screamed. We're too late," Ground Dragon cried out in terror. The mutant was correct, after all. They were all forced back by Yu's rapid growth, which also caused some trees to fall. Then, seeing the prey mantis mutant getting ready to rise, the girl got to her feet, her face displaying rage. Furious, "You, I said to leave me alone," she screamed. The fate that befell the mutant could not be stopped. As a result, like the bug he truly is, he passed away the instant she stepped on him. Then she turned to the mutant frogs and slugs and caught them as they fled. She yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" and seized them. Only their frightened and begging heads were visible as her hands encased the majority of their bodies. Frog Man pleaded, "Why wait, let's talk about this." You decided to ignore him. As she assumed a baseball stance, she also decided to ignore their whimpers. Then, while shouting, she threw them both to a nearby mountain with her hand pulled back. "Come back from that, you freaks." Ground Dragon was now the only mutant remaining. The sight of what had transpired frightened him. So, in a panic, the mutant rushed back into the earth. "Damn it, why does she always grow so big? This has to be the 34th time she killed almost all of us. I have to get away. I have to." A certain enormous hand suddenly seized Ground Dragon. Even the sensation of being lifted into the air and then confronted by the glare of a furious teenage girl startled him. "You're able to dig your hand into the ground now." "Oh no," exclaimed the mutant. Just as you opened her mouth to speak, she heard a scream she recognized. Just in time, she turned to face the direction from which the scream had come. When Psycho's psychic shield broke, the Esper collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Armored Gorilla laughed and exclaimed, "Pathetic. You were indeed the weakest of the 3. You dared to face the 3rd strongest being in the House of Evolution. Now, face your death." He prodded her cheek at the end. It was a means of further intimidating her. But now that a certain giant was standing behind him, his action only infuriated her. You screamed in rage, "You! How dare you!" She was so furious that she nearly killed Ground Dragon with a squeeze. "Don't you know, those cheeks are mine to pinch only." What?" asked Armored Gorilla, bewildered. But when he saw her fist descending on him, he felt remorse and fear. Mummy," he said in a deep voice. Then there was a loud boom, and a slight tremor. After the battle, the scene quickly changed to one that was a little distressing. Yu had returned to his usual self, pinching the cheeks of a standing, irritated Psychos. "Ah, this always relaxes me no matter what mood I'm in. You're so adorable, Psychos." Yu laughed. Psychos whispered, "See, can you let go of me now?" Yu said, "Oh, right, and let go. So, what do we do about him?" Ground Dragon was what the blonde was talking about. When they brought him up, he was tied up and sitting. Shortly afterward, the two approached him. Psychos proposed, "Let's talk to him." Then she gave the blonde a fierce look. "We don't need to hurt him like you did to Armored Gorilla." Yu turned to Armored Gorilla and said, "What? But I saved you from him. Besides, he's alive." His body was in a huge fist-made crater, making it difficult to see. "Okay, maybe barely alive." The mutant whimpered back at Ground Dragon, seeing the 2 girls coming toward him. He was only afraid because he knew what they were both capable of. Ultimately, his position worked to his advantage as Yu and Psychos stood fearfully in front of him. Psychos remarked admiringly, "Dr. Genus's work is amazing. Even though Yu kills you and your friends numerous times, he's still able to bring you all back along with your memories." Yu yelled in defense, "Hey, don't make me look like some murderous psychopath." She pushed her glasses back, and Psychos decided to ignore her. "So, where is the House of Evolution new hideout? We know it's close by," she inquired. Ground Dragon retorted, I shall never tell you. No matter what you do to me, Dr. Genus shall bring me back to life. Psychos let out a sigh. Fine, then I guess no other choice than to push into your mind again. I really don't want to do this, but Saitama has been gone for a while now and I'm worried. Ground Dragon responded with a whimper. Her approaching hand made it clear that Psychos was going to follow through on her idea. Ground Dragon did, however, stoop and plead. Wait, I'll tell you. The mountain which your friend threw my comrades at, it's the hideout. And, had you asked, the mutant was frightened by her glaring eyes. And it's underneath the mountain. Your friend was discovered heading there. Dr. Genus quickly had us deployed to deal with you too. Right now he should be in the hideout. I don't know what else. Stupid Saitama, screamed Yu. I don't care how strong he is, he's going to get us in trouble again with the Hero Society. Come on, Psychos, let's go and save him again. Nodding, Psychos said, all right. Then, without hurrying, the two girls fled. He let out a sigh of relief concerning Ground Dragon. He said, glad that's over. He spoke too soon. He was instantly killed when a tree fell on top of him. The two girls were running as fast as they could back with Yu and Psychos. Due to personal encounters with the organization of mutant experiments, the House of Evolution may be dangerous and a threat. Yu screamed, Saitama, you moron. With anger. When I find him, I'm going to let him have it. I don't care how strong he's become. He can't go off on his own, especially when that monster is there. I was really hoping we won't have a run-in with him. Carnage Kabuto, Psychos thought, referring to the monster Yu had described. Dragon. Threat is something he has earned because he is a real monster. We can't beat him because he has power that none of Dr. Genus's creations have, making him the most terrifying of his experiments. We were fortunate to escape unscathed the last time we faced it together. Even Saitama and Takayama were defeated in the battle. Please, Saitama, don't be so stupid as to go through that again, especially by yourself. You're not going to make it. A certain black-haired adolescent boy was moving down the corridor in the House of Evolution's secret base. But all he had seen were clones of Dr. Genus, the man behind the House of Evolution, and he had no idea where he was going. After coming into contact with Saitama, the clones were rendered unconscious on the ground. Saitama thought to himself, men, just how long till I get to him? Carnage Kabuto has to be around here somewhere. I've been looking forward to a rematch for a long time now. I know I can beat him. That reminds me, I wonder how Takayama and Psychos are doing. I know they can handle themselves, well after Takayama has gone into another fit and squashed them. Then, at the end of the hallway he was walking down, he saw a white light. It appeared to be the only attentive object nearby and was bright. As a result, he got a little excited and dashed into the center of the area. Saitama mumbled, it's empty. Not quite, human, said a voice someone knew. The sound of enormous feet striking the ground was followed by a burst of wind. It took place behind Saitama, and the teen's face lit up with a smile. Then he turned back to his opponent and said, so, you finally showed up. I've been waiting for this. Carnage, wait, you're not Carnage Kabuto. You're that huge cat. Cat, how dare you insult the king? The mutant snarled fiercely. Yes, he wasn't Carnage Kabuto. Still, he was a fright. Wearing a black shirt without sleeves and a leopard skin cloth around his waist, he was a massive, muscular humanoid lion with red pupils. I am the Beast King, the second strongest in the House of Evolution. We have faced before, but this time I shall be rid of your existence once and for all. Prepare yourself, Saitama the hero, because this will be your last. Saitama remained silent. Rather, he simply clenched his fist and gazed at the mutant in front of him. Did you find any evidence of him? Yu inquired. Finding the lone boy in their group was difficult, but the two girls had reached the hiding place. As a result, despite their separation, Psychos and Yu were able to communicate via Psychos telepathy. No, not yet, but from where I'm going, I can sense Dr. Genus' presence, Psychos said. Take caution, Psychos. Carnage Kabuto and the Beast King will be the only two mutants left after the majority of his mutants have been eliminated. Please exercise caution and report back to me because we cannot handle any of them alone. I will. Good luck, said Psychos. And then the telepathy stopped. Yu replied with a sigh. Let's get out of here soon. I can't do much in buildings, especially in underground places. Yu was placing something in a corridor when she suddenly noticed a white room. At first, it didn't feel anything to her, but then she heard a commotion that caught her attention right away. She recognized it right away and rushed to the location where she noticed a familiar sight. Saitama was standing there with some rips and scratches on his exposed hero costume. His opponent, the Beast King, was vanquished in the meantime because his body was pressed up against a wall that had spider web cracks right next to the mutant. In addition, he had a fist-shaped hole in his stomach, blood dripping from his mouth, and bruises all over his body. Saitama smirked and remarked, "I guess that ends that." Suddenly, a hand came down from behind the teenage boy and touched his head. Unaware that it was, Saitama yelled in reaction as the blow hurt. Then he turned back to her and a certain blonde spoke. "You shouted, idiot, what were you doing going off on your own?" With rage, "You're lucky Carnage Kabuto didn't show up. We would have been goners. Just try to remember that we're not meant to be doing this by the Hero Society. I still haven't made my big debut to the public yet. Don't ruin this for me." Saitama said, "Yeah, sorry about that. It was reckless of me. My bad. HMPH. Well, it's okay now. Just try not to die on me, I mean us." The last part made you blush a little. Saitama, though, didn't appear to take notice. He looked around and saw that someone was missing, which was one of the reasons for this. He said, "Hey, where's Psychos?" Yu's gaze expanded. A certain psychotic man was chuckling in a private laboratory. He discovered a flash drive that had been inserted into a holographic computer and deactivated while he was packing documents into a shoulder bag. "This is excellent. Excellent indeed. With this much data, I can possibly figure out the secret behind that boy in the S." His tirade was cut short by two loud grunts. This was even made clear when Psychos entered the room after two lookalikes were thrown in through the only entrance. Psychos said firmly, "Hello, Dr. Genus. I've finally got you." Dr. Genus sighed and gave a slightly sly smile. His appearance gave the impression that he was in his mid-30s, but he was much older than that. In addition, he wore a business suit under a lab coat, had blue eyes, and black hair parted to the side of his face. Dr. Genus said calmly, "The Esper of Ua, we meet again." Psychos cried out, "Where is he? Where is Carnage Kabuto?" Dr. Genus let out a sigh. "Carnage Kabuto was my best experiment, but with major mental flaws. Sadly, I could no longer control him and he escaped. The last I heard about him was when he met with the symbol of peace. I don't know what has become of him now, but it is likely he is gone for good." At that, Psychos felt a sense of relief. Then, with a green aura radiating from her body, she held out her hand to the insane scientist. "Then it's over. Your establishment is done. With you gone, these wicked and sick experiments you've conducted will finally come to an end." "Is that so, Esper?" "Don't call me that." Angrily, Psychos replied, "My name is Psychos. I am an Esper, but you should learn how to address people." Dr. Genus pushed his glasses back and said, "I guess so. You seem so frail and timid, but I know without a doubt that there's so much power within you. Espers today are hard to track, but here you are, wasting your gifts on an institution in Ua. Don't you see, Psychos? With your quirk, you can not only bring a revolution to science, but evolve humanity. Quirks are just a small step, but with you I am certain that if we put our minds together, we can." "I don't care," Psychos abruptly interrupted. "I want nothing to do with what you do. I shall never cross the lines you've crossed, Dr. Genus." Dr. Genus replied with a laugh. "Absolute power corrupts absolutely," he stated. "I look forward to your fall from grace." Psychos tightened her jaw. The urge to simply knock Dr. Genus out was strong, but there was a catch. The Esper swiftly turned to face it after hearing something behind her. Only then was she able to construct a psychic shield before the approaching enemy struck it, knocking her to the ground. Dr. Genus gave a small laugh. "You've finally made it, my dear." The new mutant exclaimed, "My apologies, Master. My awakening took some time. I am now Mosquito Girl." With a groan, Psychos rose steadily from the floor. But before she could fully stand, a young adolescent Mosquito Girl was lifting Dr. Genus from beneath his armpits through a hatch in the ceiling. "No," exclaimed Psychos. She and her friends had made numerous unsuccessful attempts to apprehend the malevolent scientist. Psychos was determined not to miss the chance, so she swiftly reached out and put a psychic grip on Dr. Genus's hand. Dr. Genus screamed angrily, "Let go of me. What I have is important data." Psychos decided to disregard him. Meanwhile, the tug of war between the two prevented Mosquito Girl from moving forward. However, Psychos ultimately failed when Dr. Genus and his new mutant fled the hideout and the flash drive flew into her hand. Dr. Genus cried out, "No!" But it was too late. Psychos simply looked at the doctor icily before getting to his feet. She just stared at the flash drive she had taken from the doctor, which she still had. "What I have here is important, even though I failed again. What might be within?" Psychos pondered. However, the girl's curiosity was cut short by a tingling sensation. Although not very strong, her psychic abilities were strong in some areas, such as detecting the presence of other people. So the girl flew through the same doorway she had hurried through. "Have you located Saitama, Takayama?" she inquired via telepathy. "Yes," you replied, "and we're leaving now." "Good. I feel All Might coming. Act quickly," she said. After returning with you, the girl's eyes widened slightly before she explained the situation to Saitama, who grasped it and carried you in a bridal style. The blonde was obviously taken aback, but she was unable to speak because Saitama fled the facility with her in a matter of seconds. One thing, though, was overlooked by the group. King, the pro-hero, had just reached the woods when he discovered the destruction you had caused, and he stopped to survey the area. "I guess I came too late," King murmured. "I better go before another misunderstanding happens again." The pro-hero turned at that point, but was stopped when he heard a well-known laugh that caused him to turn around and look past All Might, who was standing there grinning famously. "It looks like you got them before me, King. As I had anticipated from a man of your rank," he said. King, trying so hard to conceal his nervousness, answered, "Why yeah, hello, another misunderstanding. I must have the worst luck in the world." Next day, midday meal. The teens, especially you, were still thinking about the previous day with Dr. Genus and his House of Evolution. You, Saitama, and Psychos were back in their UA uniform and at their usual dining spot. Her two best friends could be seen hurrying her lunch in obvious annoyance. "Takayama, would you mind relaxing a bit?" Saitama asked, a drop of anime perspiration on his forehead. You sighed after taking a large gulp of her meal and said, "I apologize, but yesterday still irritates me. That guy escaped our grasp just as we were about to capture him. Furthermore, where was King? He is such a high-ranking hero that we were able to skip classes and visit a forest 3 cities away because of him. I also keep trying to avoid using my quirk in public. For my big debut as a fully licensed professional hero, I would like to save it, but right now Takayama." Saitama jerked his head at Psychos and cut him off. Until you called out to her in an awkward and apologetic position, the Esper was silent and appeared to be disoriented. "I apologize, Psychos. I don't really hold you responsible." "What? How?" Psychos said, regaining consciousness. She recognized what had been said right away and responded, "And no, don't worry about it. It doesn't bother me." Saitama and you both remained silent, but Saitama was the one who asked the question that had been on their minds for a while. They looked at each other, concerned by something strange about Psychos' behavior. "How are you doing, Psychos?" You said. "Yeah, you've been spaced out." "I apologize," said Psychos. "Simply put, I've been considering what I observed on the Dr. Genus flash drive and its contents." "What's in it?" Inquiringly, Saitama repeated. Psychos blushed slightly and remarked, "It's kind of weird since it involves you and I. But he brings interesting theories, especially about espers. It seems that we espers can either enhance or acquire a unique talent in addition to our typical psychic abilities. Isn't it thrilling?" Saitama shrugged and said, "I guess so." You was a little irritated. "So none of his theories mention me. Like, really? You are just able to grow and maintain that specific size," Psychos said, apologizing. With a melancholy sigh, you said, "I hate him more now." Psychos, wearing an enthusiastic geeky smile, said, "Anyway," she changed the topic, "I was thinking, what if I can develop precognition? We can predict our future selves and anticipate our adversary's next move." "Precognition," you uttered thoughtfully, "that's essentially having visions of the future." "Correct. I'm not sure, Psychos. We don't really need to know what the future holds, in my opinion. However, aren't you curious about whether you succeed?" You grinned and sighed, "That's the problem. I already have a strong sense that I will succeed. Without a doubt, just keep an eye on me. In no time, people will be yelling my name with delight." "Oh." Psychos grew gloomy. Saitama said abruptly, Well, precognition doesn't sound so horrible. He had been feeling guilty for the girl. I mean, we'll improve ourselves and learn what to anticipate, right? You looked at Psychos. The Esper's hopeful gaze was directed at the blonde, so it was only a matter of time until the blonde gave into the pressure. Obviously, you gave the Esper a hug and said, "You're too adorable to refuse. Grab that precognition, or whatever it is. I'm always available to you." "Thank you." Psychos gave a kind response. In response, Saitama simply laughed. He genuinely valued these moments the most. Yes, he enjoyed training, but even though he was the only boy in his group, he always valued having friends, so Psychos was a little taken aback when the black-haired teenager patted her on the head. "Psychos, just exercise caution out there. I'm behind you," he said. This was so emotional for Psychos that she nearly burst into tears, but she forced herself to smile instead. "I will. You won't be sorry, I swear," with confidence, she said. It was only a few minutes before lunchtime ended, so it was just Saitama and you at the top of the school. The black-haired teen was about to leave when you called on him. Before long, the moment came to an end, and Psychos left earlier than the others. "Wait, Saitama," she yelled. Unbeknownst to Saitama, the blonde girl had something she wanted to say, but she refused to look him in the face, her cheeks getting a little hot. Ever since I came to Ua, I never got the chance to make any friends." You remarked. "Why, you really are compassionate, Saitama. You could say that I was simply shy, but I was able to get to know you and her and enjoy myself in Ua because of you and Psychos being so honest with me." Saitama thought numbly, I wonder what all of this is about." You paused as she said, "So I was wondering." Her chest tightened with every second that went by, but she forced herself to move forward and turned back to Saitama. "Come watch a movie with me." Saitama blinked and remained silent. You could be loud and impolite at times for various reasons, but Saitama couldn't pinpoint why, but something about her was different. "Sure, that would be nice," replied Saitama. "Let me just tell Psycho so she can go along." "No, only us. Just the two of us." You cut in, pushing forward. "A few days ago, I informed Psychos. She's okay with it, so for once, just accompany me." Something was really going on now, but the unaware teenage boy didn't notice and just shrugged. He grinned and said, "Sure, that'll be cool. So, it's a date." Yu's cheeks flushed, shocked that Saitama had just used a particular word, but she was so embarrassed that she rushed past Saitama, but not before yelling one final thing. "Idiot, just let me know when you want to leave." Behind you, Saitama heard and saw the door slam. I guess I'm the one to lock the door today," he murmured. "I wonder what was all that about." A new day arrived, bringing with it a little surprise. Lunchtime resumed before Saitama started walking to his usual location with his friends, holding 2 movie tickets in one hand and his bento in the other. Saitama muttered, "This just feels weird." He went on in his mind, "Does Takayama really like me that way? If so, how should I respond to her feelings? King seems sure of it. Wait, now that I think about it, a grown man like him knows a girl's true feelings better than I do. I only said the date thing because the main character from a manga sometimes say it." He sighed, "I guess I still have a lot to learn. Anyway, Takayama is cute and she is brave, sweet, and she has a nice pair of eyes. She can be bossy and a show-off, but that's not so bad now that I think about it." Saitama then saw you approaching him, and although he had no idea what she might be thinking, he quickly tucked the tickets in the pocket of his pants and turned to face her. "What's up, Takayama, how are you doing?" Saitama inquired. "And no, I'm concerned. It's about Psychos," you replied, her worry displaying her face to the fullest. "Shish, she skipped homeroom and all of our other classes today. Recovery girl isn't even in the infirmary, according to my check." Saitama responded, "I see," and then made it apparent that he was concerned about the situation by adding, "Psychos has never missed school, even when she was sick once. That gives you even more motivation to go find her. I'll sneak into your homeroom teacher's desk and get Psychos's home address first," saying, "Yes, but we need to think this through." Saitama insisted, "We can then accompany King to her home after school to check on her." You turned away after saying, "That sounds like a good plan. I just hope she's okay." Saitama reassured her, "It'll be fine." He put a hand on her shoulder, causing her to look into his face and meet his gaze. "Psychos will be right, and you know she's strong. We should go have lunch together now. I'm here to support you both." Yu grinned and said, "Yeah, you're right, Saitama, I'm grateful. No problem." A few hours passed before another school day ended. Since UA was a prestigious high school for future heroes, there were occasions when the students received extra lessons due to the term plus ultra. However, Saitama and Yu had to visit Saiko's, so they contacted King and went to her house. Saiko's house was a whole estate, and her family owned the entire street, but the front gate kept the three of them from accessing the compound, so they were all in for a surprise. Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "I knew Saiko's house was large, but I never thought it was this big." King went and pressed a bell at the side, waited for a response, but received none, but Saitama and King both agreed. Strangely, nobody is responding. You would have assumed that. Saitama had blown down the gate's door when a loud boom interrupted the hero, grabbing his attention as well, and Yu turned to see where it came from before he saw what had happened. "Saitama!" Yu shouted fiercely. With a nervous laugh, Saitama said, "Ha ha, oops." Even as the three of them passed through the gate, Yu did not let Saitama off so lightly because the damage to the gate had already been done and it was too late to fix it. "You are aware that you will have to pay for that?" she inquired. Pay. Saitama's eyes grew wide. Saitama was an ordinary student living alone without a wealthy source of income, so hearing that he would pay for something probably costly made his heart skip a beat. However, King said something that made them take notice. Saitama detested spending money. "This location is quite large. I didn't think you meant it when you guys said Psychos was loaded," King said in amazement. "Why yeah, but this is the first time we've been here," Yu said, too taken aback by the scene. "Let's just hope they won't hate us for trespassing. Although Saitama and I may know her mother, I doubt she would approve of this." "Well, talking about people, where are they all?" Looking around him, Saitama remarked, "This place is huge, so we should have seen some people, right?" Yu concurred, "You're right, Saitama." The compound was as large as Saitama had mentioned, and it was very eerie now that the blonde had noticed. The road they were walking on was made of clearly expensive materials, and their surroundings were spacious, but at every turn they turned into a garden. In front of them was a stone podium with a gold globe of the earth, which was oddly in the middle of a fountain, but Saitama ran towards it while King and Yu approached it. "Isn't that a fountain? It ought to be running," King inquired. "Psychos." Yu let out a gasp and fled. They should have been stopped by the estate's security by now, but no one was there, and Yu was alarmed enough to run up the stairs to the front entrance of the mansion and attempt to open it because she couldn't get rid of the feeling that something was clearly wrong. "It's secured," Yu yelled. "Take a step back," said Saitama. Saitama was already running up the stairs with his fist clutched and King right behind him when Yu glanced back and hurried aside. Before long, the enormous door was blown off its hinges and Saitama's feet made contact with the floor. "You do realize that I won't be paying for this?" Saitama inquired. Yu sprinted past him. It was unclear if she decided to ignore him because she left right away. Luckily, King recognized the situation and walked past the teenage boy. He remarked, "This place already gives me the creeps. I'm going to follow Takayama to keep her innocent." Upstairs, you inspect the rooms. We might be able to locate the people here. After a moment, the teenager paused and looked around, and Saitama said, "Okay. Just where are you, Psychos? Where is everyone?" Yu was having trouble seeing from where she was standing. The room was dark even though it was sunny outside, and the curtains were drawn, but there were still a few rays of light shining through. "What exactly transpired here?" she mumbled. "I wish I had really requested that night goggles be added to my suit." A recognizable voice said, "Then wouldn't that ruin the sexy look you're trying to pull?" Yu then screamed and turned back to see who it was. King, when a ray of light struck her from behind, startling her because she couldn't use her quirk in a building. "It's you, King. Don't scare me like that," Yu said, then grew irate. "Sorry, I also shouldn't have called her sexy, being a grown man and all," King said in an apology. He held a torchlight in one hand and another in the other, which he offered to the girl. "This is it," he said. "I discovered these in the kitchen." Yu took the torchlight, turned it on, and stepped back, saying, "Thanks." "So, did you find anyone?" she asked. According to King, nope, nothing. The two of them could see where they were with the torchlight. They were in the large living room with the pricey furniture, the carpet that was all over the place, and other items like a large flat-screen television. King walked over to the light switch and turned it on, but when he noticed nothing, he stepped back. What I observed in the kitchen was verified by that. I'm going to check out the source, but the power is definitely out, King said. In the meantime, don't worry and keep searching. Upstairs, Saitama is checking out. He should find something because he can see well even in the dark. Oh okay. King left, not knowing exactly where to go, so he just went with his instincts, but even then, under that bravado on his face, the man was incredibly anxious. I just hope nothing jumps on me or else I might end up screaming, he thought. This was just supposed to be simple. Just look at how Psychos is doing, and now we're in some kind of scary shit right now. The teenage boy was upstairs with Saitama, looking around the rooms, and so far he had not noticed anything unusual except that there were no people there, so he continued to move, but when he heard and recognized soft giggling, the atmosphere changed. As this was also his first lead to someone in the mansion, he hurried to the door and cautiously opened it, saying, "Hey, Psychos, is that you?" That voice, it has to be Psychos. The action returned to King as the pro hero pumped his leg on the bottom cupboard while he was moving through the kitchen. "Ah," he muttered, "I really need to be careful." He pointed his torch down and saw a human hand fall out of the cupboard he had on top of it. The door flung upon it. Holy shiiiitt. The pro hero let out a startled and horrified scream. Then there was a sudden girlish scream, coming from Yu, who had just opened a door in the living room, but her situation was made worse by the fact that there were dead bodies on the floor. "Takayama," King yelled and hurried outside. The house wasn't safe for people like them, and King knew it. He stormed into the living room and saw the bloody scene. Yu was too stunned and appalled by the blood to react, so he swiftly lifted her under his arm and fled. "Saitama, where are you, Saitama? Let's leave this place," he yelled. The adolescent boy did not answer. He heard the pro hero, but the scene before him was too weird to ignore. He was undoubtedly in Psychos' room, but even as he entered it, he felt uneasy because, among other things, Psychos was facing the wall. Her aura was bright green, and it was rising like a fire. Additionally, her room appeared to have been struck by a tornado, and the wall was covered in large scratches. "Psychos," Saitama yelled. "You should not have come here, Saitama," she said, letting out another laugh, her voice sounding emotionless and dull. "My entire life was a waste. Because humans are so flawed, all of my ambition, dreams, and time were wasted." "What are you discussing?" "What?" asked Saitama. "I'm referring to the entire world. The future is doomed." Psychos cried angrily, then rose to her feet as her green aura grew stronger. "We're just a group of worthless people squandering our time." She turned to face him, her eyes glowing green, and said, "Heroes and villains are just two sides of the same coin, and I'm going to wipe them all out for the sake of the future." "What?" While King was climbing the stairs to reach Saitama, a loud boom sounded, and his eyes widened as a tremendous psychic power struck him and Yu. Saitama was then struck by a gust of wind, not very strong, but he could feel it rising as he shielded his face. Saitama was seen flying through the air until he crashed through a tree and then onto a small statue by the huge fence, but from the outside, nothing appeared to have happened until the mansion was blown apart in a matter of seconds. Yu hit the ground in her giant form and let an unconscious King fall from her hand. The sudden psychic attack from before then exhausted her, and she returned to normal. Saitama had taken a huge hit, so he was down, his eyes without pupils, his mouth open as he lay in the debris on the statue. But it wasn't happening. The weather turned harsh as the wind increased and the clouds darkened, and Yu, the only unconscious person, saw Psychos, who had a strong aura, rise into the air from the wreckage of the mansion before experiencing a familiar psychic hold. Before Yu could react, though, she was lifted into the air and her body was flown past Psychos, who was watching her. "Psychos, stop! Psychos, it's Takayama Yu, me!" Yu yelled frantically. "I know," Psychos said in a monotone, "this world is rotten by heroes like you who crave attention, fame, and wealth. I'm sorry that I became friends with someone as conceited and deprived as you. You have to die for that. Enjoy the absence of oxygen and goodbye." Even worse than her body being lifted higher to the ground, Yu's mind flashed back to the happy times she had spent with Saitama, Psychos, and King, times when they had always supported one another, whether in happiness or sorrow, but now it seemed like all of that was just a memory. Yu was confused and emotionally devastated by what she heard, and Psychos didn't seem to care about her at all. Yu mumbled, "You," before her teary eyes widened in rage. "Psychos, don't do this. We promised. Our travels. What ultimately did they all mean?" She didn't hear back. It didn't matter if it was because of the great distance. As Yu transformed into her giant form and escaped the Esper's psychic hold, her rage quickly took shape. Then she started to go to the ground and saw Psychos. Yu screamed, "Damn you!" With anger, she made a fist with her right hand and threw it at Psychos. "Answer me, you fucking traitor!" The giant struck Psychos hard with his fist. The friendship was then shattered, and a loud, earth-shaking impact was felt and heard. The ground itself trembled violently as a powerful wind blew through the compound. Psychos, whose fate was unknown, had been hit by Yu. Despite her personality, Yu had never displayed this level of power, and now she had applied it to someone she had once thought of as a friend. King gave a feeble groan. Yu's punch had hit him so hard that his body had nearly thrown. Luckily, the young man started to become conscious because the strength was insufficient. The green, overcast skies were the first thing he saw before he groaned again and stood up. He was unable to comprehend what was happening, and to make matters worse, he experienced a brief headache. But when he saw Yu's position, some of that changed. "Takayama, what are you?" King was interrupted. He saw Yu being flung aside after being enveloped in a green aura. The scene wasn't finished yet, but the girl was able to get to her feet right away. With her eyes neon green and the rest of her body covered in the same hue, Psychos arose from the ground. Psychos clarified, "I didn't expect retaliation like that. I was focused on how I would engage King that I underestimated you. But still, you are careless. You are fortunate that your suit is equipped with special fabric to absorb the amount of the impact. If it weren't for it, your arm would have been shattered, with or without becoming calm." Yu merely glared at her without responding. King maintained his composure in the meantime, but it wasn't enough. He glanced quickly around for a specific person while he was staring at the person he used to know as Psychos. "Saitama. Saitama, where are—" King saw the teenager with the cap. When he saw that Saitama was motionless, he hurried to the teen's aid and shouted out to him. Yu and Psychos watched him leave. Psychos slightly smirked and said, "HMPH, just let a hero." Then she looked at Yu. "I'm quite disappointed in you, Takayama. That punch should have hurt, but I barely felt a thing." Yu shot back, "Don't get so full of yourself. Do you realize what you've done? You hurt Saitama." "Hurt? I was hoping for a quick kill. But I can sense his heartbeat, it's becoming faint. He's slowly dying." "Excellent." Anger took control of Yu, and she abruptly lost consciousness. Since Psychos had formally crossed the line, there was no longer any chance of their friendship ever being repaired. When Yu suddenly charged at Psychos, she screamed in rage. In response, the Esper held out her hand to the big girl and used her psychic grip to stop her in her tracks. But it only lasted a few seconds before breaking free and striking the girl square in the face. As she was hurled out of the compound, Psychos gave a little scream. It appeared to end that way for a brief moment, but it didn't. Psychos returned to the air, higher than Yu, and he and she were levitating a large number of trees. She fired the trees at her after using her Esper power to cut all the branches until they were just enormous, sharp pieces of wood. "Get ready to be punctured in the worst ways possible. Ha ha ha." Psychos swore uncontrollably. Yu merely gave a glare in response. She wasn't afraid even though the trees were approaching quickly. She actually leapt straight at them, shrinking just in time to land on one of them. Then she started running on that tree, then she jumped on another and continued running for a while. When she reached the final one, she leapt off it, grew bigger once more, and then punched Psychos squarely in the face. The Esper fell to the floor. For the two girls, it didn't stop there, though. Psychos was buried in the ground when Yu fell on her by the foot. "I wouldn't stand in your way if you had this kind of power before we became friends, but not right now, Psychos. I've had enough to deal with you. Don't undervalue me." Yu pondered. "Are you finished now?" "What?" Psychos asked. "Huh?" Psychos had entered Yu's mind through telepathy, but it wasn't over yet. Huge vines quickly emerged from the ground and encircled Yu's arms and legs before holding them apart. Yu swore, "Bitch." Then the giant girl saw Psychos when she looked up. The Esper didn't appear to have any scratches or dirt on her. When she lifted her arm and pointed one finger at the sky, things only got worse. Lightning started to blaze through the skies for no apparent reason. With a broad smile on her face, Psychos remarked, "Takayama, it would seem I was wrong. I didn't underestimate you. No, I was just playing with you from the start. This newfound power I'm blessed with is enough to kill you without breaking a sweat. But I don't want to do that. I want to see you suffer and endure until you wish the cold arms of death would take you away." Then Yu's eyes got big. Psychos managed to actually control the weather, however he did it. The lightning then went in that direction and struck the giant girl directly after the Esper aimed her finger down at her. Yu gave a loud, excruciating groan. She could feel the lightning rushing through her body, and it was hurting her so much. Receiving this much voltage would have instantly killed her if she had been a normal human, but she wasn't, so she lived through it. At last, the vines released her, causing her to drop to her knees. Yu required time to recuperate from the traumatic event. When she punched her fist in the air, Psychos was taken by surprise and used her psychic abilities to deliver an invisible blow to Yu's stomach. Yu grunted and spat out some saliva. Such an attack was unexpected. As if that weren't enough, Psychos' psychic abilities then carried her into a trance before sending her plummeting back to the compound. The giant girl lay there defeated as the impact shook the ground in a split second. The sight astounded King. Yu lay on the ground, unable to move, her body covered in scratches and bruises. His eyes widened in horror at what transpired, followed by a certain psychotic laugh. Rocks, the mansion's rubble, and other items that had once been intact started to collect near Yu's legs. It wasn't until the formation was finished and a huge humanoid rock monster with a cyclop eye and no mouth was standing near her that the giant girl realized what was happening. The voice said, "Impressive, isn't it? Psychos." Although she was invisible, the Esper was unquestionably present in the monster. "Tell me, Takayama, how does it feel to be outgrown?" Yu remained silent. As she gazed at the enormous monster, her anger vanished and was replaced by fear. It was probably stronger and much larger than her. She wouldn't be able to survive even if she wasn't seriously hurt. As a result, it passed when the creature seized Yu's frail body and raised her to its abdomen. Surprisingly, its stomach expanded before the monster started to gradually ensnare Yu. Psychos asked gleefully, "Do you still want to know your future, Takayama? It is you, crushed by boulders within this monster, and forgotten." Yu was unable to answer. Even so, she barely survived thanks to her giant form. She could only gaze at Saitama and King with a dejected expression on her face as her body was gradually absorbed by the monster. "Saitama, I'm sorry." The monster finally took the girl in with those final words. Psychos let out a wild laugh and caused the monster to raise its arms in triumph. King was appalled and stunned. He remained on his knees, holding Saitama in his arms. Even though Psychos didn't appear to notice him, she would eventually notice. The pro-hero had experienced many negative situations in the past, but this was the first time he had ever felt fear, anger, and self-doubt all at once. But when he heard Saitama swizz, his mood shifted. As he opened his eyes, the teenager was returning and had a brief headache. He whispered, "Amen, what hit me, and my tooth, that pain I felt from it is now gone. I think I can feel my loose tooth." "Saitama," responded King. The young man would have been pleased in such a situation, but his friend was different. As if nothing had happened to him, Saitama got up off the ground and licked his tongue against his missing tooth. He spit the tooth out of his mouth a second later, and he saw it fly near the foot of Psychos' monster before it exploded on the ground. Psychos looked at Saitama, who also had a strange appearance, and expressed shock. With one exception, the teen's appearance was essentially unchanged. He was now bald, as evidenced by the lack of hair on the top of his head. "Saitama!" exclaimed Psychos. "Huh? Psychos?" Saitama looked up in response. At last he saw the enormous rock monster. "Is that you, Psychos? That looks pretty cool. Where's Takayama? I bet she would love to see this. You look really big." Psychos retorted, "Are you that dumb, Saitama?" Then she forced her monster to approach Saitama. "What you see here is just the beginning to the end of humanity. Takayama is inside my incredible monster. In a few seconds she'll be crushed and be nothing but bloody mush." Saitama's eyes enlarged with surprise and then turned serious. "Let her go, Psychos, I don't want to hurt you." Psychos chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Don't joke around, you moron." After roaring, her monster drew back its left arm in preparation for a direction punch. After saying, "Don't worry, Saitama. I'll end it right here," she punched him. King yelled, "Saitama, get out of there." Saitama decided to disregard him. He extended his hand while glaring at the blow that was headed his way. In a startling turn of events, he actually stopped the punch with his open hand alone. Psychos and King were taken aback. As the wind passed Saitama and even reached King, it was evident how much force Psychos had put into that blow. If that wasn't enough, Saitama made it impossible for Psychos to back down by piercing his fingers into his fist. "What exactly is this incredible strength? Psychos pondered. Then she quickly lost her temper and punched again. Don't get so cocky, Saitama. The right fist struck Saitama at his close left, just like the other punch. King was about to yell at the teenager when he was startled. Saitama used his other hand to catch that fist, even puncturing it with his fingers. Impossible. Psychos thought in disbelief, saying, now it's my turn, Saitama. The teenager did something truly amazing with that. His forehead struck the monster's fists so violently that the arms burst into tiny pebble fragments. Psychos screamed as she took a step back, sensing the pain of such an attack. Then Saitama made the decision to strike again. He leapt to the monster's chest and punched it directly, taking Psychos by surprise. His fist held firm, and before long, the monster's whole structure collapsed, sending an injured Yu hurtling off. The girl's body shrank back to normal in that moment, but she had long since reached her limit. But the danger had not ended. A boulder was on its way to Yu because she was still flying through the air. Although she could see it, she was powerless to stop it. Her circumstances appeared to be hopeless. I'm going to die if it hits me when I hit the ground. It's coming for me. Please, someone, save me, Yu thought. There was a loud boom, and then fragments of the old boulder flew. Before Yu saw a certain teenage boy she knew who had gone bald, she was unable to make sense of it. Saitama? Weakly, she pondered. Reaching out, Saitama took the girl in his arms. Then he took advantage of the opportunity to spin and hit the ground. When a boulder arrived to crush them, the hero quickly punched it into pieces as well. Yu was both astonished and utterly bewildered. She thought Saitama was the most awesome hero ever. King hurried to Saitama and Yu as soon as the falling debris stopped. King said, Saitama, are you okay? Saitama turned to face Psychos and replied, I'm fine. Saitama was alerted when the Esper rose from the rubble. King, you mind if I take this one? Takayama needs to be protected. I'll be counting on you. King nodded, saying, sure. Weakly, Yu called to him, Saitama, wait. She didn't receive the desired response, though. King took her in his arms and sprinted as quickly as he could. Now only Saitama and Psychos remained. They were silent as the sun was beginning to set, but the atmosphere in the once proud house was intense. Psychos, you hurt Takayama. I think you should apologize to her, Saitama responded. Psychos said, burst out laughing. Apologize? Don't make me laugh, Saitama. Stop talking like we're friends. That all died when I saw the future. But we are friends. Then consider this as a mark that it's over. Psychos then slammed her hands to the floor, sending a wave of psychic shock through it. Saitama was nearly knocked off his feet by the shockwave, which was strong enough to shatter the ground. As if that weren't enough, Psychos targeted Saitama with strong winds, pelting him with rocks and other debris. Psychotically, Psychos yelled, what do you think of this, Saitama? This power is too great for you to handle. It appeared as though the Esper's power was growing every second. She did underestimate one thing, though. Saitama was still standing with his head covered, even though she had sent a lot of things at him. Psychos did not like it. It didn't seem like she wanted Saitama to suffer. When Saitama abruptly slammed his fist with such force against her own, however, she was taken by surprise. He was able to hit her without approaching and destroy everything she threw at him. Psychos screamed as she was returned, but it wasn't for long. After landing on her feet, the Esper inhaled deeply. Just how? In an instant, any human being would be crushed. Psychos pondered. She had tiny drops of sweat on her face and was panting heavily. I can still defeat him, though, he is nothing more than. Her face nearly came into contact with a red glove fist. The girl hadn't even anticipated it because it happened so quickly. If that wasn't enough, the power it possessed was manifested as a strong wind that blew in 3 different directions. One of the winds passed directly in front of her head, and the other 2 went to her left and right. Psychos experienced fear for the first time since awakening. When she glanced back and saw the enormous destruction behind her, it was evident on her face. Only a vast, lengthy dug path remained after everything that had been in the wind's path had been leveled down. Then, frightened, she looked up to see Saitama. Such devastation was his doing. How? At last, her thoughts exploded. Her fear was transformed into anger as she fully engaged her quirk. So she let out a great cry and sent a huge psychic blast that swept through the compound, destroying everything in its path. The Esper then started to increase her power and float into the air, but Saitama was unfazed. With an angry cry, Psychos exclaimed, I will defeat you, Saitama. I am the Earth's savior. A monster deserving of the threat of a dragon. I shall protect the future from these things called humans by wiping you and this whole city and its occupants to the depth of Hellll. Saitama gave the girl a serious glare without saying anything. It appeared that psychos wanted to put an end to this battle quickly because it had progressed far enough. Therefore, the Esper extended her hand and launched a powerful psychic blast at Saitama with a heartbeat. Calmly, Saitama remarked, "Then I guess I'll have to use my own final move." He clenched his fist and leapt directly at the explosion. Killer move. Serious series. Serious. As he approached Psychos, Saitama hesitated. He was not fazed by the psychic attack and was overcoming it with ease. But as he recalled happy memories, the teenager hesitated about what to do next. There was one thing he could do, but he couldn't bring himself to deliver the lethal blow. Serious catch. Saitama snatched Psychos into his arms at the last second. The Esper was unprepared for the action, but she was powerless to stop it. The force of Saitama's leap sent them both flying across the city before colliding at a well-known park by the sea, where Saitama was hit. She quickly and angrily got off Psychos, who was on top of him. Psychos angrily yelled, "How dare you, don't touch your filthy hands on me." Saitama got up without saying anything. He was completely unharmed by the impact, but he had to do something. As a result, he approached Psychos, who saw him approaching and instantly used her quirk to extend her arm in his direction. "Stay back. I'll kill you right here, I mean." With a single flick at her forehead, Saitama interrupted her. The attack caused Psychos to scream and grab her forehead, which both shocked and hurt her. She cried out, "TT, that hurt. AHHH. Although the Esper was injured, it served as a useful diversion. Saitama took advantage of the opportunity to seize her arms and yell angrily in her face. "What was that? Psychos, do you know what you just did?" Psychos looked at the hero in confusion, stunned. She didn't appear to comprehend his words. "Think back. What did we promise to do? Try to remember who you were. Psychos. This isn't you, come back to us." "Come back," mumbled Psychos. Saitama. At last, it dawned on her. Her recollection of the fun times, adventures, and relationships she shared with her friends. Everything flashed through her mind until she was reminded of the horrible things she had done. It appeared that the real Psychos had returned, but it was crying. She broke down in tears. "What have I done? Saitama, what has become of me?" Although the Esper had returned to herself, the memories persisted. Guilt overcame her and she collapsed to her knees, sobbing into her arms, and it became a tremendous burden on her heart. "I'm a monster. I killed them all, my mom, my dad, the good people that worked in the mansion. I killed them all. I tried to shut myself in my room, but what I saw was too much. What I saw in the future. I can't change what I've done. It's over." "Psychos," uttered Saitama. The girl was taken aback when he knelt down and held her head against his chest. "I'm glad to have you back. It's going to be okay. We'll work things out. We've been in tight spots before and we've always." "It's not the same," pointed out Psychos. The Esper made an unsuccessful attempt to free herself from Saitama's hold. She was aware that Saitama had significantly increased his strength. After a moment, however, she paused and gazed at the hero with a sincere and sorrowful expression. "Please, just let me go. I can't stay like this. I can't be with you or Takayama or be in this city anymore." "Why?" Saitama scowled pitifully. Psychos bowed her head and said nothing. Saitama let her go and watched her get to her feet, knowing she would not speak. He followed suit, but when she turned away from him, he felt a little sad. He said, "Are you leaving?" In response, Psychos said, "I have to. I can't go back, Saitama. To the people we've known. My mind has become corrupted. The girl you see here is just a fragile remain of what she used to be." After pausing, Saitama extended his hand to her. There was something wrong with this moment. The thought of their friendship ending made him sick to his stomach. However, he stopped and pulled his arm back. "Just what did you see? The future?" Psychos chuckled, but in a melancholy way. She turned to face him and said, "You don't want to know. If I told you, you would lose your very will to live. Worse, you might become insane as I have. What I saw was beyond anything any man, woman or child should see. It made me see things different about the human race. When the time comes for us to unite against a common threat, we remain the way we always are. Nothing changed. The Earth is doomed." Saitama was unsure of how to respond to it. Psycho's was being evasive, but her words made him feel a little cold. Then, when the Esper partially turned her body toward him, it changed. The future is dark, scary and painful. If I think any more I might go back insane again, not that it matters. I'm barely holding on to my sanity right now, but I will tell you this, Saitama. Please, protect the future. An Esper with green hair will make herself known. You must reach out to her before it's too late. For what is worth, for what we had, I'm begging you to do this as a final request of the psychos you knew. According to Saitama, I promise. I'll be there for her. Thank you. Goodbye. Then psychos started to move away. Saitama watched her, feeling his heart tighten with every step she took. He was starting to feel overwhelmed. He acted because he wanted to. Rushing to psychos, the bald hero seized her wrist. Wait, psychos. There might still be Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Before he realized it, psychos had turned and kissed him. Then, with a look of surprise in her eyes, she retreated from it. Even Saitama was taken aback, so it's obvious she hadn't anticipated that. I'm sorry. Farewell, psychos. Wait. Before he could catch her, the Esper took off. Even though he had acquired new skills, he had not yet perfected them. As a result, all he could do was watch with sorrow and depression as one of the best people he had ever known departed from him. Present-day perspective of Saitama. Then I went back to where psychos had lived before. King had to accompany some government representatives to file a report regarding the incident after Takayama was taken to the hospital. I was never brought up because everyone thought it was a fight between him and a dragon-level monster. I suppose it helped that I appeared as if I had never been there. Things worsened the following day. Takayama was placed on UA leave in order to recuperate. Takayama needed time alone, but Recovery Girl had done her best. As a result of what transpired, I was socially isolated from my classmates. People believed that I might have chickened out or acted less of a man for not defending any of them because they knew how much I hung around psychos and Takayama. According to what I was told, Takayama would not discuss psychos, who was believed to be missing in action. Even worse, King chose to relocate. Common POV, King's apartment building was surrounded by loading trucks. Meanwhile, men in the uniform of a moving company were seen going outside with furniture in boxes. Since he had to pass the movers on his way to King's apartment, a young Saitama could witness it. When he arrived, he saw King putting his game console away. Simply put, Saitama remarked, "So you really are moving, huh?" King stopped and glanced over his shoulder. He sighed when he noticed Saitama standing in the doorway. "Yeah," King said desolately. Returning to his game console in its box, he started taping it shut. "I told you a week ago, Saitama. This is something I have to do." Saitama walked over to where King's shelf was still there and said, "But I don't understand. Is this about what happened to psychos? I need to know, King." King hesitated a moment. The teen's face was not at Saitama, but it was obvious that he had mentioned a specific topic. However, the pro hero remained silent as he got up and set the game console on a number of other boxes. He frowned and said, "I won't lie to you, Saitama. You're the only person that I can be honest with." Then he paused for a moment. The reason was that he silently shut the door of his apartment after passing Saitama. The seriousness of what he had to say prevented him from turning to his friend. "Saitama, have you ever felt helpless? I mean over and over and over again and you think nothing about it because it worked out well in the end?" Saitama declined to respond. He could have, but as he stood there staring at King's back, he sensed some unrest within him. Additionally, it didn't appear that the pro hero was finished at that time. King said solemnly, "I haven't to tell you the truth, I've gotten really sick of it. When I walk the streets, people see me as some assurance and beacon of hope that they're safe. When I buy stuff, the queue becomes shorter because everyone wants to be grateful. Heck, even when I take a bus or taxi, the driver offers me a discount even though he isn't supposed to." Saitama remained silent once more. As he stood there looking visibly guilty, he felt sorry for the phony pro hero. However, King continued the monologue by turning to Saitama and running his fingers through his hair. "What I'm trying to say is, I've been feeling guilty about it because I know I don't deserve this much praise or appreciation or comfort. You could say that the breakup with insane psychos was just something that dawned on me. Not only am I a fake hero, but I'm a hero who couldn't stop a fight between some kids. And yet everyone assumes I took down some dragon-level monster all by my own. It's just too much, Saitama." Saitama questioned, "But you joined UA to be a hero, right?" King turned his head away. "Not really, bro. My life before we met wasn't all that great. Nobody in my middle school noticed me and I was kind of a background character to everyone's life. But then I ended up falling in some goo of some dead monster one day and things changed. Reporters noticed the destruction around the area and just assumed it was me. Next thing I know I'm fighting for my life to make it out of UA as rumors about me being a strong hero began to be a thing. I think it was around that time that we met, do you remember? Saitama laughed. How could I forget? The teenager briefly experienced a flashback to the time he first met and became friends with King, who was also laughing at the time. The memory appeared to have eased the tense atmosphere. King therefore used it as he approached Saitama and gave him a pat on the left shoulder. You're a great guy, Saitama. Keep that in mind. King asserted. I may be gone for a while, but this moving out doesn't mean we'll stop being friends. You've saved my life more than once, so it's impossible to forget you. But don't let these things hold you back. You're strong, heck, even stronger than I'll ever imagine myself to be. Take care of yourself. Saitama said, right, with conflicted feelings. He was both thankful and saddened by his friend's departure. As a result, he could only smile at the pro-hero's face because of the sadness in his eyes. Take care of yourself, King. That meant it was time to say goodbye and head out. King was escorted by Saitama, who assisted him in packing the remainder of his belongings into one of the trucks. Following the completion of the loading, the pro-hero and the teen hero bid each other farewell before the former got into the truck and waved to the other. Saitama waved back until he was alone and the trucks had left. He gazed into his hands and remarked, I guess I'm on my own again. He had received some of King's video games. Well, kind of. Until we meet again, King. A year afterward at UA, the esteemed Academy for Heroes, there was a lot of celebration. Having completed the academy, the former fourth-year students celebrated with one each while dressed in their graduation attire. None of them would ever forget that wonderful moment and time. They were finally considered heroes because a female reporter covered it and the station was broadcast on many of the city's TVs. With so much having happened, these upcoming heroes finally made it. A new hope for another generation has been born here and we can rest at ease knowing these good men and women will protect us for a better and prospering society. A person in a red glove gave the cashier a bunch of coins in a supermarket. After thanking him, the female cashier wished him a pleasant day. The man gave a straightforward response before leaving the supermarket and passing a TV convenience store where the reporter was still working. From some of the heroes I just spoke it, they couldn't contain their joy over their achievement. I almost got burnt by one. Ha ha ha. Oh right, Saitama thought. They're still going on. There was no expression on his face as he reached into his pants pocket and took out an object. During the ceremony earlier today, I received my hero official license, but I didn't stay long. Since I'm essentially invisible to everyone, I don't think UA minds all that much. Not a huge deal. After that, Saitama blocked out all other voices from his mind. The UA graduation was widely broadcast on television, even being shown on the town's large screen. Once more, however, Saitama paid no attention to it. Having to celebrate with people you know, have become friends with, and will be with you must be enjoyable. I believe that I have long since lost that sense of happiness. It was surprising, but perhaps this is the cost of growing too powerful. I wanted to be a hero ever since I started UA because it was enjoyable. Before I met them, I was curious about what it meant to be a hero. King, Psychos, Takayama, and the Moomin Rider. The experiences we had together, the joys we experienced, and the connections we formed seemed to last a lifetime. However, Saitama stopped and clenched his fist in exasperation. I feel like I'm changing into a different version of myself every day. The memories and the feelings are starting to lose the things I used to cherish. What does it mean to be a hero like this? Then he gave a sorrowful sigh. To think the path of a hero would feel this lonely. Suddenly, Saitama saw approaching. Before it could reach his face, he grabbed a paper airplane and opened his palm to reveal it. The paper plane had been severely compressed. I don't think the kid who threw this would be happy, he replied. Then he opened the paper and saw a black ink protruding. He started reading what was written after that. Come to your apartment building, I'll be waiting for you there. Signed AM. Saitama started to wonder a little. Someone unexpectedly inviting him to his own home was suspicious because he hadn't gotten along with anyone in a long time. Saitama saw it as something to look forward to rather than a problem. The recently licensed hero arrived at his apartment building in a matter of minutes. The person who had sent him the paper was nowhere to be seen. However, he heard something approaching and glanced up just in time to see a strong figure leaping down from the building wearing a vibrant costume. Before finally landing in front of Saitama and flashing his well-known smile, the person, for some reason, also gave a heroic laugh. "Don't be afraid, because I'm here," the man declared. "All Might?" Saitama asked, a little taken aback. "Yes, it is I," declared the well-known pro-hero. In addition, he folded his arms across his chest and pushed his cape back. "Congratulations on your graduation as an official hero, Saitama. I've heard quite about you from an old friend." "An old colleague?" "King," declared All Might. "A year ago he sent an email, to think he wasn't the man I thought he was. I'll admit I was fooled too. But along with that email, he told me all about your many achievements, but I couldn't meet you in person. Since I'm not a teacher in UA, I didn't want to disrupt your school life, so I observed from afar, haha." All Might was following me around? Saitama pondered. He was actually debating whether or not to report All Might to the police, despite his slight expression of surprise. At that moment, All Might exclaimed, "Saitama, are you truly alone?" Yes. Can I go now?" There, All Might nearly lost his temper. People were always willing to listen to him because he was the peace symbol, but this was the first time he had encountered someone attempting to leave him. It was unclear to All Might whether that was a good or bad thing coming from the young hero. In any case, he went on. "Why, you're willing to go, but have you given it much of a thought?" All Might inquired. "Call me a stalker for what you want, but I'm actually concerned about you, Saitama the hero." Saitama thought, so he does know he is being a stalker. Then he said, "I appreciate your concern, but I've been doing fine. I have these groceries that I got from a good discount, so if you don't mind." Saitama passed All Might on foot. Although it might come across as impolite, he had expressed his desire to reach his apartment. All Might, though, didn't give up without taking stock. All Might questioned, "This isn't how you picture the hero life being like, is it?" Saitama stopped moving. All Might started to approach the teenager after the pro-hero's question had affected him. "Every hero has their reasons for being the person they are today, but what is your reason, Saitama? Why are you a hero?" With some skepticism, Saitama stated, "Because it's fun." He did not turn to face the pro-hero. He questioned, "And it isn't anymore?" According to Saitama, I don't know. I stopped caring for what people thought of me. I'm just a hero because I want to be. At least that was the idea in the beginning. I had friends who I wanted to protect. But since then I wondered if I kept being a hero because I wanted to, or as a way to reach out to them one day and hold on to those familiar precious times. HMPH, for the first time in a while, he sighed. "If I have this much doubts, I wonder if I'm still meant to be a hero." All Might, Saitama, called. Then he pointed in the opposite direction. "Walk with me for a moment." With a sigh, Saitama tucked the shopping bags behind a potted plant. Why even try to stop him? All Might wasn't going to let him go that easily. Soon after, they found themselves strolling alongside each other down a desolate street. All Might said, "This place is your home. The infamous ghost town. To think a teenager lives here is surprising. I've heard about its history. Sad that many families had to move away because of the constant monster attacks. But it makes me wonder why you still here." Saitama answered, "What can I say? The rent is super cheap. Besides, it's quiet and I don't get bothered here." All Might said, "That must be nice." Then his face lit up with a smile. "Saitama, there is no shame in feeling doubt. At times when we've fallen to the bitterness of hopeless, such negative thoughts can get in the way. Does it make us less human? No, I believe it reminds us that we're indeed human and that we're still open for growth." "Growth?" asked Saitama. "Yes," said All Might. The pro-hero stopped and struck his chest with his fist. "Growth is a part of being human. Even the elderly today grows. To be a true hero isn't about flexing your muscles or the fame, but being able to acknowledge your faults and face them. Then when you've confronted them." All Might stopped and gave the air a powerful punch. Just that force produced a windstorm that ripped through buildings. All Might grinned and went on. "You knocked them down. That, my boy, is what it means to grow. Graduating from UA is an honor and privilege, but it is only one big step to many trials ahead. Sometimes you will have to make some sacrifices along the way and push forward. You know the words? Plus ultra?" Saitama gave a sincere smile. It was worth it, even though he hadn't felt that way in a while. His smile was brought on by memories of his first encounters with psychos, you, King, Moomin Rider, and other kind-hearted people. During those pleasant moments, Saitama was genuinely content. This feeling. I truly forgot it, Saitama reflected. Then he remembered what he had promised King and psychos. I still have reasons to fight, now that I think about it. Sometimes my life would be dull, but I believe I can continue for both them and myself. Saitama finally had some closure. When All Might saw the young man's smile, he realized it. You're right, mentioned Saitama. Maybe there really are some things to grow as a hero. Right. Saitama received a thumbs up from the pro hero. He had achieved his goal. You're going to be just fine, Saitama. I can tell you're going to have a good future. Saitama remarked, I guess I'll take your word for it. Yes. By the way, do you have a moment? There's an offer I need you to know. Saitama's expression went blank. All Might was taken aback and gazed at the teenager with a perplexed expression. What? Inquired All Might. Saitama remained silent. As the pro hero moved right in front of him, he simply kept staring at him blankly. Before the older man realized it, Saitama had punched him in the chest, causing him to crash into a car that was severely dented. All Might asked, he hit me. It was an unexpected punch, but not a bad one. When All Might got out of the car and saw Saitama approaching him with a serious expression on his face, he wasn't even holding back his punch. Saitama remarked, All Might, you truly are strong. Thanks for the help, but I'm itching for a fight now. You have an offer for me, right? Then how about a one-on-one match? I'll hear you out after that. A spar? Asked All Might, smiling. Let's go, Saitama. It's been a while since someone punched me like that. You're indeed strong. Saitama's smile widened in that moment. It was thrilling to watch them spar with each other. Consequently, both men assumed a running stance, prepared to engage in combat. All Might said, we'll go at 3, 1. Saitama added, 2, abruptly. They both sprinted toward one another and drew closer. 3. The two heroes' fists collided as they clashed. Before the two heroes went all out, the Ghost City was awash in the devastation that followed. Current day. As Saitama concluded his life story, Genos was taken aback by a revelation. King's secret and other small details had not been disclosed to the demon cyborg. However, the offer was one thing that came to light. The cyborg was so taken aback that he sat forward and turned to face All Might. He offered one for all to Master Saitama? He inquired. All Might said uneasily, yeah. Talking about the pro hero's quirk was a secret that couldn't be revealed to curious onlookers, even though their location was nearly empty. Luckily, Saitama made the slender pro hero feel comfortable. He turned to Genos and said, don't worry, this place is deserted. The owner is at the back, so it's cool. Be careful, okay? I know it's a shock, but don't go around saying All Might's quirk, Genos. Genos said, my apologies, master, and returned to his usual seat. It's just that, to hear that someone of your greatness was offered a unique quirk from All Might himself was a surprise. He was reassured by Saitama that, it's cool, no worries. Then he sighed and got to his feet. Well, I'm off. Escort Toshinori to his place, will you? Genos replied, oh of course, sensei. After giving All Might a wave, Saitama departed. Although his stoicism was not surprising, there was something different about him today. He turned to All Might, and Genos sensed it. I hope you are not offended. As he exited the booth, All Might moaned softly, it's fine. Then he stretched at Genos with his back. Saitama brought us here and explained his past. There's no doubt that he wants to be alone. As much as he may act like he doesn't feel anything, he's still a man and I'm sure he still feels responsible for what happened. Come on, Genos, let's go. Your master needs some time for himself. Genos nodded and left the booth, saying, understood. Saitama emerged from a grocery store, still dressed casually from his time with All Might and Genos, holding a shopping bag in one hand as he did so. He mumbled, that took a while. The shoppers and the cashier lady recognized me. Well, I didn't really try to hide who I was today. All Might is doing well. He has the ability to change forms. Perhaps I could try donning a. Observe it. He didn't know exactly who it was, but Saitama had bumped into a woman, and when the woman backed away from the slight impact, she looked up at Saitama's face and made eye contact, which immediately startled both adults. Saitama? Takayama? For a brief moment, both adults were stunned, as they hadn't spoken to one another in years. However, the adult Yu turned away to cover her face before passing the bald hero. I'm sorry, forget we ever saw each other, she replied. Observing her as she went past him, Saitama did not attempt to stop her, but he had to do one thing. He saw something on the ground and picked it up. Then he called out to Takayama, who simply ignored him and kept on walking. Takayama, Takayama. Saitama continued to call. Yu thought to herself, please just stop calling out to me. Ignore him. Ignore him. That's what I did then. It shouldn't feel so hard now. But Saitama didn't give up, and he started to walk to Yu to show her what he had discovered. Yu heard him approaching, but started to flee. Why is he so obstinate? Why is he unable to leave after all these years? A hand grabbed Yu's wrist and pulled her back to her feet, but not before she saw who it was in front of her. Yu was cut off when she struck something hard, and the force sent her tumbling backwards to the ground. Saitama, how did you? Presenting what he had discovered, Saitama interrupted her, saying, here. These are your keys, right? Yu said, why yes, and removed it from his grasp. Well, I figured you ought to have it. Be careful. Yu remained silent as Saitama walked past her without saying anything more, but before he could say anything more, Yu said something that caused him to pause. So, that's it? You just wanted to give me my keys? She asked. Is there anything else? Saitama turned to Yu and replied, yeah. No, nothing. I don't remember saying anything. Goodbye. Yu started to leave, feeling conflicted about something, but Saitama couldn't see her face, so she couldn't tell how she really felt. Then, when Saitama said something that made her stop, the mood became more intense. I take it you're referring to that day. I apologize for what happened that day when everything changed, he said. I apologize for not being able to protect you sooner. I'm sorry you suffered harm. I apologize as well for not being able to bring psychos back. Takayama, I hope your life is good. I'm sure you'll make a fantastic hero. Stop talking, you moron. Yu shouted angrily. She turned to face Saitama, showing an angry face. Why? Why exactly are you this way? Do you not despise me? I abandoned you and left you on your own. Why did you go out of your way to get my keys? You ought to despise me? After absorbing what Yu had said and coming to a realization, Saitama was silent for a moment before his expression changed to one of seriousness. Saitama calmly remarked, you're right, I should hate you, but it wouldn't have done any of us any good. What happened with psychos at that time was regrettable. I wasn't powerful enough to keep you safe. You left me all these years ago because I didn't protect you, isn't that right? Yu whispered, no, as regret overcame her anger and she looked down. So, all this time, that's what you thought. I thought you hated me, and I can't believe it. At the time, I was weak, and worse, I allowed my rage to control me. I pushed her back, even though psychos might have been in trouble. That's why I left you alone, because I don't deserve you. After both had realized those years ago, silence took over and they stood motionless. However, the young woman finally turned to face Saitama and started to cry slowly. Saitama, I sincerely apologize. I'm so sorry. She was on the verge of collapsing, but Saitama caught her in the blink of an eye, despite the distance, and held her in his embrace as her body touched his. The guilt, the pain, and the sorrow were overwhelming her with every second. Don't worry, Yu. Saitama calmly reassured her that everything would be alright. But what you did at the time is irrelevant. I'm available to you. I always have and always will, if you so desire. Yu put her hand on his shoulder and grinned, saying, I would like that. The two young heroes were finally together and making amends, but they were unaware that an old friend was watching them. She was wearing an open lab coat, a white shirt, and a black denim skirt. It was unclear how long she had been there, as her blue wavy hair blew slightly in the slight breeze and her glasses glinted in the streetlights. This led to the rekindling of a friendship, if not more. The woman was not alone, though, for she was accompanied by a young man who was a fearsome figure to superheroes everywhere. A male voice said, so, you really were friends with him. Psychos, the adult, turned behind her and looked at the speaker. Garo, this was unexpected. She said, you really went to look for me after all these months. It surprises me. Don't think so highly of yourself, Garo said with a slight smirk. There is only one thing that interests me. Indeed, you are. The hero hunter looked at Psychos and remained silent, but he walked past her and stood at the edge of the building they were on, where he saw Yu and Saitama, and he laughed. Garo turned to Psychos and grinned mischievously, saying, it's strange that a woman who thinks of herself as superior to humans is watching such a thing. Such human feelings, it pisses me really. Garo, why are you here? Psychos posed a menacing question. Curiosity and a little something. Garo then proceeded to stand offensively near Psychos. It wasn't cool when you did that stunt earlier today when I was fighting Metal Bat. I'll make sure you regret it, Psychos, so watch where you step. I'll like to see you try. Garo remained silent, deciding that it was time to go. He walked past Psycho's and gave her a cool wave with the back of his hand. Anyway, I need to follow up with that League of Villains once more. What a bunch of eccentric, worthless people. They are nothing more than an annoyance. After watching him go, Psychos turned back to the scene with Yu and Saitama and smiled without realizing it. So, they eventually figured it out. It doesn't matter to me anymore, Psychos said, her sincere smile turning into a grin. I'm impressed. Saitama the hero. Savor these tranquil days because I will take them all away from you, piece by piece. Every hero and villain will fall. Saitama was instantly drawn to a building by an unidentified feeling. He was not sure what it was, but he knew it was familiar, and he noticed that there was no one at the edge of the building across the street. Yu called him. Saitama. The girl was standing again, her face cleaned and her tears gone. Is everything okay? Saitama turned back to Yu and said, yes. I just thought I felt something familiar. Yu took his hand and said, all right. Come on, let's go. I know a great spot where we can hang out. Saitama grinned and said, sure. Both Yu and Saitama were able to run off with Yu leading the way after their hearts were healed. They didn't give a damn about their appearance because this was a happy moment that they hoped would last. She was levitating in midair, her arms beneath her busty chest, a cunning smile on her face, and Psychos could tell by her posture. The destruction of humanity will bring the age of monsters, and even Psychos will be helpless to stop it. All it will take is time. And then it would all be over, he thought. Parents or guardians may drop off their children at Rosemary Mixed Gender School. The school was stunning in and of itself. Its massive gates, which greeted everyone to its roomy and tastefully furnished compound, gave the impression that it was modern. It was respected in the city for many of its accomplishments and scholarships, even though it wasn't the most prestigious. This could be the reason why a couple of siblings agreed that the younger one would go. Metalbat, a recent pro-hero graduate, was strolling along the pavements with his sister. His black hair was worn in a pompadour, and the rest of his attire gave off an air of delinquency. In other words, he wore black pants and black shoes, and a red shirt underneath an open black jacket. In the meantime, his sister was dressed in the school's private attire. It included a black skirt and a white shirt with a black collar. Additionally, she had a blue tie tied around her neck. The girl's irritated expression indicated that she wasn't happy thus far. It did not sit well with Metalbat. He turned toward his sister with apparent pity. Metalbat remarked, come on, Zenko, it ain't my fault that we had to move. Those guys had it coming, if ask me. Zenko shouted, I don't care about it, before turning to face her brother. I'm just annoyed that you're carrying that dumb bat with you. What are you trying to do? Get me expelled before I have restart my middle school life? What? No. No. Metalbat shook his head in response. He held the bat on his shoulders after swinging it between his fingers. Am a hero, Zenko. I ain't dropping my guard just 'cause we're heading to your school. Zenko sighed and turned away. She muttered, more like a metal dumb hero. Metalbat scowled and stopped. The girl didn't seem to notice, but his sister's remark really got to him. She simply kept walking away from him until something unexpected caught her attention. The guardians and parents were making a concerted effort to ignore what Zenko was witnessing. As they entered the school grounds, the children they had dropped off were taking in the scene. Just in front of the school, Tatsumaki was dropping off her sister. The institution's faculty and students were accustomed to it. However, owing in large part to the secret Esper's remarkable qualities, the fame had not diminished much. She was therefore the center of attention. Zenko's eyes became bright as a star. She had never seen the heroine before, who by this point everyone had heard of. She exclaimed, it's her, Tatsumaki, into her voice. Metalbat muttered, looking perplexed. Looking at the green-haired girl assisting her own sister with her tie, he approached his sister's side. That's the girl? She ain't looking that different from. Shut it, Zenko interrupted angrily, punching her brother's leg with her elbow. Metalbat gave a yelp. It wasn't bad, but his sister was incredibly strong for her size. But then she snubbed him and started to leave without turning to face him again. Try not to get yourself hurt. I'll be waiting for you to pick me up, big brother, said Zenko. After that, she left her brother and entered the school. At the same time, Fubuki angrily fought her way out of her sister's grasp. Now it's all right, geez, big sister, she exclaimed. Tatsumaki said, I guess you're right, and got to his feet. I just want you to look your best every day. If your grades keep up, you could get into a good high school. Yeah, I know, but, Fubuki hesitantly mumbled. She was thinking about something, but she averted her gaze and hurried into the school. Later, big sister. What was that about? Tatsumaki asked, her expression bewildered. Little sister, they sure are something, ain't they? Tatsumaki looked toward the voice's origin. Just before her eyes fell on an unknown individual, it came from her clothes. She didn't realize it was Metal Bat, who had his bat leaning on his shoulder and his hand holding it loosely. With suspicion, Tatsumaki questioned, and you are? Metal Bat, a pro hero. Tatsumaki stopped and looked up at the teenager. In her opinion, the young man did not appear to be a hero at all. In fact, he appeared to be a delinquent. What? Asked Metal Bat. Tatsumaki pointed at him, emphasizing, you look like a delinquent. For one, your style of a hero is off. Have you even heard of a hairdresser? Geez, just look at you, holding a bat like that. And what's with the name? Metal Bat? At least my costume was designed to make some sense even if I haven't seen it yet. Then there's your. Metal Bat restrained himself in his mind. Blood was rushing quickly beneath his skin, making it boil. To a little girl in front of some parents and guardians, the pro hero couldn't let his temper get the better of him. Thankfully, Tatsumaki snubbed him and turned away, ending her tirade of insults. Whatever, I have to get to school now. Don't cause any trouble to my sister or else you'll regret it. The girl then turned on her quirk and took off. All of the adults who witnessed the scene watched her leave, and Metal Bat did the same. Metal Bat said angrily, why that little, but was cut off. It was by his phone, which he then took out of the inside pocket of his jacket to see what was on it. His hatred for Tatsumaki was instantly swept away by what he read. There was an urgent issue that needed to be resolved quickly. As a result, the pro hero wasted no time in rushing to the scene of the incident. It was one thing to get into school, but then she had to make her introduction. Before being assigned to her class, Zenko was able to handle any small arrangements pertaining to herself with the principal. She was completely unfazed as she stood in front of the class, beside Alice, the teacher. Zenko introduced herself and said, my name is Zenko. She then made a modest bow in front of everyone, saying, I love to cook and I'm really good with the piano. Please treat me well. I hope we get along. Her introduction left the entire class in awe. Among the boys and girls, Zenko's elegant speech caused some excited murmurs. Alice, the teacher, clapped her hand and titled her head with a sweet smile, demonstrating her admiration as well. Wonderful, Zenko-san. Please take your seat behind Fubuki-san, she replied. Then she turned to face the girl with the black hair. As the class representative, I want you to show Zenko-san around. It wouldn't be nice if she got lost in this massive school, now would it? A few students chuckled uneasily, primarily due to their own experiences of getting lost. Fubuki responded by respectfully getting to her feet and nodding to her teacher. She said, I will do my best, sensei. Alice then motioned for Zenko to go to the desk behind Fubuki. But there was one thing Zenko was unable to get rid of. The other girl heard murmurs, but Fubuki had already reclined in her chair. Among the words she was able to learn were, would she be okay? Madam Fubuki, and the Fubuki group. What is the purpose of that? Zenko pondered with a hint of interest. She had just arrived at school when she suddenly felt as though she had entered an uncharted territory. It was both uneasy and intriguing. Thankfully, there was no commotion shortly thereafter. Before class began, Zenko sat behind Fubuki. From there, Fubuki led the girl to specific locations when class ended and recess started. Fubuki was supposed to lead Zenko around as Alice had instructed so she wouldn't get lost. However, Zenko experienced that uneasy sensation once more. Although it wasn't as strong as before, the girl considered it as she observed that she and Fubuki weren't communicating. For example, she would indicate the direction and explain it to her when Fubuki led her to a location. Zenko felt more uneasy as a result. Fortunately, Zenko was not a shy person. She could relate to people, so she wasn't a total tsundere. She even had pals from her old school. She therefore made the decision to speak up when she and Fubuki approached a group of paintings hanging on a hallway wall. She said, Fubuki, am I being a bother to you? Fubuki turned to face her and said, huh? What? Then she shook her head, realizing the question. No, you're not, I'm just showing you around. Oh right. My bad. Fubuki let out a sigh. It's fine. It's just, I had other plans and I was thinking of meeting up with them. But still, I'm glad to do this job. Zenko grinned and said, I see. You're a wonderful person, Fubuki. Simply, is that so? Fubuki inquired. With her back to Zenko, the girl was oblivious to the change in Fubuki's BS attitude. Yeah. Like just this morning and when we were walking about. Everyone seems to admire you, including the upperclassmen. That's because I try to keep myself above the rest. After all, that's what Big Sister wants. A sister with a normal life to look forward to. Big Sister? Asked Zenko. Then her smile spread across her eyes. You mean Tatsumaki? She's so cool. You're really lucky to have her as a sister. I mean, my brother is a pro hero, but he's actually much of a troublemaker. But certainly not your sister. She's like a motivation to kids like us who look up to. The cry of Fubuki was, enough. Her green aura came to life with that shout, and the ground began to tremble slightly due to her quirk. Everyone in the corridor stopped when they felt the tremor. Alice, meanwhile, moved her eyes to the side and smiled mischievously as she felt the shockwave. When it occurred, she was in the teacher's lounge. Well, she muttered, someone made her snap again. Kids these days. Back at Zenko and Fubuki, the other students in the hallway noticed what they were doing. Both girls were facing each other at the same time, the latter glaring at the former angrily until she turned away and deactivated her quirk. Wait. Fubuki! Exclaimed Zenko. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used my quirk like that. Things like that is against the school rules, just so you know. Fubuki replied. Anyway, I should be used to these kinds of things people. You people and Tatsumaki. Used to? I don't understand. Fubuki released some of her frustration with a sigh. She didn't need to lose her temper with the girl once more. She could also see members of her group approaching and yelling at her, but she decided to ignore them. Her face was rigidly composed as she faced Zenko, revealing what she had to say. People like you always want to be friends with me just so you can get close to my sister. Don't deny it. I noticed how fascinated you were with my sister earlier before school started. It doesn't mean I'm against it, but don't think I'll become a pawn. What? Zenko asked incredulously. Fubuki had been kind to her just now, however, this girl had not anticipated this turn of events. Madam Fubuki! A teenager exclaimed. Zenko and Fubuki turned to see who had called her, and it was a boy who was noticeably larger than any other student their age. He wore the school uniform and had short black hair. Beside him were a smaller girl and a typical teenage boy with light brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. The girl's bangs covered the right side of her face, and her long black hair was pulled up in a high ponytail. Fubuki said, Mountain Ape, Eyelashes, Lily. Good, you three are here, and started to pass them. Follow me. Enough of my time has been wasted, except you Lily. Continue my tour of the school with Zenko-san. Why yes, Madam Fubuki, Lily exclaimed, giving the girl a salute. Zenko was unsure of how to interpret this situation. She knew she had touched a nerve, but otherwise, nothing made sense. However, Lily blocked her path with a tiny adorable smile as she watched Fubuki leave with Mountain Ape and Eyelash. Well, let's get going. I'm sure you have some questions, she replied. To which Zenko replied, right. Lily followed Fubuki's instructions. Zenko, meanwhile, was following her from behind and saw that the girl and Fubuki were different. Lily was much more animated and open to conversation, even going so far as to describe the background of the locations they went by. But Zenko was still troubled by the incident from a short time ago. Lily took a piece of paper out of her coat and said, I think that concludes our tour. Taking all that may have been too much, so I made these little maps to help you out. I hope you don't mind. The Fubuki group is here to help. That name again. Zenko made a mental note. After taking the paper from Lily, she mentioned the issue she was thinking about. I keep hearing that name and I think I get it now. Fubuki is one of those top students in the school. You can say that, but please don't think badly of the group. Fubuki has issues with new students. Zenko took notice when he heard this. Although she had felt blamed, she had also been offended by Fubuki's outburst. She would now discover more about the girl. She questioned, issues? What kind of issues? Lily replied, sisters related. Then her demeanor turned into something very depressing. Fubuki used to so cool. I mean, she is, but not with how she used to be, and it's because of that day. You know about that time her sister, Tatsumaki, saved those middle school seniors, right? Well, the aftermath wasn't so good for Madame Fubuki. Reporters tried to get interviews with her, almost to the point of stalking her, and the friends she had were looking for ways to get close to her just so they could meet Tatsumaki. That is why she snapped out you. Knowing her, she feels bad about it, but won't show it. Since then, she's been focused more on the group. With remorse, Zenko said, I never knew. She clenched her fingers on the little map she was holding while glancing at the floor. Lily turned away from the girl and remarked, "Of course, you people never knew." Then she went on, her gaze fixed on the window. "Every day it feels like Fubuki is hurting one bit. I even think she suspects us, her subordinates, would leave her one day. It just goes to show, perhaps you never know what a person is going through until it's too late." Something in Lily's words caused Zenko to turn to face the girl. She was therefore taken aback to see tiny streams of tears trickling down the girl's cheek. Zenko was unable to speak, but Lily quickly dried her tears and put on a false smile for the girl. She departed after saying, "I'll leave you to yourself. I hope you have a wonderful school life." Zenko replied, "Right, I guess." There was the normalcy of civilian life somewhere in the city. People went about their daily lives on the walkways, and cars went about their business. Every resident of this city was aware that occasionally there would be some criminal activity by villains and small monsters. However, as one reporter bemoaned, there hasn't been any trouble in the last few days. As her company's news van drove off to the easy streets, Mina Lee, a female reporter, finished her work for the day. Sitting on a chair beside her cameraman, who appeared to be adjusting their camera, she was in the rear of the van. Mina Lee was a slender woman with pink hair that reached her back and was combed back. She was dressed in a black business suit, shoes, and a purple shirt underneath. Her cameraman, on the other hand, was about her age but not particularly attractive. Wearing a blue open jacket over a white shirt with the Japanese kanji for fighter, and gray pants, he had a few zits on his face. Mina was able to complain about the day because their driver was currently operating the van. She sighed and leaned back in her chair, clearly bored and wanting something to do. "Why hasn't anything happened? At this rate I won't be held up high as a field reporter." She was upset. Then she looked at her cameraman, who didn't appear to be looking in her direction. "Hey, do you know that saying on TV where the main characters are like, well, things can't get any worse? I think that would be so cool right about now." A timid cameraman said, "Lee-san, you shouldn't be wishing that. With All Might and the other heroes around, we shouldn't be." She scowled and turned her head away from him, saying, I know, I just wish something big would happen, you know." The cameraman was nearly at a loss for words. Even though Mina didn't say anything noteworthy, it inspired him to talk about it. However, the van's abrupt stop prevented the opportunity. When it did, Mina nearly fell out of her seat. Her cameraman screamed while clinging to something at the same moment. The cameraman gave Mina a little glare as they exchanged glances after taking a moment to recover from the heart-pounding incident. Mina exclaimed in mild shock, "Why are you looking at me?" They both heard screams coming from outside at that very moment. They looked around in confusion, but it was enough to get their attention. Then, as he slid a tiny square area between the driver's side and the rest of the van aside, their driver abruptly called out to them from his seat. "Guys, you may want to come out and see this," he said. Mina and the cameraman went to the tiny room and understood his meaning. Other cars in their lane had also stopped, indicating an incident ahead. But it was the people who caused it that caught their attention, not the minor auto accidents that occurred. Airjet, a well-known pro hero, was found on top of a taxi. Upon closer inspection, he was wearing an airjet on his back and white armor over his red costume. In addition, he wore white boots and white cannons on his wrists. But things didn't appear to be going well for him. When he sparked with electricity, it was very evident that his airjet was severely damaged. Additionally, a portion of his white armor, including his cannons, appeared to have been partially torn off. A two-lane street was the scene of the incident. People walking on the walkways didn't seem to notice it much, and cars on the opposite side seemed to ignore it as well. All of that didn't seem to alter the fact that the person who had caused the unfortunate hero then entered the scene, though. "So that's it, huh? And you call yourself a pro hero? The least you could have done is stay with your little group of heroes, not that it would matter. I kicked their ass while you left." Everyone present at the incident lane let out a gasp. Garo, the hero hunter, entered the scene with his hands in the pockets of his pants. He watched with a bored expression as the hero on top of the car grunted and rolled off the car before collapsing to the ground in agony. Garo whispered, "Oh, so you can still move?" As he stood up again, Airjet grunted. The sight of blood on his face caused the crowd to gasp. The man had clearly been beaten by Garo several times. But instead of giving in to the agony, he turned and gave Garo a scowl. He yelled, "I won't let you hurt these people," and lunged towards the hero hunter. "Hurt?" the Garo asked. A tiny, cunning grin appeared on his face. The pro hero was kneed in the stomach before he realized it. He almost punched Garo in the face, but it happened so quickly. However, The blow caused him to grunt loudly and spat blood from his mouth before Garo's hand grabbed him by the hair. Garo stopped, forcing the hero to look into his crimson eyes. "If you ask me," he said, "the only one getting hurt is you." The hero hunter then grasped the hero's neck with his other hand. After that, he raised Air Jet off the ground and hurled him through the median strip made of stone that divided the two lanes. When the hero struck the side of a van and became stuck there, cars in the vicinity were instantly stopped. Now there was traffic on the whole street. Incredulous, some pulled out their phones and started recording the event. Naturally, none of this was done with joy or excitement. It was heartbreaking to see a pro hero lose in public. People were muttering in horror and fear of the scene because of this. Garo remained emotionally indifferent. By this time, he was accustomed to such scenes. He therefore did not care that his villain name was being used. Rather, he casually approached the vanquished pro hero, who was now covered in blood. "Hey, get back on your feet or else these people are going to suffer," he yelled. He desired to set the pro hero off. "Aren't all you losers meant to protect the people, huh, hero? Don't tell me you're just another fodder." The pro hero did not respond. A snarl formed on Garo's face in response, and he didn't like it. Then, out of disgust, he extended his hand to seize the vanquished man. "Hey, get out." Then Garo was struck. To his surprise, an unidentified metallic weapon had touched his face. He was thus launched into the air, whereupon he abruptly spun around and landed atop a blue car. When the hero hunter realized who he had struck, he tilted his head in confusion. His question was, "A delinquent?" "Oi, not you too," yelled the assailant. With his free hand, he pointed at his chest while swinging his metal bat to his side. "The name is Metal Bat, asshole. I'm a pro hero and guess what? I'm gonna be the one to kick her dumb ass." "HMPH, grinned Garo. Then he leapt from the vehicle and hit the road. "You know who I am, right? I'm the hero hunter, but I'll give you some props. It's been a while since a pro hero had actually made contact with me with their fist, much less with their equipment." Garo sensed that Metal Bat was different for some reason. He was different from most heroes he had encountered and vanquished with ease. He therefore fell silent and performed a few martial arts techniques before completing it with his feet apart and his hands outstretched. A couple of moves were also made by Metal Bat, who separated his hands and swung the bat after doing a baseball stance. He stood erect and swung his bat downward to finish it with a firm stance. Then the two men turned to each other with savage eyes, and the moment fell silent. Everyone who was watching could feel the tension in the air. Simultaneously, Mina and her cameraman had entered the scene, but they remained in the opposite lane and captured the entire event on camera. Metal Bat took notice. He quickly yelled at the onlookers after glancing to the side. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get out of. Watch out," Mina yelled. Garo had attempted the initial blow. The hero hunter threw his hands forward, fingers straight, and jumped at the pro hero, Metal Bat not facing him. Many of the onlookers screamed in shock, as if the entire incident had happened so quickly. Then, however, the roles were reversed. Dragon thrashing. Metal Bat's weapon immediately launched a barrage of swing attacks at Garo. The entire event passed by in the blink of an eye for anyone observing. A blast of wind pushed against onlookers and broke glasses, sending Garo flying backwards. The aftermath left everyone completely perplexed. When Garo attacked a short while ago, it appeared that the pro hero's fate was set. However, the young man had used an additional power outlet that had been felt to send the hero hunter hurtling through the air with unexpected speed. As a result, there was silence until the crowd let out loud cheers as everyone instantly shared their thoughts about the hero. Sweet Mask, a pro hero, was a man who rarely went to shady places. Even though he had to travel to a city that was miles away from his current home, today was different. He didn't mind, though, because it would all be worthwhile if his sources and intuition were right. His car stopped in front of a small building, and he would make sure of it. The spirits and such consultation office was where the pro hero had stopped. Because of the rectangle sign at the building's sign, he was positive of the name. The pro hero wasn't going to be in Seasoning City for long, but the city itself wasn't too bad. So, without saying anything, his driver unlocked the rear seat before he got out. Then, silently, he entered the building. After a few minutes, the pro hero was seated in front of Arataka Reagan, the psychic. His sources claimed that the blonde man in front of him was a special psychic who had become involved and destroyed Claw and their organization, a group of espers. However, when he looked at the man in question, he began to have some doubts about this. Arataka Reagan had the same appearance as any other man. In addition, he wore a gray business suit, as one might expect from someone in the business world, and had dark eyes and short, light blonde hair with a disheveled fringe. In a sense, though, Sweet Mask saw that he was perspiring a little, possibly from anxiety. He needed to soothe him. "Rest assured, Mr. Reagan, I mean only business," he replied. "If you are worried that a pro-hero such as myself may report your activities to the Japanese government, then no need. I find espers quite useful, especially in these times." Reagan wiped his perspiration with a handkerchief and said, right. But I don't know what he's talking about. The state, I don't want to cause them any trouble. Simply put, I'm anxious to see a famous hero. Now about my reason for being here, it's something out of my hands." Sweet Mask replied. Reagan noticed his calm demeanor as he crossed his leg over his other leg. Today's heroes lack espers in their ranks. Though there is one that's in the highest educational institution in the world for upcoming pro-heroes, I doubt by the time she graduates it would be enough to deal with the problems we heroes are unknowingly facing. Reagan grinned slightly. It seemed to him that he knew what it was. He said, "Let me guess, it's spirits." "Right you are, Reagan. You were as bright as my sources stated." Sweet Mask grinned sincerely in agreement. "Yes, this is about spirits. I would like to employ you occasionally to deal with the ones that my fellow heroes and I may stumble upon. Of course, the pay would be very sufficient for your needs, especially transportation. So, are you interested?" Reagan said smugly, "You bet I am," and immediately got to his feet. "We at the Spirits and Such Consultation will take on your request. You can count on us, pro-hero." Sweet Mask got up and shook Reagan's hand, saying, "Good. I hope you don't disappoint me. I will send you the location by email. Best of luck, Mr. Esper." With a trembling laugh, Reagan took the pro-hero's hand. After shaking hands, the two men released their grips, and the blue-haired hero left. Reagan followed him until the man stopped and looked up at him. He was thinking about something. "Before I forget, I heard you have a young boy in high school under your wing. I believe his name is Shigeo Kageyama." "You mean Mob?" asked Reagan. "He's in school right now, but he'll be here once it's over." Sweet Mask grinned and turned away, asking, "Is that so? I look forward to meeting him one day. Take care." Sweet Mask left the building after saying that. Reagan was perplexed by the pro-hero's unexpected interest. Even though Sweet Mask didn't say it, a con artist like Reagan could infer someone's innermost thoughts from their words alone. Reagan's suspicion of Sweet Mask was correct. The teenage boy known as Mob piqued the pro-hero's interest for a reason. Even as he climbed into the back seat of his car just before it took off, he never said anything about it. Until his mind wandered and he started to gaze out the closed windows, his thoughts were clear. He thought, Shigeo Kageyama, Mob. These Japanese are really strange with their nicknames. However, that doesn't alter my objective. Espers are mysterious, but I think I'm learning more about them. Given that Fubuki has some potential, it's significant. However, I won't be able to get close to her. Psychosis records gave me the impression that the girl is very strong and close to her sister. She could be furious with me for making even one mistake with her sister. I will therefore require an Esper equal to her power in order to reach the younger sister. You might do quite well, Mob. He went on. Although Psychos didn't elaborate much on him, it seemed that he might be a viable option to succeed Tatsumaki in the event that she proved to be hopeless. His disappearance, however, would have drawn the attention of his family and perhaps the police, unlike the girls. Despite her psychosis, Psychos is intelligent. She didn't want to draw any attention at the time, no matter how slight. In any case, if everything works out, I might be able to give the boy a job working for me as a sidekick before he becomes a true hero. And so the drive continued uninterrupted. The battle between the hero and the hero hunter had intensified back in Musudafu. Never one to back down, Garo had retaliated against the pro-hero's constant assaults. As a result, a conflict that was unlike any other in the city had broken out, with both combatants seriously damaging their respective regions. The police had done what they could to help. With the exception of 2 resolute news reporters who were on the scene, the majority of the civilians have left the area. Mina turned to the battle in front of her and cried out, This is unlike anything I've ever seen before." She was currently watching the battle from the back of a car with her cameraman. Both combatants have refused to back down. But I fear the pro-hero won't be able to hold on for long. Mina was correct to believe that. Garo won the fight by using his well-known martial arts skill, the flowing water rock smashing fist. Metal Bat had managed to keep up, but it suffered some damage in the process. He had severe bruises all over his upper body, and his hair was a mess from its previous style. His black coat had long since flown off somewhere. Additionally, he was bleeding, primarily on his face. However, the pro hero continued to fight to the best of his abilities as the battle continued. Garo, however, was having fun with his effort and struck Metal Bat in the face 3 times, killing him. They would have already been defeated if it had been any other hero. Luckily, Metal Bat wasn't your typical hero. He swung his bat like a batter at Garo, letting out a ferocious battle cry. The hero hunter approached the young man with the flowing water rock smashing fist while simultaneously laughing. As a result, the 2 attacks clashed and ultimately deflected each other. Garo wasn't finished, though. The hero hunter successfully deflected another Metal Bat swing with one hand while maintaining the flow of the martial arts technique. When he was close, he clenched his other hand into a fist and struck Metal Bat's face with the back of it. The pro hero was shocked in return, which gave Garo the opportunity to use the same technique to hammer him with stronger blows. Metal Bat was struck all over his face, shoulder, and chest by the quick and accurate blows. Mina was very worried. She enjoyed a good tale, but this was getting to be too much. She did not have a quirk, however, in contrast to 80% of the world's population. Furthermore, she was too afraid to approach even if she did. When Metal Bat was sent skidding back from another of Garo's punches, her cameraman had to zoom out of their position in order to capture more live footage. "This is the end," exclaimed Garo with delight. "As if," Metal Bat exclaimed angrily. Parts of his red shirt tore off, leaving his face covered in blood. Surprisingly, though, he managed to pull Garo off the ground. The pro hero spun his body to defend himself. He simultaneously swung his bat in all directions with such incredible speed that Garo's blows were deflected. He yelled, "Savage Tornado!" Garo continued to smile despite clicking his tongue. He was finding Metal Bat to be a worthy opponent. But when the pro hero struck him hard with his Metal Bat, even the hero hunter was shocked. Metal Bat had to advance while Garo had to retreat. With both hands on his gear, he swooped down for the hero hunter's face. Then he managed to strike the human monster in the face with a quick blow, knocking him down. However, Garo objected to the last part. He did fall, but not before he grabbed Metal Bat's gear and broke his fall with his other hand. The hero hunter kicked him in the neck with that ground-based hand before the pro hero realized what was happening. Metal Bat grunted in agony as the vicious blow sent him flying back. Garo had not finished. With the intention of using the flowing water rock smashing fist on Garo, he pursued the pro hero. As soon as Metal Bat hit the ground, he would be destroyed. That intuition was shown to be incorrect by the pro hero. He put his hand there to break his fall and quickly land on his feet just before he hit the ground. The pro hero was quick because Garo swung his fist at him at that precise moment but missed. Metal Bat quickly grasped his weapon with both hands, bending his knees, and swung it upward at Garo's chin while yelling. The hero hunter was taken aback, but unable to respond. Metal Bat was launched a few feet from the ground by his sheer strength. "Wah!" exclaimed Garo. From the air, yelled Metal Bat. Abruptly, he was standing directly beside Garo, his bat raised. "Take this, ya bastard." Garo let out a loud grunt and fell to the ground. His body shook the ground and sank deeply on impact, causing him to experience real physical pain for the first time in a long time. A few cars were also shaken violently. But the attack didn't stop there. Garo barely had time to look up before Metal Bat, his weapons raised to attack, descended upon him. As a result, he swiftly folded his arms across his chest and accepted the devastating blow that Metal Bat then delivered to him. Garo was buried farther under the earth. Metal Bat, meanwhile, continued to batter him with his bat. The pro hero was so focused on his attack that he was unaware of the damage he was causing. Some of the road's broken sections flew in all directions, creating enormous cracks. This caused some cars to be struck, while other vehicles were flung out of the main scene. If that wasn't enough, the cracks also broke windows and spread to nearby buildings. It was amazing. Mina screamed. They were not safe from Metal Bat's power, nor was their location. So she looked at her cameraman, and his camera in particular. What we're seeing here, folks, is something unbelievable. We'll have to get to a safe distance or else we'll be crushed. The pro hero doesn't know we're here. The hero hunter was absorbing the beating back at Garo. Even though Metal Bat was blazing with him, the fight was far from over. Thus, the young man was flung out of the enormous hole he had made when Metal Bat suddenly punched him in the face. Luckily, he landed on his feet after performing a backflip, and he skidded back until he stopped. Garo took advantage of the opportunity to leap out of the hole and land on the opposite side. Huh? Garo asked, looking perplexed. To his surprise, his nose was bleeding. However, he put his finger on it, brought the blood drop to his face, and grinned. Blood? I haven't seen this coming out from me for a while. His hands were outstretched as he laughed. Who would have thought a newbie like yourself could actually drive me to this state? He roared. Then he put his hands on the floor and assumed the pose of a four-legged beast, smiling. I'm going to be a bit serious about you, Metal Bat. Hope you're ready. Huh? Garo remained silent. Rather, he started running around Metal Bat so fast that he was a blur. Because he was unable to determine Garo's precise movement, even the pro hero was unable to follow. Garo, meanwhile, was having fun remembering the precise movement he had imitated. Indeed, exactly like him. Garo pictured the motion of Watchdog Man, another pro hero. Hey, this will not end the way you would like it to. I also have one trick. Metal Bat pondered and lifted his bat to slam it against the floor. The whole place trembled violently once more before Garo realized it. The effect was caused by Metal Bat slamming his bat against the ground. The hero hunter stumbled and fell, exposing Metal Bat, who took advantage of the situation to swing his bat at the man's chest like a batter in a baseball game. Got ya! Exclaimed Metal Bat. Garo felt the impact and spat out spit. It was strong because he was unable to resist it from his vantage point. As a result, he was launched a few feet away and crashed into a building at the end of the street. Mina and her cameraman were caught off guard when he crashed into the side of a car and finally stopped. Both were in the vicinity of the precise location. Did the pro hero just beat the hero hunter? I've heard of many encounters of heroes who engage the hero hunter in battle, but none of them have ever gone this far to fight him. Mina said with disbelief. I know, right? Mina was taken by surprise, as was her cameraman. In response to her, Garo started laughing while he carefully removed Alice from the vehicle he had collided with. It's just one thing after another. Seems like you people are finally getting it, about the kind of monster I am. It feels good to be so popular. Metal Bat asked, still talking He was standing above the structure that Garo had passed through. One nut to crack, which pisses me off. People got their own problems to deal with and then show up. Scums like ya make me sick. Huntin' heroes down just to feel nice about yourself is nothing but bullshit if ya ask me. That's why I'm talking ya down, hero hunter. Immediately a snarl replaced Garo's smile. Metal Bat had irritated him with something in his words. However, he landed on the ground, poised to attack once more, and the pro hero failed to notice. Garo screamed, so I'm a scum. With anger. Behind him, his hands gripped the wrecked car. Then you gotta lend me a hand, Metal Bat. If I hunt you down in front of these people watching back home, then everyone will have to fear and respect me more, don't you think? Metal Bat charged at the pro hero in a hurry. Unfortunately, he was moving too slowly. Garo quickly split the vehicle in two and slammed it to the floor. Mina and her cameraman screamed as they were flung off their feet, and the impact of it shattered the ground, stopping Metal Bat's movement. Hey, hero! Furiously exclaimed Garo. Just how fast are you to save those two over there? Metal Bat was startled. Garo threw the last of the car's parts at Mina and her cameraman with a single throw. The two were shocked and both screamed in terror. Luckily, Metal Bat arrived just in time. He positioned himself between them and swung the car's two parts away from them. But just then, Garo appeared with the flowing water rock-smashing fist, sending him hurtling back. Garo was now in front of Mina and the cameraman, but they were both safe. When Garo ran his hands through his devil-shaped hair, the situation escalated. He deliberately dispersed it in a crazed way until he was facing Metal Bat. The hero hunter's expression changed to one of savagery, and the camera zoomed in on him. You heroes are nothing to write home about. You think I do this to feel good, hero? You're dead wrong. I do this because I'm a monster, so it's best to let the whole world know that the strongest monster is standing right here. You're not a monster, fool. Metal Bat shouted. Even though he got back on his feet, he was in a bad position because Garo was closer to the citizens than he was. meaning that if the pro hero made one mistake, it might have an impact on the innocent people there. Unbeknownst to Metal Bat, though, it was the least of his troubles because a terrible thing was going on behind him. A sizable portion of the ground started to rise and fragment, and then all of a sudden, a number of monsters in various shapes appeared. Defend the Monster King of the future. One monster yelled. Go ahead and register that. Another monster yelled. A dust cloud formed as a result of Metal Bat's inability to react. The monsters were swift and jumped him in an instant, giving Mina and her cameraman the opportunity to get up and flee to a safe distance where they hid behind a downed car. Monsters. There are monsters now. We're screwed. The cameraman cried in disbelief. We're completely screwed. As much as Mina hated to admit it, she was correct. If monsters could really jump a pro hero and spring out of the ground, what does that say about their safety? Mina gulped some spit and remained silent. But the show must continue. Garo was taken aback until a second monster appeared behind him, a large, long creature that resembled a black centipede with a repulsive human face on its forehead. We're from the Monster Association, Garo-sama. We've come to pick you up on an urgent matter per hour. I'm Senior Centipede. Dude, you guys, you assholes again, Garo screamed, avoiding the monster. I don't need you guys here, so go away. Senior Centipede remarked. You are correct to assume it, Garo-sama. However, I am unable to deny your request this time. You see, I have orders, and I. Senior Centipede was interrupted by loud monster screams. He had assumed the pro hero would have been defeated by now, but he was mistaken, as many of his allies now lay on a bloody mess, even though their numbers had previously defeated the pro hero. The monster centipede's situation then deteriorated as Metal Bat suddenly leapt at him, swung his bat at his inhuman face, and killed it instantly before his body hit the ground, landing on the corpse before turning back to the hero hunter. You mean to jump me? You jerks. It's amazing to think that the centipede I defeated months ago had a brother. Horrible shit. Metal Bat uttered those words. His accomplishment was both startling and fascinating, but it was also obvious how much damage he had sustained. His black pants and red shirt were completely destroyed, and he had scratches on some areas of his body where blood was now leaking out. This was a hero, taking as much punishment as was inflicted on him and still coming back. Perhaps this was his quirk, but Mina wasn't sure. She was amazed at what she was seeing as Metal Bat turned back at the hero hunter. Mina and her cameraman knew that the amount of damage the pro hero took was abnormal because they felt some hope in their situation. And you, Metal Bat pointed his weapon and screamed, those monsters really like you. Although I have no idea what a monster association is, I'm willing to wager that beating the living daylights out of you would alter that. So go ahead and do it. Bring them on, demon, wolf, tiger. I don't care if it's a dragon level threat. Just like I'm going to beat you, I'll beat them all. Garo smiled and said, your quirk is completely different from the other heroes I've encountered. Metal Bat, you've gone and raised my expectations. That right there is fighting spirit. Metal Bat stated with boldness. He then got into a stance and gripped his weapon with both hands. Enough yapping. I will remove that arrogance from your face. Cuckoo. Then attack me. Both fighters were prepared to attack now that the climax had arrived. The hero hunter was quick to leap out of the way, just in time, and a flashy beam crashed down on where he once stood before a somewhat stoic voice emerged, but something unexpected happened that would have gone unheard to someone with normal ears. The hero hunter was seen actively fighting a pro hero in live television footage. Since Master Saitama is not in Japan at the moment, I will fill in for him. Then the light dimmed and revealed itself to Genos, who, at Garo's command, extended his arm and started to power it up. Remain motionless. I'll get rid of you. As though, Garo said. As he looked down, he saw two familiar heroes, but something else caught his enhanced senses. Plant roots sprang out to grab him, but they were unsuccessful because the hero hunter leapt up to the high side of a building and held onto it with his back to it. Kamui Woods, the top hero. Death arms for a hero. The two heroes' arrival obviously caught Garo off guard, but before he could determine how they got there, he heard a growl and looked up to see a heavily built man with hairy blonde hair and a nuzzle on most of his face descending upon him. Garo smirked, leapt out of the way, and laughed as he saw the pro hero safely land on the ground. So even the well-known hound hero, also known as the hound dog, is present. Who released the dog from his leash, I wonder? When Garo looked up and saw Mount Lady standing nearby, he realized something was strange. A shadow was cast over him even though he was still in the air, and the woman abruptly took him in her hand. I have him. Everyone doesn't need to worry. It's Mount Lady. Not exactly. What? Garo leapt from a nearby building with previously unheard of speed and punched the giant woman in the forehead, causing her to scream in agony and fall on a nearby building at her side, while Garo landed in front of the other pro heroes, grinning broadly. The fun starts right here. Garo shouted with joy, you heroes were patient enough to arrive. You're completely mistaken, though, if you believe that simply teaming up with a hero in the top 10 will save your life. Don't pay attention to him. We'll put a stop to his insanity right here, Kamui said. Then he turned back to Metal Bat. You held him off well enough on your own. From here, we will deal with him. Leave the civilians alone. Don't you? Okay, all right. Metal Bat angrily concurred. Since other heroes had arrived and those two civilians were still present, he decided to remove them even though, in all honesty, he wanted to be the one to defeat the hero hunter. Mount Lady, meanwhile, got out of the building, mentally concurred with Kamui, and stood firm. Additionally, she was behind Garo, allowing the other heroes to overwhelm him from the front. Come on, Kamui yelled. Other than Metal Bat, every hero on the ground went straight for the hero hunter, and Mount Lady did the same, closing in on him and punching him. Surprisingly unconcerned, Garo turned halfway toward Mount Lady and held his open hands at her fist. Then, in complete surprise, he grabbed hold of her fist and lifted her entire body off the ground, sending it in the direction of the charging heroes. In shock, Kamui and the others quickly dispersed their numbers to avoid being crushed by the giant woman, so Garo enjoyed himself with her. He said, going up, before slamming Mount Lady to the ground, and down. When she struck, Mount Lady was rendered unconscious, and the ground shook so badly that it was difficult for the heroes who had managed to avoid being crushed to remain upright. However, Kamui was still in for a surprise even after the shaking subsided. Just a few meters away, Garo was right in front of him, and Kamui instantly extended his roots from his body to attack. Unfortunately for Kamui, there was no time, and Garo grabbed his arm and pushed against Kamui's chest with his other free hand. The pro hero let out a cry of pain as his arm was ripped off, sending him flying into a building. However, the fight was far from over, as Hound Dog appeared out of nowhere, his arms raised, ready to slam down on the hero hunter. Therefore, he slammed his arms down on the ground within seconds. Hound Dog was perplexed until he heard a whistle and looked up to see Garo descending on him, but the hero hunter had already left, and the only indication that he was there was the fact that Kamui's arm was on the ground. Hey, dog, take a seat. Garo was happy with his work until he heard a voice, and he stomped down on the pro hero, burying himself front first in the ground. Leave him. Death Arms bellowed. Because he was strong and not the fastest, the pro hero used his enormous hands to swing a punch at Garo while the hero hunter was at his side. He was startled when Garo stopped the punch with just a finger. At Death Arms' stunned expression, Garo grinned devilishly, and the hero hunter even read more into the pro hero's expression and found it amusing. That terrified expression is there. Am I really that frightening? Garo's flowing water rock smashing fist delivered Death Arms a sudden uppercut, sending him flying over Mount Lady. With a laugh, Garo remarked, and another one bites to dust. That hero is kind of weak. He's also known as the punching hero, right? Hero hunter. The last hero of the group that had come for him. Garo turned to the source when he heard his nickname, Genos, and stood alone. Demon Cyborg, a long time has passed. You were Psychos' lab bot back at Oxform Labs the last time we saw each other, smirked Garo. You seem to have established yourself as the Caped Baldy's favorite now, don't you? I have the most honorable position at Master Saitama's side. I will be the one to fix his error for his benefit. I'll make sure you don't leave this place. Is that accurate? Garo uttered those words. With an exasperating smile, the hero hunter jumped straight for Genos after removing the unconscious Hound Dog. Demon Cyborg, when I tear you to pieces, make better threats. Despite Garo's speed surpassing what others had observed, Genos remained composed and his expression remained constant. Ultimately, however, the victim was the one who was most taken aback. Genos defeated the hero hunter with a series of punches that sent the man flying back. The machine gun explodes. Garo quickly stood up again, crouching, but his stance was short-lived as he felt an attack coming. With his equipment raised high, Metal Bat descended from above, and since he believed the hero hunter had not seen him, he came down on the man but missed because Garo leapt out of his way. This fight was far from over, though, because Metal Bat's weapon made the ground tremble, which irritated the pro hero, who got to his feet and clicked his tongue angrily.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.